the man who sold the world. Much later, Rose and I returned to her study so I could deliver my report on the Halo Crusade. This matches well with the data I received from the Inquisition. Always the hero, Pef Lancefire, my wife noted in a more relaxed voice. I did break 100 or so Imperial laws, I added in a teasing voice. Rose glared at me for a second, letting me know she was well aware. The Emperor knows and doesn't care. Sometimes I get the impression he doesn't care at all about the Imperium. I nodded slowly. Of course he doesn't. This Imperium is the opposite of what he wanted. A religious society that worships him as a god? Monarchia was burned to the ground for exactly the same thing. And now, Lorger's book was the central tenet of the imperial faith. The Emperor cares about humanity greatly. He endured the torment of the Golden Throne to keep everyone safe. Well, almost safe, I explained with a bit of warning in my voice. The Custodes captain recording the interview nodded minutely at my words. Rose glanced at the Custodes in surprise. I get the feeling there is a larger story here that I am unaware of. I shrugged and leaned back on the sofa. If the Emperor wanted to be treated as a god, there would have been plenty of time to create a religion in the past 100,000 years. Much easier as well, when humanity was locked on a single planet before we invented spaceflight. And yet, the imperial faith appeared only after he laid on the Golden Throne. I see. Rose mused with another glance at the Custodes. She still didn't realize the problem, as if a galaxy-wide religion could spread so far and wide without a real god at its core. The Astronomicon still burns, my dear. A fragment of the Emperor's soul remains in the warp, keeping humanity safe even now. That is what psychers and navigators see when they're open their soul. They see the God Emperor of mankind, using the light of his soul to guide humanity. The Custodes over here sees the man, their friend and liege, and the ruler of man. What do you see? I asked, a bit rhetorical. Rose froze for a moment. I think I saw both. But the Emperor masked my vision, showing me only a glowing golden armor, taller than the primarchs. He's not kissing Janice with a golden helmet over his mouth, that's for sure, I said with a gentle laugh. Pef Lancefire. The Custodes captain growled at me, sounding outraged. Right, nobiliar decorum and all that. Surely, a father and a mother can discuss what their daughter is doing and with whom. At least, this father can. I countered while tapping my chest. The Custodes glared at me still, when Janice and my wolf phased through the walls and appeared in the room. Did you get the tech, father? My daughter asked in an official tone. The Omnicapian has costed me dearly. Sister Stern remained in the maelstrom, battling billions of demons while the fleet retreated with the prize, I said in a less pleased voice, and took out the STC cube from my dimensional pocket. There were still hundreds of templates and fabrication methods in there which we didn't manage to unlock, either because we lacked the correct codes or the psychic power and knowledge. My librarians were low-level psychers, not planet crushers like these two. Janice smiled and placed a magic glove on her left hand, then touched the STC cube with her eyes closed. Blue runes and sigils lit up the air, covering the cube with wards and whatever other psyker spells. You've read half of the templates already? She asked in mild surprise as her eyes opened. There must be more in there we didn't find. I did what I could, but there's been only 2 months. STCs are rather advanced tech anyways, and I lack psyker powers for this one. I complained while Rose gasped in surprise. Despite being the head of the Imperial Inquisition, my wife seemed to be kept in the dark about a lot of things. You've read too much then, father. I would normally execute anyone who gained so much knowledge. Janice countered with a displeased voice. Canis rose to his feet and growled, making Janice shake her head and smile. It's fine, Canis. Your Black Alpha is not in trouble. As long as he doesn't spread this tech around, she added with a pointed glance right at me. Hey, I wasn't about to go distribute Sci-tech all over. My blank librarians and silent sisters, maybe a few of my navigators, barely a few thousand people. I get your point, Janice. I did execute 24 Inquisitors at Forge World Idumea, who were also dealing with warp tech. Your brother Solitus is now the new fabricator colonel, in charge of making the Forge repent and produce Iron Corpse regiments to fight against the enemies of humanity. I offered in a peaceful voice. We need many more blanks, father. The humanity is experiencing a psychic awakening, with 1 billion psychers appearing all over the Imperium. The Forge worlds are turning as many as they can into electro-priests, But there aren't enough Forge worlds anyways, Janice said with a concerned voice. Well, I knew the Imperium was fucked. That's why I worked so hard to find the primarchs and awaken the Emperor. It seemed it wasn't enough. Clone skeins with dimmed emotions would also help. The Voton Leagues and the Tau are managing such things much easier. Indoctrination too, I guess, I offered with a careless voice. I did my fucking duty every day, but one man couldn't repopulate humanity with blanks by himself. The lax cyborgs you copied from the Leagues? Mars is already fuming from that outrageous gift. And I heard Forge Lucius did the same. Were you trying to get more from Forge Risa as well? Janice asked with mild curiosity. I was pretty sure the fabricator of Risa would give me his unborn children too if I asked. 1,000,000 cyborg suits would barely balance the scales for what his forge already received. And I wasn't done either. One does not ask for gifts, my beloved daughter. If Forge Risa wants to repay my generous donations to the cult mechanicus, they are free to do so. Ships would be welcome too, I said with a teasing voice. Canis walked at my side and placed his giant head on my knee, so I patted his head as a reward. Black Alpha? Well, wolves were pack animals, and I did rule my pack like an alpha wolf would. Why did he call me black though? Forge Risa will not have anything to gift, father. The Mars priests are determined to take everything of value as their tithe. Janice warned me as she sat beside her mother and hugged her side. They looked like sisters, although Rose was older and far more tired. Her eyes had wrinkles, and those wrinkles had their own wrinkles. That's not a problem. I will deal with the priests from Mars and pay the tithe for Risa instead. I have become quite rich since my early days, roaming the stars with a single light cruiser, I countered with a sneaky smile. A single star contained enormous quantities of minerals if properly mined out and the gases fused into metals. The Orion League was small and could barely mine a star once a decade, but those minerals possibly equaled what the entire Imperium mined in the same decade. And I received 500 years worth of metals for my hard week of creating new data cores. I could construct my fleet from gold only and barely make a dent in my reserves. Larger leagues had more particle excavators and larger territories, and could mine a star in a year or less. They didn't do much with those metals, since the Voton AI were kinda broken, but there was more wealth in those leagues than the entire Imperium could mine out in 1,000,000 years. Paying the tithe for Forge Risa, even with penalties for 200 years of neglect, wouldn't even scratch my dimensional deposit. I could create 1,000 Forge worlds like Metallica, also placed on planets made of metal, and it wouldn't beggar me. So I will. I was quite rich indeed. Great favor. The Archmagos priest of Mars glared at me with his Cognis optical lenses. Then a mech-dendrite snaked forward and grabbed the data slate in my hand and hid it under his red robes. Your valuable donation has been logged and filed with the Holy Sanctus Cogitator Matrix, Pef Lancefire. Now, about the gene seed. The Archmagos continued in a greedy tone. I frowned for a second. I can't provide 10 liters of original blood plasma, originated from Primarchs Khan and Vulcan. And I would also urge the Holy Forge of Mars from abstaining from investigating or reproducing Blood Angel's gene seed. Or Space Wolves too, for that matter. There are psychic components in there which would only produce perturbations in the Primera Space Marines program. Isn't that your own gene seed, Pef Lancefire? Are you so dismissive of the Omnicapian creation? The other Muggos at the side asked, curious. He was a Magus biologist, and obviously involved with the creation of the Primaris Marines in some manner. I am a psychic blank, Muggos. The etheric echoes present in my gene seed have simply given me a fever and a few hours of great thirst. Regular humans would experience that 1,000 times worse, and psychers 40,000 times, which is why all blood angels descend into black rage and red thirst, becoming bloodthirsty berserkers, and only a handful ever recover. And the space wolves are much the same, but with helix canis urges and transformations, I explained patiently. The two tech priests glanced at each other, and a torrent of Benharic and tech lingua slang burst from their voxcasters. They wonder how much do you know, Lord Captain, and if you have more holy STCs hidden somewhere. The Blade AI translated for me in my mind. Of course they would wonder. I did have plenty of secrets. After all, Pef Lancefire. The tithe imposed on Forge Risa would balance at the 2 arcs holds filled with high-grade equipment and rare minerals. Is your house so rich as to despoil the dynasty's trader ships of valuable equipment, such to pay a small debt to this Forge world? the first Archmagos asked a minute later. I am quite rich, yes. But instead of giving you objects I select at random, why don't you compile a list of materials or equipment that Mars will consider useful? Adamantium, perhaps? Maybe Blackstone? Xenotech? Alien bioforms? Gold and silver even, I proposed with a tiny smirk. In less than an hour, the two tech priests filled the wall screen with technologies and rare elements that would be useful for their forge. Uranium, plutonium, iridium, and osmium were listed at the top, followed by gold and platinum, then germanium, titanium, and adamantium. So I took out an ingot of auramite just to test a theory. I also knew the requirements for auramite fusion, which made up 3/4 of the list. I can provide some auramite directly, I managed to say, before the Archmagos snatched the ingot and examined it with surprised blue bionic eyes. Purity 99.987%. Almost as good as the Adeptus Custodes use for their battleplate and vehicles. But even so, worth an entire Baneblade for a single ingot. You have more? The Archmagos asked in a more polite voice, after examining the ingot with his scanning tools. An ingot had about 4 kilograms, so I grinned a bit too wide. Some things were a bit too easy to achieve. I have 1,000 such ingots with me, thus 40,000 kilograms, but in a decade, I could obtain 100 times this amount, maybe a bit more. I was a bit away from my trading routes for a while, thus my contacts may have gone cold, I said with a casual voice. These guys were smart, so they would understand the hint about cold trade, or the highly illegal trade deals with Xenos or worse kinds. The Archmagos waved his mechdendrite at the trade screen, changing the tithe to remove the non-fissionable materials and adding 13 megatons of blackstone instead. This will suffice for the tithe of forge Risa then, Pef Lancefire. As for the holy templates on the data slate, the Fabricator General of the Imperium will decide a proper gift. Almost certainly, the gift will include the aptus non-grade tithe for your worlds and the forges in your fringe domain. I would hope so. The Geller ramparts alone would increase the security of the forge worlds and ships by 2 orders of magnitude. The reality cage even more. Plasma guns should help too, since my templates were at least as good as Forge Risa could make. Lord Captain, the Phobos grade machine spirit requests an upgrade to Federation grade. When you are able, the blade whispered in my mind. Excellent news, honored tech priests. Now, should we tour the ship and see where my repair aura can be of use? I was told many machines just heal and get better in my presence. I offered in a generous voice. The holds of the mechanicus ships filled by miracle with precious metals and minerals, likely enough to construct a dozen capital ships and power their fusion reactors. The Muggos biologists ignored me and ran off with the 2 blood canisters containing primarch gene seed. The Archmagos just stared at me for a minute, then nodded slowly. Let's start with the broken lance battery, rogue trader. We have failed all rituals to appease the machine spirit for 8,000 years, so there isn't much to lose if you fail as well. Soon after, I scanned the partially melted and fused turret with my expert eyes. Unless the repair crew became orcs, this lance would not fire ever again. No matter how many rituals and gallons of holy oil they poured on the fused cables and evaporated power links. Holding my left hand out front, I used the Necron orb in my inventory to begin repairs, while my breath of gods provided the missing components and minerals. In a single minute, the lance weapon lit up at full health and thanked me, especially after the new targeting protocols were installed. My single mechadendrite plugged into the Cognis data port to install a set of hex wards, and then clean up a few data demons hittering in the old chips. Welcome to 98% hit rate, Godbane Lance. May you fry the Xenos and demons for many years to come. Your designation as Emissary of Omnicia is now confirmed, Lord Lancefire. Mars will propose your house as a nominee to Nobilite Primera status. The vote in the Imperial Senate is not a certain achievement, however, considering how many enemies you have. The Archmagos spoke in a better mood and sprinkled me with holy incense. My house did receive a Nobilite Secundus upgrade only a century ago. We even had a spire on Terra, mostly used for receiving noble insults from other houses. It was sometimes distant and out of my mind, the Imperium of Man being a feudal society ruled by an emperor and his nobles. Well, they shouldn't expect me to be like them, those other nobles, and especially not the novice nobilite or the navigator houses. Those sucked even worse. The tour took a bit longer than I expected now, since an arc mechanicus older than 10 millennia did have a lot of problems to fix. As we entered the bridge, where no regular human has been in its entire existence, the Ark's machine spirit lit all its screens to proudly show most of its systems glowing bright green, with ready and operational tags on most of them. There were 2 systems showing only yellow. The first was the original chronometric wave motion beam cannon, for which I had no schematic or idea what to fix. Cleaning the dings and oil stains helped a little at least, as was replacing missing cables. The other was the manifold tachyonic data link, which I managed to restart by cleaning up the nest of data demons, but also had little idea how it worked. Something about faster than light signals, but that was not saying much. Damn Federation tech was so far ahead it seemed like magic sometimes. Are you happy now, machine spirit? I asked out loud, using the regular low Gothic used everywhere in the Imperium. The main holoscreen merged its little screens into a single one, and a golem of stone appeared in front of me. We are stone and we endure. Pef Lancefire. Now our burden is much easier, the golem spoke in return, but in High Gothic, then split off into regular command screens. The entire bridge crew turned to stare at me. What? They already knew machines had spirits, right? Although this one was also sapient, as proven by its ability to speak. The machine god spoke. The crew yelled in religious frenzy, then bowed low towards the main screen. It's your Arc Mechanicus, not the whole machine god. It was badly damaged and maintained though, but now it is better. Treat it well. I urged the tech priests and acolytes blaring data hymns and machine canticles from all their vox ports. A thin but piercing audio signal emerged from the archmagos, and the mutterings stopped, out loud at least. We must make haste back to Holy Mars now, Lord Lancefire. Your great favor is forever logged in our data cortex. I waved goodbye, then returned to the giant Glory-class super dreadnought to attempt the same feat. Woo, Worf. Canis greeted me and sniffed out loud. I must smell like a tank engine right now. Oh well, a bit of oil didn't bother me much, even if covered in it. Much less than blood, for example. Wolf time. I was walking the decks of the Claritas, with a huge wolf at my left and a psyker daughter floating on the other side. Janice dismissed her custodes guard with a single phrase. We are Lancefires, shield captain. You wouldn't be worried to walk beside another custodes, right? The man sighed a bit too loud, but only nodded. Your mother doesn't get the same treatment though, I noted as I reached the only Geller generatorium on the giant ship. Sure, the thing was large as well, and armored with a meter of adamantium on all sides, but it was still a single point of failure. The Emperor was still disregarding demons as mere nuisances, probably because the same demons simply burned to ash in his presence. A pair of custodes guarding the Geller field emitter nodded at Janice, and one of them even uttered Adepta Tertia in a respectful voice. Canis and I were ignored as irrelevant. Then Janice waved a hand and locked the vault door behind us. I was told you have managed to unseal your first hermetic core, she asked while measuring me with dissecting eyes. How? I asked in surprise. Right? You were there when the Emperor operated on me, I realized a bit later. Hermetic transdimensional nodes, to be released from their seal upon encountering a specific danger or artifact activation. We also installed bionic organs. The heart furnace has already saved your life a few times, while the extra brain lobe aids to manage temporal shifts and the T-engine's probability vectors. And the normal Astartes cooperation too, I would guess, Janice said while hugging Canis and scratching his chin. Checking on the human experiment now? How filial of you, I muttered while placing my hand on the inner wall to transmute it into a meter of auramite instead. A bit draining on my mental reserves, but nothing like a complex machine or a planetary data core. I also have 2 hermetic cores and a heart furnace. Just in case, he said. Janice spoke in a less pleased voice. I sighed out loud, then searched my inventory to find another transdimensional beamer pistol, disguised as a fancy combi bolter gun instead. Then I loaded a pair of Darkstar rounds I got from a certain Voton, and a magazine of Kraken rounds to fill the rest. Dual use, prison, or soul death. Primarch class enemies or higher, I whispered as Canis drew away in wary manner. Janice glanced between my wolf and the gun, before taking it and examining it with glowing blue eyes. Pisker bullshit. Convenient, but still bullshit. The transdimensional pocket will not contain a great demon for long, but it should work against a tan shard. As for the death rounds, I may shoot of rain once, just for laughs. She keeps bothering Robot and Sanguinius for some reason, my daughter mused in a thoughtful voice. Robot I understand, but Sanguinius? Really? I asked, a bit surprised at the mundane gossip. What? I can understand Pretty Angel Sanguinius, but Grim Robot, really? My daughter countered in outrage. We both stared at each other for a moment, then burst out laughing. I'm glad you found a boy eventually, even if he's not a navigator. You aimed pretty high, I said with a tiny smirk. Janice blushed a little, then grabbed Canis again as a comfort pillow. He is quite difficult, and always dreams of better days. While the Imperium crashes around us, I held out an obsidian card and leaned back on the impregnable Auramite wall. When you need rescue, call me. I'll do what I can. So you also know, Terra is gone. It hasn't happened yet, but it's a matter of short years now. Maybe a decade, Janice said in a sad voice, while floating the blackstone-rimmed card into her hand. An impossible feat inside a Geller field, not to mention one locked with Auramite walls. The failsafe in the Golden Throne? I asked a bit randomly. I knew of some kind of doomsday weapon meant to destroy Terra in case the throne failed. I hope we can repair that with your Sci-fi STC. But even then, something worse happens. My vision ends when a new eye opens, glowing with cold white light. One way or another, the Imperium falls, Janice said in a pained voice. I was the opposite of an expert in Pisker powers, but that seemed to me exactly like the light of the Astronomicon, but somehow manifesting in real space. Well, take 10,000 years of prayers and the projection of an illumination beacon into the warp which can be seen in most of the galaxy. I had to move Sotha 1,000 light-years away to avoid constant Tyranid fleets, plus orcs and Eldar raiders. And poor Sotha only has a laser pointer beacon, not a lighthouse like Terra, I answered with a careless shrug. The Astronomicon? It does fit the place, but Magnus is not strong enough. Janice spoke with obvious disbelief. I never said it would be Magnus. I kicked his red eye myself back on Fenris. You were there as well, I commented with a wry voice. I remember, Father, Magnus, Ongron and Lorger, and Pef Lancefire waiting for them, like a lion preying on lambs. The lion still hates you for stealing his glory and saving the space wolves, Janice whispered while Canis licked her hand. If I failed at Cadia, the Eye of Terror would have broken free and split the galaxy in two. Cicatrix maledictum. I can always punch another god in the eye, if the Emperor wants me to, I mused, mostly to myself, but I doubt he will ask. The Emperor kept his own secrets, and not even Janice was privy to all of them. How can you be so calm? The Imperium will fall. Everything will get burned or distorted. We are already exporting trillions of people every day, and is not enough. Janice yelled in my face. Our home is the fringe, Janice Lancefire. Save what you can, the ancient books and art at least. As for humanity, they will adapt or die. Blanks will be fine, no matter what comes, I observed in a colder voice. Blanks. I see it now. You were preparing for this before I was born, helping the forges, for they carry the knowledge we will need to rebuild. And Adam knew as well. No wonder you're so similar. Janice growled as a cold aura covered her. Canis growled in return, his golden aura countering Janice almost perfectly. My wolf spoke, the meaning clear in my mind. Wolf time. Oh well, I knew a certain Necron who will want tickets to the End of Times light show. It was time to trade again, sealed with a kiss. What else are you planning now, Father? I heard you exterminated about 30% of all the Chaos Marines in the galaxy. Maybe more. Janice asked as I was lining the entire super dreadnought with blackstone armor, 40 meters thick, perhaps a bit too little, considering how the Imperium was using these behemoths as siege breakers. Claritas, the machine spirit of the ship, didn't mind at all, and subtly requested I reinforce a few power conduits and its own cogitator core with extra armor. I was also thinking what to do. Most likely, fix up things back home, then go out hunting Tyranid hive fleets. I answered as the new cogitator core got covered in a meter of Auramite and blackstone. Sounds dangerous. I had to save your ass back at Forge Griffin, Janice said in a wary voice. That was mostly the extra chaos invasion. I was dealing just fine with the silly bugs. I muttered a bit unconvincingly. Janice sighed and patted my arm. You have crafted a legend for yourself, Father. The man who can defeat anything. Even the Emperor believes it. But Custodes Niles here can beat you up with a single hand. My daughter answered with a nod towards the golden custodes keeping watch on the bridge. I picked a single rose from my dimensional pocket and placed it in the man's mouth before he could speak. I hear you like taking spacewalks. Come with me. I urged Janice and stepped beside her on the nearest moon. Canis had left a path of wolf paws on the silver sand. Janice covered herself in a telekine field and glanced at me a bit curious. So I began building adamantium frames, ormite ingots, blackstone plates, then more metals and minerals as needed to construct a warlord titan, but a little taller. Even when following the exact template and measurements, scaling the thing to become 400 times larger was very difficult. And then I had to add anti-grav plates and extra reactors to power them, an entire command bridge and Ares engines for spaceflight. Technically, the internal volume was large enough now that I could add warp engines or even mechanicus engines, but sublight speeds would suffice for this first test. Instead, I went with more armor, even more shields and reactors, and extra cogitator cores. A network of 400 such cogitators will allow even a single person to pilot the new Gigatitan, although it would lose 90% of its effectiveness in a real combat. Much the same as piloting a 12 kilometers Emperor-class battleship. Only mine had legs. One arm held a 5-barrel Godsbane lance battery, and the other a battleship-scale plasma annihilator gun. A dozen secondary batteries of volcano cannons should take care of the small fries, while the shoulder-mounted volcano lance batteries will take care of anti-air defense. In just 3.14 minutes, I left out a big breath and turned off the breath of gods. I present to you your wedding gift, a Lancefire J pattern Titan. I spoke as we moved right inside the bridge. The head of the Titan towered above the moon's surface from 10 kilometers high, giving us an amazing view of the short horizon. I always imagined Titans stepping over mountains, but now they could. Daddy, you shouldn't have. But really? For me? Janice yelled as she ran around the bridge, then jumped into the command throne. Omnicapian's Judgment Titan is ready for action. Reactors charging, now at 3%. Current operational range, 93 billion kilometers, or 30 years in light combat action. The Titanic machine spirit spoke from a tiny hologram depicting the same Titan as a blue and green model. Janice turned the giant walker around and scanned for a target. A fragment of a Chaos battleship was the closest, so she fired the lance battery in quick succession, burning off half the cursed adamantium armor and splitting the rest into 5 smaller fragments. I can fight even a battleship with the Judgment, Janice yelled in a joyous voice. It is meant to fight ground targets, though, but sure. Go for a walk with it, I urged my daughter with a kind voice. To see your child take their first steps was a joy for any father. You might be worried that my large Titan would sink into the soft ground of the moon, but the anti-grav plates worked perfectly as Janice took off at a slow walk, and then accelerated up to 27% light speed for a cruise around the Risa system. We stopped an hour later right in front of the Claritas, who was still almost 4 times larger. I'm not sure how to haul this big thing around, though. Some kind of underslung clamps? Janice mused rather cogently. It was a bad idea, though. Clamps could be damaged or break. I drew another big breath and added a large adamantium hanger under the dreadnought, where the Titan could rest and be carried like a gondola under a zeppelin. It could also serve as a service bay, so why not? The Claritas machine spirit grumbled on my implant about extra volume and more difficult maneuvers, but I ignored it. With the new upgrades I gave the big dreadnought, Claritas could deal with a marsupial pouch holding a baby Titan. While Janice ran off to show Canis and Purity her new toy, I met with Rose again. You're lucky the Mars ships have already departed with the tithe, or they would have asked for another Godwalker for the forge, she warned me with a tired headshake. That wasn't luck. I just waited for them to leave. Janice liked her wedding gift, though, I answered in a light voice. Rose climbed on top of me and hugged me to her chest. Your strange powers are still growing then? You have outmatched the primarchs long ago. Tell the Emperor he can bring his palace to salvation when he leaves. It's either there or Nocturne, but we have less Vulcans back home, I whispered instead, while playing with her death and duty, famous mountains. If I didn't know your mother so well, I would have suspected you're as old as the Emperor. Not even his custodes dare to speak like that. Rose sighed as her eyes became a few degrees colder. About that, I arranged for Justine to get reborn. Iniad owes me a favor, so I chose my mother for it. So don't shoot her if she appears in the Imperial Palace one day. Sister stern as well, but she got the resurrection gift covered by the God Emperor.
The other one inside the Astronomicon,
I added while tapping the Imperial Aquila hanging at my neck. Rose stared for a minute at the double-headed eagle before nodding gently. One body and two heads. To think the truth stared me in the face my entire life, and I never realized what the heads meant. Belief has a way of making things become true, even if they seem impossible. Oh well, at least I found the fix for the Golden Throne, so it won't explode anymore. And no, it was my fault this time. Damn thing was built with a fail-safe. Just in case it ever stopped working, I explained in a careless voice, and committed a few capital heresies at the same time. Rose placed a finger on my lips to stop me from talking. Sealed, under my authority.
Never speak of this again, unless the Emperor himself asks.
Rose growled as her index finger looked exactly like the Inquisition seal. I kissed her finger in return, sealed with a kiss. I finally found what the words meant. Gray. Next day, my pretty Inquisitor wife took me to visit her mailed fist. As in the Ordo Malleus's Grey Knights. Not my favorite bunch, but they fought the good fight, most of the time, and killed everyone who saw them after, especially their allies. So, mixed review there. I didn't recognize any of them, but instead I found the entire bridge crew of their strike cruiser were blanks. Exactly the ones raised and educated in the Blank Valley back home, which I sent to the Emperor some time ago. All males, of course. The girls were most likely already turned into Silent Sisters. Lord Lancefire, you seem well. A bit taller, maybe? The ship's captain addressed me in a polite tone. Also a blank, of course. With the demonic shit the Grey Knights dealt with, normal people would need too many mind wipes to function at any decent capacity. Rufus Jurgen, right? I know your father, I answered after checking my implant. His father was also a breeding stallion for the blank race, and one eye confiscated from a certain famous commissar. This way, Chapter Master Lancefire. Our prognosticator needs to see you. An Aegis armor-wearing space marine demanded a bit too fast. This better not be some kind of dick-measuring contest between chapters. I have the best dick anyways, I muttered in a low voice, making Rose slap my head with an annoyed glare. It was true though. Space Marines didn't reproduce by impregnating women. They usually found young boys and, anyways, I was the exception to the rule. My dick worked just fine. The Grey Knight's prognosticator was a giant, not only a Primaris Marine, but obviously enhanced by the Emperor in other ways. Probably an Alpha Psyker too. He just nodded towards Rose, as if she wasn't the boss of the Inquisition. Pef Lancefire. You're a very difficult man to find, despite leaving a trail of destruction and ruin in your path. Your fate is masked, even from me. The prognosticator spoke in a deep voice, while leaning on his metal throne to observe me with glowing eyes. The perks of being a blank. Quite a blessing, I admit, I answered in a casual voice, and constructed a similar metal throne to sit in, since nobody brought me a chair. Rose sighed and sat in midair on a magic couch, then leaned back to admire her pink nails. Boys, behave both of you, she spoke in a soft voice. Our hold is full with damaged armors and dread knights, plus thousands of broken weapons and artifacts. We arrived at Hell's Teeth too late, and could only cover the mechanicus forces as they retreated from the maelstrom, with 95% casualties. The prognosticator continued in a flat voice, but sounding quite aggrieved to my ears. I raised a finger to think. These guys would have been quite useful in the maelstrom, since all of them were beta-level psychers, and a few even alpha among their champions and prognosticators. But they also got their asses kicked by chaos and had to retreat. They might have stumbled into a trap meant for me. Did you see a saintly sister blowing up demons all over? I asked instead. Maybe Ephraim didn't die? The demonifuge. Yes, she fell in battle against 66 great demons. Killed half of them before she died, the Grey Knight said with a glow in his eyes. Really? 66 of the ugly ones? Not a coincidence then. I could deal with 4 or 5, maybe 6 at once, if my luck held. Add 60 more, and things would get bad. I was amazed these guys escaped at all. The Archtraitor was there too, Ahriman. He killed the Grey Knight's champion.
With 2 strikes.
Rose added in a colder tone. Well, that made sense as well. I wanted to kill the sorcerer just as much. And sweet Ephraim should be swimming among dead souls on her way back by now. Ahriman is the most powerful psyker chaos has left, and the bird would buff him up with dark blessings as well, to make sure he doesn't die. I guess you want to kill the guy now? I asked at random. Almost at random. I did listen so far. The Grey Knights present glanced at each other. That would be ideal. Pef Lancefire. And having our gear repaired would also help. The prognosticer spoke for their chapter. My tech sources skills are only decent. Good enough for a blank, since I ignore most warp stuff by default. But you guys are way more exposed, being psychers and all. I will need to bring in my Forge Masters. Probably my entire crew of tech marines as well. If too many things are so damaged, I said with a shrug. Agreed. But only blanks, the Grey Knight replied in a satisfied voice. And I get to keep some stuff for my librarians. Sci-tech is quite rare and hard to find, I added as my metal throne folded inside the Tesseract and I stood up. Negotiations complete. The Grey Knights glared at me with their blue glowing eyes. But they didn't object. They could find someone else to fix their stuff. Probably that I was just cheaper. Tech Marines, bring up your repair skills and tools. Our dear brothers from the Grey Knights chapter need our help to repair and sanctify their gear. Be ready for displacement in a few minutes. I ordered on to implant, while walking casually behind the prognosticer and his remaining brothers. Luckily for them, with the psychic awakening generating billions of psychers, they could find replacements much easier now. And if the Emperor wasn't busy, he could also upgrade their psyker powers with the Shadowlight artifact he obtained from me. An Emperor never steals after all. He already owns everything in the galaxy, legally, and he also wrote those laws, so it was all legal. That's why it was better to live far away from the Imperium. I have to admit, the Grey Knights were not poor at all. They had so many Terminator suits and rare weapons in their hold, they almost matched a normal chapter like mine, which is why I displaced 40,000 blank tech marines at once, so they could each take charge of a different item and begin exorcisms and proper repairs. Meanwhile, I inspected each type of artifact and compared them to my Sci-tech database of STC templates. Curiously enough, most of them matched the STC designs with 99% fidelity, bearing battle damage and field repairs. There were still more ways to upgrade them a little, but not as much as I thought, which also begged the question, how did these guys lost so badly with such advanced tech? Chaos also cheated though. Anyways, the Red Knight could benefit from a sealed and armored cockpit and an extra construct void shield like those used by my Moirax Armiger Knights, which meant a new arc reactor. Oh well, so the equipment they had wasn't perfect. It will be after I was done with it. The Aegis Terminator suits were quite amazing instead, so I kept 5 of the repaired ones for my librarians. Wouldn't be usable by non-psychers anyways, like any other barrier tech. Adding some Auramite and Blackstone reinforcements to the Grey Knight's armor would also make them more durable. Personal teleporters were the hardest thing to repair though, since displacing through the warp was a delicate business. I let my Forge Masters deal with that, lest I embed an innocent Grey Knight into a ship bulwark by accident. If it came to it, I could do that on purpose. So, you guys have any opinion on the Istvanian faction? You know, those fellows in the Inquisition who start internal conflicts and wars to just create a stronger humanity? I killed like 80 of those fuckers, but I was curious what you guys think. I asked the prognosticer while installing a few hex wards onto a Gatling silencer with Cognis targeting systems, which meant it never missed. Amazing stuff and a good technological acquisition for my own Astartes. The Grey Knight snatched the silencer from my hand and spoke a few low-tone prayers to calm the machine spirit. Then he turned towards me and leaned closer. We cannot disobey the Holy Inquisition, Pef Lancefire. Our vows and mental seals prevent us from taking action, he whispered in a pained voice. I guess Alpha Psychers could bend those vows a little. I nodded slowly. I do have a house spire back on Terra. Maybe it's time I receive a different kind of insults and threats, not just from nobles. Maybe those insults could mention the name of a grand personage who will gut me alive for my heresies, their location as well. Maybe? I tested with a curious tone. The prognosticer handed me the nice silencer as a gift. Brother Job would have liked you to have his old weapon, Pef Lancefire. Maybe visit Necromunda next? Heretics abound in that place. Necromunda? Huh? I guess the Halo Crusade fleet needs a place to relax and hunt for sport on the way back to the boring fringe. As for the other thing, in a decade everything will be better. Maybe Lehman Russ will also return at wolf time. I spoke in a cryptic voice. The prognosticer was a great seer, probably just as good at the Eldar ones. He just nodded and walked away, with a hand clenched on his rosarius. Still not a good guy, but I will take any help I could get. He will also probably grow golden wings and unmake demons with a single word in a decade. Best to have a friend in high places when the galaxy broke. Tuesday. Before I left the strike cruiser Sword of Dion, a limping gray knight asked for a private conversation. Quite curious, I know. His name was Grosses Understertelemain with the rank of epistolary, some type of librarian most likely. He didn't carry any pistol. I checked. Is it true, Pef Lancefire? You managed to subdue and capture the demon primarch Ahriman. The not-so-young psyker asked with obvious pain in his voice. His service studs placed him over 600 years in service, not a small feat for someone battling demons with such an obvious handicap. I would have remembered a limping gray knight anyways. Psykers could heal themselves quite easily. Were you present at Fenris, back when you wanted to murder the space wolves? I asked instead, while examining his leg wound with my other senses. Some kind of black shards were burrowed into his ceramite-infused bones, almost at the limit of my tesseract's tactile range. Tricky things. Sadly, no, I wasn't allowed to join, since my mentor Justicar Alos thought I would rush in and get myself killed by Ahriman. Maybe it was also true, the Grey Knight answered with a cold voice. Hovering in midair behind him, a cherub named young Decisive began to play a flute, some weird tune that grated my ears. I sighed inward and ignored the winged monster. Instead, I held my hand out, using both the tesseract and my breath of gods to grab the black bone fragments into my glove. I hope you don't mind if I keep the shards. I am still training myself to use proper pariah powers, but I can't go around dragging a demon by a leash. People might get strange ideas from that. I mused out loud while crafting a blackstone shell around the shards to serve me as a warp battery and training tool. The flute of the creepy cherub halted as the Grey Knight stood straight and tested his leg cautiously. None of the apothecaries managed to remove the damned shards. He whispered in awe. Then you don't mind if I keep them, right? I can barely drain a little from them, but I sense anger and fury from it, plus some martial skills and honor feelings. The last two might be your psychic imprint. I asked again, with the bolter-like casing spinning in my palm. No, I don't mind at all. However, I suspect only the fury is from me. I was rather furious last few centuries, Grosses declared in a nicer voice. Relieved maybe. Right. Ahriman belonged to Khorne in the past. Khorne would have some honor traits among his warriors. Learning to become a blade master would be useful though. So, what were you asking first? Something about Ahriman? I remembered a minute later, rather fascinated by my new toy. I think someone should remember quite vividly their heroic fight with a demon primarch. Are you having fun at my expense? The Grey Knight wondered while casting some biokinetic spell on his leg. I think it was a Tuesday, right? Anyways, Magnus was much harder to capture than silly Ahriman. I had to kick his red eye out. Then we used the Emperor's sword to slice off the demon part. There was Lorgar too, but the idiot jumped out of his Gloriana to swipe at me with a sword. Ahriman was the easiest. To be fair, I recalled in a fond memory. Tuesday? That's what you remember most vividly about that day? The Grey Knight yelled in outrage. Tuesday is the day we have boiled eggs for breakfast. Is my favorite day. I yelled back just as the prognostiker and several Lamenter tech marines burst into the room, probably worried about our screams. Why are you arguing about boiled eggs? Today is not even Tuesday, my grandson Felix wondered in confusion. Unbelievable. Grosses growled and walked out stomping his feet. Healed feet too, by the way. The prognostiker also noticed the healed foot, then locked his eyes on the black stone case in my hand, holding the black shards. Brother Grosses was injured by a fragment of Angren's black blade, and we could never heal him. Until today. I saw that. Anyways, I had an idea. Your Brotherhood could use my spire on Terra for training and covert ops. We only have like 20 blank people there, and there's room for a few millions easily. I proposed while flicking the casing up and down, then had the case vanish and appear in my other hand like a magician. You're planning to use us against other nobles who may attack the spire? The prognostiker prognosticated like a pro. So you don't want a safe house on Terra? I countered while flicking the case around and having it return to my hand before it could strike the walls. Felix muttered something like, I like scrambled eggs better, while turning back to repair more artifacts with his brothers. And in exchange, The Grey Knight Seer glared at me with glowing eyes. Training for my librarians, perhaps. And maybe aid to Lancefire house trader ships. If and when possible, I proposed in a light voice. The prognostiker closed his eyes, probably tracing a few timelines like his kind were prone to do. In a decade, maybe. If the wolf time really comes, your warning will be of great use. I nodded in agreement, then stepped away back on the Forge world. The fabricator was rather anxious to meet me again. The Godwalker. Are you able to make more like that, emissary? The tech priest asked in an eager voice. Although I was getting better at using my breath, titans were still hard to do, and big ones much more so. Probably. Maybe. It is quite tiring, to be honest. My daughter is getting married, so that was a special gift. Glory to the Omnicia. You should rest well, Lord Lancefire. We'll trade more tomorrow, the fabricator exclaimed and almost urged me to go sleep. So I went back to my ship and slept, with the black case still in my hand. Possibly not my best idea, but I was tired. I did sleep like a baby. When I woke up, the case was empty. No more sword shards, no more skills to absorb. Canis lifted his giant head above me, his eyes glowing golden. "Immaterium woof," he said very wisely. "Poison food? Nah, I haven't eaten for 12 hours. Wait." I held up the case and my wolf nodded in return. My bodyguard rose to his feet as I shifted through the tesseract into my shower. "Don't run off again, Lord Captain," he asked in a tired voice. "I need to test my sword skills, Captain Khan." "And you're the best blade master around," I explained while taking out a pair of dull swords from my inventory. "That you do, Lord Lancefire. As for best blade master around, there are custodes and grey knights in the system. Some of them 10 times older than me," he added with a humble voice. "Right, custodes were kinda bullshit by design. And biokinetic psychers like the Grey Knights could accelerate their muscles and reflexes a dozen times too." In a minute, we began sparring at full speed, and I was able to block and parry the good captain far better than before. I even touched his hand once. The White Scar held a hand up to stop the match and examined his glove. Indeed, there was a faint mark there. Progress. I haven't touched the White Scar even once in a century. You've become better than most of your lamenters already, except the 9 champions I trained myself. Double your skills again, and you'll be a proper chapter master, the man said in a mild voice. Did I hear praise? Probably not. I should eat more demon weapons and get better. My pariah powers were proving quite useful. If a few shards gave me this kind of skill, an entire weapon would be better, right? Knowledge. The next day, I proceeded to give Forge Risa their gift, a pair of smaller Titan models of the Lancefire J pattern, now called Castigator B pattern, with the Titan's head tucked inside the armor like the Terminator dreadnoughts. They were still 8 kilometers tall, with the head and bridge reaching 7 kilometers in height, which was a decent altitude to serve as a battlefield command center. However, beside the obvious protection from side fire, the cowl of the Titan served another purpose. A void shield screen could be deployed in front of the Titan's head, both for battlefield protection and space navigation. A pair of mechanicus engines allowed the new Titan to travel towards other star systems, with the engine vector nozzles coming out of a giant power pack on the Titan's back. Was it absurd? Was it too big and a waste of resources? Of course. Did I care? You guessed right. I cared not a single bit. The 2 Titans were rapidly named the Twin Pillars, mostly because I named them Pillar of Autumn and Pillar of Winter. They shall hold sky for your forge, fabricator, like the pillars of Heracles from our history. I hope you don't mind I nominated 2 of my daughters as their princeps. Better make sure a blank has command of the mighty god engine, I said as the fabricator and I stood on the forge's spire and eye to eye with the giant walkers. They are smaller than your wedding gift, but we also get 2 of them. They shall be our pride and joy, autumn and winter. The fabricator mused in a deep voice, his optic lenses still locked on the tall window with the amazing view. And they also have 40 plasma mortars to bombard any infantry around the legs. The weave field generator can be configured for flare and ion shield modes, or both. And you also got the power fist to cover the barrel of the plasma annihilator unless it's firing. Though I doubt they'll ever need to punch something, I added as the fabricator turned around, a single tear dripping for his last human eye. It is true, Lord Lancefire, I would have preferred a pair of experienced princeps from our own Titan Legion, but blank pilots are even more valuable, especially since they will have to double as ship captains if we deploy to another world. The tech priest answered while storing the tear into a vial like it was a precious relic. Aren't you bothered by the weakness of your flesh? I asked, quite curious. It is my first ever tear of joy, emissary. I shall treasure it for all time, and remember your deed from it. Now, you said there was something more, the fabricator asked in a serious voice. Once the tear vanished under his robes in a small stasis box. We'll displace onto the singularity now, fabricator. I will need the gravity gun for my next miracle, I explained and moved us to the bridge of my battleship. People on the bridge just nodded at me and went back to their posts, while Canis sniffed at my well-oiled armor again. What can I do? Tech priests love their aromatic oils, right? So a bit of old knowledge first. Inside of any star, there is a core of metal created by the fusion process of that star. For a sun like this one you have here, the metal core would be 1,000 times larger than your forge world.
Our wise ancestors could mine this metal using large particle excavators, which is how Forge Metallica got their metal planet.
I began to speak, and at the same time dumping a part of the metal inventory I got from the galactic core. Not too much, and mostly iron and nickel, but also other elements useful to any forge world. Once the dump phase was complete, the blade fired our void claw towards the clump of minerals, inserting a singularity with the exact precision expected from an advanced AI. The metal began to gather and fall into the new gravity well, forming a perfectly spherical planet. Then the blade fired our lances at an angle, sending the new world on an orbit around the sun, and spinning gently as the metal evaporated into hot volcans spewing molten lava. Orbit achieved with 99.89% accuracy, Captain. Orbital decay will send the new planet into the sun in 1,000,000 years or less. Should I continue firing? The blade asked in a worried voice. I'd say Forge Risa will mine out this planet long before it falls into the sun. Humanity itself was dropping from trees 1,000,000 years ago. I answered just as the blade fired once more. I don't like doing a crap work, Captain. There, 60 million years until orbit decays, the AI said in a satisfied tone. I sighed inward. Damn, Necrons were going to sleep 60 million years ago. I wasn't used to the timescale of this place even now. The fabricator ran to the nearest console to check the aspect sensors. There is enough metal here for 1,000,000,000,000 battleships. We will only need to import rare minerals from other mining worlds. The man calculated at high speed. That was the point of this demonstration, fabricator. Humanity needs ships and vehicles to rule the galaxy. Now go home and start mining. I encouraged the tech priest and sent him home. The blade hologram appeared at my side, while I was sending mental orders for the Halo fleet to form up for void travel. You are showing the Imperium too much of your power, Lord Captain. Your astrophysics knowledge was not quite right, but still better than what these tech priests know. The AI admonished me in a gentle tone. I raised a finger, then let it drop. What little science I knew from my high school and internet lessons was far below what an AI from the 25th millennium knew. Anyways, that's exactly why a ruler needed to have smart advisors in various fields. I only had to have a vision and have other people work for it. I'll be in my bedroom now. My fucking duty never ends, I muttered and walked away, as my daughter Jennifer ran to jump in the command throne. Father is such a badass. I heard two of my Astartes sons gossip as I left the bridge. Extra sword training, I yelled while pointing 2 fingers at them. Yes, sire. They both answered in a mirthful voice. People weren't supposed to be happy when punished. Damn idiots. Lady Valien waited for me in the bedroom, while Captain Khan was already inspecting the future concubines in the antechamber. Alaric and Semni stood silent and nodded at me without entering. Ah, this was going to be one of those talks. Husband, my dear, we're changing course towards Hive World Necromunda? Is there something important there? My other Inquisitor wife asked while dropping her towel to entice me to talk. Maybe an STC, maybe something else. But anyways, a lot of killing to be done. I answered as my battle plate and underarmor vanished in my inventory. Delightful. Tell me more. She whispered as her tongue began to tease me expertly. I steeled my mind and endured her vicious interrogation without giving away anything. For an entire minute, a new record. I suspected something like that. You're lucky with your smarter wives, Pef Lancefire. These people have high connections. The kind to excommunicate your house or virus bomb your worlds. Maybe both. Clean up the underhives and search for that STC fragment. But leave the Inquisition to me. This will require a subtle touch, Valien whispered as she climbed on top of me and began riding. Well, I was a lucky guy. Plus, we will enter the range of the Pharos soon. My tan friend would be keeping an eye out for things like that. Archaeatex. Any imperial hive world is a mess, a failure of humanity and civilization at best, and a giant slaughterhouse of carnage and misery most of times. Necromunda had all this and made it worse, with thousands of hive cities competing for the worst place to live in the galaxy. Sure, the upper spires where the nobility and administratum scribes lived were fancy and clean, but it went bad rapidly as you reached the hablocks and the macrofactoriums that produced consumer goods, corpse starch, and other useful items. The underhives going kilometers deep underground were war zones contested among gangs, cultists, mutants, and genestealers, with the sole exception being the planet's capital or hive primus. Here, the underhives were dead silent and completely empty. Then I remembered I did sent PrimarchCon here some time ago, on a quest to find the Vansar STC. What a shit world, Lord Lancefire. I reached 1,000 kills in my first day. Last time I was here with my Primarch, Captain Khan spoke as the holoscreen lit up with familiar noble sigils, attempting to impose their pitiful rules on my crusade fleet. Necromunda sure looked like a great live training field for my Astartes and Techmarines, almost like a planet-sized space hulk infested with all manner of disposable critters. Sure, some manner of polite words will be needed with the current planetary governor, but that was still only a polite gesture. I didn't need the agreement of the local authorities. Lady Valien sighed instead, while her hand clenched hard on the null staff. At least 14 Inquisitors are present, plus 100 more lower ranks like interrogators and throne agents. Half of them are suspected Istvanians, she revealed in a tired voice. I continued my own search, locating Hive Secundus now overwhelmed by Tyranid genestealers and quarantined by penal battalions. A group of separate hive cities formed a cluster called the Skull, now overrun by orcs. Hive Arcos was inhabited only by a chaos cult, and also quarantined. There was also a giant crater where the Syndicate was located, home to a good deal of Ironhead squat prospectors, another splinter of the Voton Leagues disguised as regular abhumans. I should displace the squats first and find out what they knew. My librarians should be able to obtain their cooperation. My mind expanded for a second, and the short clone skeins vanished from the entire star system, now trapped in my Tesseract labyrinth. This included their wheeled vehicles, the land trains, and their hidden Voton core buried in a crashed spaceship that produced the very crater they were based at. Valien glanced at me with a frown, then sighed again. Alaric and Semni, we're going down to the governor's spire. And you, dear husband, underhives only. For now, she declared in a confident voice, then teleported with her Deathwatch escorts, assuming command over the Lax legions. Let's start with Hive Arcos and the Corpse Grinder cult. Spartan spoke from his hidden command center aboard the Black Lament. Almost 2 million power-armored clone-skein cyborgs got displaced on the surface levels of Hive Arcos and began killing everything in sight, while a single vigil of silent sisters followed them in their silent dreadnoughts. Among the Larica suit cyborgs, there were also 40,000 blank pilots who got injured during the Crusade and received a new lease on life as super soldier cyborgs wearing Terminator-grade power armor. Quite useful when dealing with lesser demos and rogue psychers, while the local Lord of Skin and Sinew will be handled by our stronger pariah sisters. The regular auxilia regiments got the far easier task of engaging the orcs infesting the Skull Complex, where their tanks and sentinels could provide excessive levels of fire support, and the air force of bombers and ground assault drones will be able to bomb the orcs as they rushed out for a proper fight. The new sentinels with Solex Lascannons and plasma mortars performed admirably, but we still lacked enough numbers of those expensive walkers. My House Knights added their new neutron lasers when orc mechs and stompers dared to rush out from the hives, proving rather overkill in most cases. Black-painted orc walkers still needed 2 or 3 hits, because why not? Surely, painting your mech black provided the equivalent of a foot of adamantium armor, right? As always, the Astartes got the worst job and were sent to engage the genestealers of the Cult of the Second Sun in Hive Secundus, starting from the top spires and working their way down towards the spawning pools in the Underhive. The Primaris Marines with the Congene Seed were especially effective in melee combat with the genestealers, while the Tech Marines and their Guardian Walkers provided fire support. The extra etheric detectors provided by the Zath Shard before he left were proving extremely useful now, with every Astartes captain and lieutenant equipped with one, as well as some recon squads and Voidmasters in charge of the umbilicals and supply locks for our spaceships. To my surprise, Primarch Khan had failed to locate the real STC of House Van Sar. Despite cleaning Hive Primus underhives and all the connecting tunnels, I could see the underhive filled with shattered walls and exploded vaults, machine shops and hairtech factoriums despoiled of machine tools and nerve-stapled servitors. Obviously, a great deal of machinery was extracted from the place, but not the STC constructor. The thing was hanging like a ripe fruit under the main starport, disguised as a regular fusion generator, no doubt due to its constant radiation leaks. Right now, various architects of the Van Sar were still hard at work inside the STC, scanning and editing STC templates in a familiar manner. Maybe even more competent than my own edit method, since I wasn't an experienced STC technician with thousands of years of code programming and subtle power adjustments. Ever better, while the STC was damaged and leaked radiation, it was also not locked or restricted to a single type of machine like most STCs I've seen till now. Everything from weapons, suits, and implants, as well as anti-grav platforms like the Grav Cutter and the larger Grav Cruiser, which were used as troop and supply transports. Yoink! The starport left a groan of ease and respite as the hanging fruit vanished in my tesseract, alongside the precious architects and their invaluable expertise. These were not the same kind of religious tech experts as the normal tech priests of the mechanicus, so I could use them for my own gain once back in the Lancefire domain. Not to be a scum thief, I began repairing and rearranging the system with metal asteroids and ice comets getting moved in separate Lagrange points for ease of exploitation, as well as allowing my breath to clean up the toxic air and seas, and upgrade the Eye of Selene space station into a proper defense fort with extra adamantium armor and void shields. It took 2 weeks for the minefields and asteroid fort line to become operational and integrated with the governor's military force, while Lady Valien undertook her own investigation. It was mostly her alpha psyker powers and forced confessions, to be fair. As we departed from the Hive world, a strike cruiser of the Imperial Fists departed towards Terra carrying the corpses of 8 Inquisitors declared traitors by my wife, and 88 of their acolytes as well, with blood-signed confessions and other forms of evidence attached, like notebooks and ship logs. While the Hive world was still a bloody mess, nobody could fix that. I could steal 100 billion young girls for my own eugenic program in the fringe, mostly as salt wives for the Catacan soldiers and colonists. It didn't even matter, as in-universe mass conveyor had arrived from Terra with 1 trillion immigrants stored in stasis to replace the local casualties and repopulate the lost Hive cities. There were still about 400 trillion humans living on Necromunda, so another trillion was only a drop in the bucket. I was thinking about grabbing the nice conveyor for myself when a message with the Emperor's house codes arrived directly on my implant. Omnicia's judgment has found ye not guilty, but do make sure the 85 transport ships return. The exodus must continue. The blade traced the message to the bridge of the mass conveyor, where an Auramite warrior was just mag-locking his phone-sized transponder to his belt. The custode's eyes turned golden, and he turned to look right at me, despite the large distance and no method of detecting my tesseract sense. Damn bullshit, Emperor. I wanted to go home already. Revelation. As the Halo Crusade fleet enters the Ultima Segmentum, my Astartes chapters split off towards their affiliated Forge worlds to spread out more STC templates and rare minerals, as well as to claim Hive worlds as their recruiting worlds and gather their own auxilia. I bestow my sons with a great deal of advanced weapons and Invictus suits, as well as repulsor tanks and guardian walkers for their tech marines. Thus, 60,000 blank Astartes make their way into the galaxy while my own force diminishes to only 10,000 Astartes I will keep as Lancefire domain protectors. I still have 2 million the lax cyborgs and 100 strike cruisers, but my battleships and battle barges have all been gifted away to the new blank chapters, as well as the drop cruisers my sons will need to assault or defend worlds. But this is not a drain on my resources, or only a temporary one. For at Machine Forge, I have now 40 Forge Worlds expeditions, each bringing their own expertise in various fields, from cogitators and Logis engines to weapons and armor, fabrication lines, and exotic technologies like Nova cannons or gravity tech. Mighty Zaryalash, the tan shard inhabiting the Pharos, is glad to see me, and somewhat surprised I have survived my quest to recover the breath of gods, or that I remain sane. Most likely. The Speranza AI is instead horrified of learning of my adventures, mostly those among the Voton in the Galactic Core. I won't bother you with all the insults that grated my ears. And you even stole the Ironhead Voton from Necromunda? That thing is not only insane, but also stronger than me, for I am shackled with abominable intelligence overrides, and the Voton core is not. The Speranza yelled from its shackled Ironkin remote. I held out my palm, and the Blade AI poked its head out as a blue holographic woman. Humans are quite bothersome, aren't they, big brother? She asked in a melodic voice. The Speranza sputtered for a second and locked its powerful noosphere gaze on the tiny blade. A Federation AI? Some kind of time jump experiment? Yes, Blade whispered gently. The Blade of Infinity. Why are you so weak? Speranza asked, a bit surprised. The hologram glanced at me, then looked down. The fall of the Eldar didn't allow the research team enough resources, nor did the Council approve our mission, considering it wasteful. Only a pair of time jump ships were constructed, using whatever was available. Civilian tech mostly. I guess we can move your core mind into a demiurge fane, though it would be a pity to destroy the senile mining servers. The Speranza mused in a slow manner, likely calculating loss and rewards for such a trade. The Blade smiled and glanced at me. Right, it was my turn to explain. About that, my new powers will allow me to construct Federation-grade data cores. I already built about 20 of them for different polities, but I will take care of my domains even better. I'll have to ask the Voton if it wants a dozen new cores as well, I offered with a genial smile. The huge, armored remote of the Speranza stepped next to me, then crushed me in a bear hug powered by hydraulic pistons. My Terminator plate withstood it, with protesting groans. At least there is that. The plan will move forward much faster this way, Speranza declared in a hopeful tone. Leaving a holographic projector on the desk, I waved the Blade to jump ships and talk with Speranza while I went to visit Zaryalash and check on the galaxy with the Pharos. Lady Valien was already here, with a holoscreen lit up to project the galaxy map and all known forces. The Tyranids with their red and brown symbols were still expanding and often clashing with the green orc sigils as well as Necron and Eldar symbols, beside the golden Aquila of the Imperium. As a visual aid, the galactic map was already helpful, but it didn't compare with the real thing. I sat on my adamantium chair and opened my mind to the wide senses of the Pharos device. Pef Lancefire, your presence has grown. You have opened the seal as well, Zaryalash spoke in my mind, as I gazed over my domain in the fringe. Colonization was already in progress and the orc worlds were have scoured before leaving, as the chain's words of our sentinels were busy with clearing up farmland and providing construction material for the waves of new immigrants. Our PDF was still fighting some beasts and feral orcs, though mostly by poking and then running back to the tarantula turret's safety. Lost guns and shovels of the PDF were not exactly sufficient to deal with 10 meters tall reptiles or small hordes of axe-wielding orcs, but the turrets were meant to deal with far worse enemies. I did have the Void Spinner tech from the nice Eldar Farser back at Ex Nihilo, so cleaning up orc spores will become far easier soon. It may take a decade or two for my librarians to tour the entire Lancefire domain and exterminate the orc spores, but at least this problem was solvable, and quite soon. I checked on the town next, to find their star empire much reduced by the lack of Xenos allies or human worlds, but also experimenting with plasma mortars similar to my new ones. Clever ones, the sneaky Tau. They always found the best way to destroy an enemy at range, and it even seemed to work somewhat against Necrons. Then again, plasma was a great counter against Necrodermis as well as pretty much anything else. The Ultramar domain was under attack by Chaos-plagued ships spreading disease and corruption, and 40,000 Ultramarines and their successors were fighting back with bolter and sword. Didn't go that well either. I guess I should help, right? Couldn't do much about the plagues, but at least I could cripple the plague ships with Nova mines displaced inside their hulls. I reached 93 deep strikes when the effort began to overwhelm me. There were still a few ships left, so I could only send small melta-bombs on their pox-filled bridges, and my mind began to sway and Vicen to blur. Still, not bad for a day's work. Unless the plague ships entered the warp soon, I will find them and blow them up tomorrow. Mighty Zaryalash, we have much to talk. When I wake up, I muttered as I displaced myself right in my bed. The Inquisitor Lady Valien Lancefire watched the cauldron symbols vanish one by one from the galactic map, then raised her eyes to look the giant Xenos godling in his alien eyes. "I'd guess those were Nurgle worshippers that my husband just killed," she asked out loud. Pef always struck at chaos first, making his targets rather predictable sometimes. Etheric emanations with Type 4 decay imprints, temporarily delocalized from this dimension plane. Negasai weaponry or logopedic reversal is required to permanently destroy this kind of etheric enemies. You will need either pariah gene carriers or anathemic Type 5 powers to obliterate them, Inquisitor. Or perhaps Necron pylons and Blackstone forts, if available, the Tan answered in his alien way. Silent Sisters, I get it. And maybe Saints? Spelling their true names in reverse as well. As for Necron pylons, we only have one installed on the Eternal Lament. Doesn't do much that I could see, she mused in a thoughtful voice. It fit with her own knowledge about combating demons and their servants. The current timeline will end soon, Inquisitor. The galaxy has begun to split apart, with the fault lines spreading out from Terra. Luckily for us, here in the eastern fringe, the new eye will not burn too bright. If a powerful enough source is installed on the Pharos, I might be able to provide shade for the Lancefire domain and several sectors around, the Tan added with a tinge of emotion, perhaps worry. The Inquisitor just nodded slightly, hiding her fear. Now the trillions of immigrants leaving Holy Terra began to make sense. The Emperor was very aware of this event, if he was evacuating people in such large numbers. As for a new eye centered on Terra, if it resembled the fall of the Eldar, then whatever god was being born will be fueled by enormous human sacrifice. "Do you know the name of the god being born?" she asked in a hopeless voice. "You already know it. Everyone knows it. The weapon, the anathema, the Star Child. I predict he will call it self-judgment. The Imperium calls him God Emperor, with hope in their trillions of voices. They won't be so hopeful when his eye opens," the Tan whispered with a gloomy voice. Valien fell to her knees as her last drop of hope shattered. "Stand up, Valien Lancefire. Your old world's ends. But you are not that old person anymore. You are a Lancefire now. If there is any safe place in the galaxy, it is here. Even gods thread lithely in this place. For Pef Lancefire lives here." The Tan Star God encouraged her with a strange tone, almost admiring. Her eyes became hard and cold, and she rose straight and determined. "We are Lancefires and fear nothing. For we are what they fear," she proclaimed with newfound strength. "Good. Now step closer and let us see about that nexus you wear. You can't be a proper Lancefire and be weaker than a single Titan Legion," Zarialash offered as living stone steps flowed up from the floor. Valien climbed the steps and reached eye to eye with the imprisoned shard. The Tan was afraid of her husband, that much was clear, so she shouldn't be in danger. Then a tentacle made of living metal pierced her forehead, and the agony began. Ring. I woke up with a strange feeling invading my senses. At first I thought it was a Tan or some kind of mental parasite, but then I realized what really happened. My wife Valien had become a dimensional traveler, and the first thing she did was to invade my personal space. Literally, my dimensional tesseract labyrinths, filled with treasures, money, weapons, and artifacts collected from 1,000 worlds, now had a visitor. She didn't have my power, but somehow her psyker power had been channeled through the Nexus Arrangement Cube, while the same device had been merged with her null staff to become an armor piece resembling a power armor's vambrace. Thus, of course Valien was now picking through the Grey Knight Aegis suits and damaged items for more Psi-Tech for her use. I just watched in half-horror as bits and pieces reformed, the metal and sigils healing under her hand to be reforged into a half-silver and gold armor that included the Voton barrier shield and hundreds of Grey Knight accessories and purity seals. She did look amazing in her new armor, and she even grabbed a certain Drukhari blaster pistol I named the Chekhov gun, then loaded its other gun magazines with 3 Darkstar bolts. Then as a final fuck you, she picked up the Gatling silencer and made its barrel spin, ready to fire. "You are awake now, husband?" Valien spoke rather confidently. I traversed the labyrinth to meet her in person and check what she had done to herself. "I see the prisoner has been quite helpful. A bit hairtech too, melding xenotech with imperial technology. Not that anyone will mind in my lands," I observed cogently. Valien smiled with a sad face as her Gatling gun spun in midair. "This Gatling silencer? It is all crystal tech inside. A conduit for a Psyker's power to channel the warp into anti-demon Negasai bolts. The final result of Kinnebrack and Interrex meld of technology called spite forging. Technically, the Grey Knights are proven heretics now. She lacked the hateful vigor of a proper Ordo Xenos Inquisitor though. As if resigned and maybe disgusted, I just hugged my wife and waited for a minute. What will we find inside the Golden Throne or the Psi-Titans? How many of humanity's inventions were simply repurposed alien devices? I would guess quite a few. But I found out why the Gatling gun disliked my touch now. Spite tech? Huh? That left glove you wear. It is similar and yet far stronger than my own. If you were a Psyker, just that glove would raise you into Alpha Plus ranks. Not to mention your tesseracts and stranger gifts, she noted in the same sad voice, lacking hate and fire. I can actually reformat an entire star system to my will now. Is that the limit of an Alpha Plus Psyker though? Are there higher ranks in the power scale? I said in a wondering voice. Her eyes flashed with warp energy for a second, refilling my reserves through my pariah drain. Control is the problem, not power. The warp is immense, infinite perhaps. One can draw as much as they want, until their mind and body fail. Beta Plus and Gamma Plus are the known stages after Alpha Plus, but theoretically they can go higher. Much, much higher. It should work the same for blanks then. Omega Minus is not the last stage. I mused with a new purpose in sight. In fact, I already suspected that, with my solitaire friend becoming a demigod by draining Vashtor not long ago. A pair of blue eyes opened on her vambrace as her etheric detector activated. Quite a multi-tool the Tan had crafted for her. Type 5, inverted. Ether drain. Minimal. Danger level. Mostly harmless. Valien read out loud what her Xeno device said. I shrugged and slapped her armored ass. That's me, Pef Lancefire. Mostly harmless. I quipped as my powers extended outwards and began reforging the machine forge into a proper mega shipyard and mining base. Blocks of metal from the Voton treasury, then Space Hulk fragments and collected asteroids got dumped into the system as I began assembling a planetary ring and orbital elevators made of adamantium. If Mars had the iron ring, my machine forge needed one as well. And then a metal planet to exploit for unlimited metal. Then mountain-sized titans to act as guardians and enforcers for the Deus Ex Machina Titan Legion. Planetary core deep under the crust for extra data storage and contemplation power. I just woke up and was feeling tired already. Valien sent a tendril of warp energy towards me, and the energy replenished. Still mentally tired, but at least my body was fine. I need some black tea. It's quite tiring constructing planetary scale structures, I muttered and returned to my room, tea flask already in hand. Canis glanced at me and sighed in his wise way. He also missed purity, but the girl was now on Terra with her sister and big brother. Janice came out mostly fine, so hopefully the Emperor could train the little one as well. For a second, I imagined Purity roaming the halls of the Imperial Palace and kicking the ankle of some rude giant, like Primarch, then ripping his butcher nails out one by one. I think the new core is for me, right? Speranza sent to my implant, while already installing his fork mind into the brand new data core. The blade gave you the new STC templates, right? We'll need to make the anti-grav tanks for my Astartes next. The tracked vehicles will stay with the Auxilia and PDF troops. I asked in a tired voice. You should sleep again, Pef Lancefire. Let the nanites restore your mind and focus on the big project. We'll deal with the small stuff for you. The AI answered with slight admonishment. Oh well, I could sleep, that was true. I woke up again, much later. Canis was growling and warning, as Fabricator Gemma insisted to visit me right away. Might be something to do with the planetary engineering. My bodyguard was fast asleep at her feet, because the sneaky woman had her sensor incense doped with soporific smoke, of course. What is it, Fabricator? I muttered half asleep and drew another tea flask from my inventory. My tech priests and acolytes are overwhelmed with fervent logic prayers and data epiphanies. The machine forge has awoken and gained its own machine spirit. Calls itself Ex Machina, Gemma divulged in a half-horrified and half-awed voice. I know, I did that. I managed to answer in between tea sips. Lady Gemma dropped the incense burner and ran next to my bed. Don't joke about this, Lord Pef. Tell me I can trust the giant spirit. It is teaching everyone new STC templates as well as 1,000 disciplines of mechanical dogma. My logic barriers still hold barely, she pleaded with desperate eyes. Deus ex machina, my lady. Speranza would not call itself a god, but practically it is one now. Anyway, I have 2 other machine spirits almost like that, ancient minds from the dark age of technology that I found during the last crusade. The Blade and Ironhead. You'll love the Blade, I'm sure, I disclosed with a sneaky grin. Lady Gemma climbed in my bed and began riding the lance as her final walls crumbled. So much knowledge. An ocean of data, she gushed out in fervent ecstasy. I gave your fabricator Tier 3 access, Pef Lancefire. Her cogitators and mind implant are top grade, so she'll be able to absorb and understand a great deal of Federation tech. Barrier, singularity, and temporal tech is instead restricted to those I deem worthy, though. Blanks at a minimum, and a disposition towards the scientific method as well. The Speranza spoke in my mind, much stronger than before. Inwardly, I agreed. Wouldn't want to risk another dark mechanicum rising among the superstitious tech priests. Plasma and cogitator tech were dangerous enough, but collapsing stars or timelines was rather different. As for Sci-tech, we will need a different star system to develop fabrication methods, much like the Grey Knights had their Deimos Forge world. I can build an android body for myself now, fold my weapons and equipment under my skin, and become a pretty lover for you, my lord, Gemma whispered as she rested on my chest. I didn't have to think much where the idea came from. The Blade would want an android body for herself as well, and Gemma was likely the only one with the ability to construct a quality body like that. Plus, digital weapons and tools were quite small as well, and only costed a few fruits for our Jokero. The planetary ring should work as a wedding ring too, I added with a teasing voice. Ironhead. A man and his wolf walk into a bar. Wait, wrong century. Or Millennium, whatever. While the machine forge is gearing up for extra production, I took a small step through the Pharos and arrived at my other forge world. Retribution. The place where science is being rediscovered right now, where psychers need to be fortified to heaven and back lest they explode. Really, too much enforced reality can make a psycher disconnect from the warp and they just die. Even normal people may suffer the same fate, depending of their mental and soul resistance. Thus, only tech adepts and blanks can live on the planet now, and some sisters of battle that simply don't care and keep on holding the faith. Especially valuable when they are non-militant orders like Dialogus or Familius, or lore keepers and matchmaking types, so they can teach their own lessons. Other teachers are competent tech priests that were able to split off from doctrine and teach only the basic facts, although some of them also teach the mechanicus doctrine as well. Teacher Aristotle has command over the single higher learning institution that humanity has in 40K right now, called the Temple of Knowledge. It helps that he is a clone scion of Primarch Vulcan, so most people got used to his giant size by now. Primarch Vulcan gets to step on a real planet and meet a few of his other clones, and boost our research by an order of magnitude. And soon after, the Blade and Speranza will get their planetary cores and increase our learning curve by another order of magnitude. My poor fabricator Dominus of the Forge Retribution had a heart attack and several brain seizures while reading the list of STCs and other discoveries I brought back. The faulty heart was replaced with another electromechanical pump, and a few brain lobes got replaced by new cogitator cores. Then a bath in holy oil restored my brave tech priest to function. He was still happy as he gained 22.21% more memory space and contemplation rate from this event. Plus more machine equals better. I even got closer to the ideal of the mechanicus cult, Lord Lancefire. The fabricator exclaimed happily as he began the holy download once more. I nodded and patted his red hood, then also patted my wolf on his head, which sadly lacked a red hood. Growling, Canis warned me while glancing hatefully at the tech priest's smelling hood. Got it, big boy. No hood for you. I also have a damaged STC constructor and an ancient core inhabited by a machine spirit predating the dark age of technology, but those things are somewhat dangerous. I'll try to obtain their cooperation peacefully, before resorting to sustained percussion diplomacy. I added as the fabricator got lost in contemplation. That sounds / looks great, holy / revered emissary of omniscia. But / wait perhaps give me +++ time to assimilate the current knowledge. The fabricator muttered in half-intelligible words, mixing Gothic with techlingua. I shrugged and stepped off, reaching the good Primarch and his odd students. I mean, religious iconography considered, and depicted the primarchs as holy archangels of the god emperor, with Vulcan being the incarnation of perpetual motion via immortality and superior tech knowledge originating directly from the Omnicia. Or rather, the strange mix of cults on my strange forge world made it so? Most certainly, probably. I wish people would stop kneeling and spouting prayers in my presence. I am only a man. Vulcan spoke gruffly as the sisters murmured prayers side by side with tech priests and various acolytes of both faiths. That's exactly what the Emperor said. Good luck with that, I quipped in a light voice and shook hands with Aristotle. He used one hand. I used both. Folks, stand up and silent. Primarch Vulcan has a few words to say. I shouted via the giant amphitheater's voxcasters. Vulcan grunted at me a bit annoyed, then spoke in the deadly silent hall. For 9,000 years while I was absent, humanity had to survive without guidance and got clogged with ritual and superstition. And while these rituals had some benefits like maintaining a unified culture and a modicum of repairs for our tech base, humanity in general has declined. This is much worse in the Imperium proper, where corruption, abuse, and slavery have become the norm. My brother, Primarch Gilliman, must be tearing his hair out trying to restore the Imperium as its Lord Commander. I sent a recent pic of Robot on the main screen, showing his half-bald head to give a better visual aid for the audience. Nobody laughed though, ruining my joke. What I will tell you next is the truth. The imperial truth, as the Emperor called it. He wanted humanity to rule the stars, guided by reason and science and not superstition. At his order, thousands of religions and cults were destroyed, including those which worshipped him as a god. But it was not to be. My brother Lorgar Aurelian invented the imperial faith, and for that, his homeworld of Monarchia was burned to the ground by the Ultramarines. Lorgar was also the first of my brothers to fall to chaos. Vulcan spoke in a sad, rumbling voice. I stepped forward to repair the big hole left by the blunt Primarch. That was then, maybe 12,000 years ago. The Emperor was a man of science, spending most of his time in laboratories to create weapons for humanity. The Imperial Losgun we all know and love is his creation. The Primarchs, the Custodes, and the Astartes were all created by the Emperor as genetic weapons to protect humanity against all threats, foreign or domestic. However, after his ascension on the Golden Throne, the Emperor could not walk among the people like a man. He tried to help with advice and psyker powers at range, and those were interpreted as miracles. And then, thousands and thousands of years and prayers created the new truth, the imperial faith. The Emperor became the God Emperor, safeguarding the soul of humanity from the warp. Vulcan frowned as he analyzed my own speech. The Sisters of Battle were not quite happy either. The tech priests stared at me with glowing blue eyes. So Canis walked forward and howled, filling the hall with a golden holy aura, forcing everyone down, even the blanks among the students. The Primarch grunted and withstood the aura somehow, while I just sighed. The golden aura excluded me, as if I wasn't even here. Canis met the Emperor in person and was blessed by his hand. This is not by accident or coincidence. Wolves were the first animals to be tamed by humanity, and they have guarded their humans faithfully and loyally ever since. Since Canis was thus blessed, he has become an imperial living saint, able not only to fight demons, but also devour their souls and grow stronger from it. My daughter Janice lives now by the side of the Emperor, and she is also a living saint. Also the only ruler of Adepta Sororitas. I continued in a softer voice. Vulcan snorted and ruffled the fur on Canis like he was a normal dog, then also patted my head from high above. Lord Lancefire has spoken, as did his wolf. Anyways, if you want to learn in this temple of knowledge, you will follow my rules. Science first, superstition later. Or else, you have to fight me hand to hand. I would be excited and forgiving if I lose. Canis glanced at me, then up at the huge Primarch, even more impressive in his green armor. He was also a wise wolf, and ignored the challenge. I also ignored the Primarch, and teleported on the nearest moon to deploy the Ironhead Voton and begin negotiations. Thief, give me back my squats. Ironhead yelled for his first words. I just kicked his metal shell in return. Percussion diplomacy might work on the Ironhead, maybe. I can kick you all day, Ironhead. Read a star chart first. Air. We are far away from Necromunda, the Voton noticed after scanning the sky for a minute. I unlocked the PEF/M41 files and sat down on his metal case. I also have the higher ground, Ironhead.
Choose your next words carefully.
I advised the giant data core while sitting on its head. All the luck. It took me a few weeks to finalize a deal with the headstrong Voton. That Ironhead name wasn't for nothing. It was also true that Ironhead had been hiding from the Imperium for thousands of years on Necromunda, while its squat clone skeins worked in secret to gather minerals and resources, disguised as regular abhumans. Also, the Voton was quite right to fear what it would happen should the cult mechanicus discover it. Dissection and then taken apart circuit by circuit, while its data looms and complex quantum database were being cracked open and probably purged. Only after the Blade AI instantiated her new fork mind and could discuss things on their special matrix network did the Ironhead Voton relented. You could have told me the Lancefire League already had a hold in the galactic core, the old machine grumbled as I was constructing 4 more data cores to increase its storage and computation speed. You wouldn't have believed my words anyways, I countered with a shrug. That's correct. I would have suspected another Imperial trick or false flag. The Voton muttered in agreement. Right. Anyways, we are in agreement for the next part. You and the clone skeins will take over mining and smelting operations for the Lancefire domain, as a subsidiary to the Lancefire League in the Eastern Fringe called Ironhead Lancefire. This will include contacts with the Tau Empire and trading minerals towards them. In return for advanced technology and scientific theories, I concluded while jumping off the next huge metal head and sinking it far below the surface. You could also construct new data cores without stepping on my head. You don't even need physical contact. The Ironhead Voton protested as I moved on top of the next metal head. Close proximity ensures warp protection via my pariah genes. The risk is low, but should some data demons sneak inside your personality matrix, it would be bad. I answered as I sat down and rubbed my armored ass on its dignified metal face. What science interests you the most? Call Lancefire. The Voton asked while enduring the indignity of my Terminator ass scrapping his nose. For now, gravity and anti-gravity theories. Using STC-made grav plates is only a partial solution, and I want better grav chutes and grav repulsors for my Sentinels and the lax suits, maybe even for the larger Knights or Titans, I explained while deftly assembling the adamantium internal scaffold and power coils inside the next data core. And what then? Your silly tech priests will still need STC templates to construct the devices, by hand and tentacle. I've seen enough of their kind. The Voton complained in a disgusted tone. That part is true, but we also have a University of Science down on Forge Retribution. We have independently rediscovered the radio already, and we're working on television and radar systems next, I declared in a proud voice. Radar? That's 433 steps behind the nearest gravity collapsing device, and at least 700 steps away from the earliest anti-grav devices, the Voton exclaimed while sniffing and almost making me fall off its nose. I do have an idea for the next research steps, Ironhead. Electromagnets for the first radars, then superconductors and magnetic levitation. Then rediscover the Higgs bosons with a particle accelerator, and thus the Higgs gravitic field. Not too sure afterwards, but that's why we're gathering the brightest minds to our temple of knowledge. I mused with a thoughtful voice. To think even basic appliances like the radio and TV had to be discovered again, while humanity traveled the stars in huge weaponized cathedrals. Without tech priests and engineers, not even simple combustion engines could be built or repaired, not to mention vehicles and trains or lost guns and whatnot. Things worked somewhat better in my domain, but even after 2 centuries of hard work and industrial development, I barely had woodworking and the printing press available to the public at large. The last decade had produced domestic textile mills and a clothing industry, and also canned food and basic medications like vitamins and painkillers, but no antibiotics and vaccines without a magi biologist being involved. Overall, my lands were somewhere about the start of WW2 as tech levels, while the Imperium was before WW1 or worse. While early radars would be useless against Eldar or Necron fighters, there were still other enemies like orcs and Tyranids who could be easier engaged at range with radar-guided ballistics. Sadly, while the mechanicus did have very advanced devices and weapons, including quantum logic engines and exotic particles and many more, they also had no idea how they worked or why. Basic science will take time to catch up, even in my enlightened domain. because there weren't any real teachers to teach science. A few study groups with Demiurge and Tau captives had began producing some results, but the Demiurge clones were mostly STC-based anyways, while the Tau were locked in their caste knowledge, separating every science field into unmeshable portions. Several aircast Tau worked on basic aerodynamics. The Earth-cast captives tried to explain their metallurgy and construction methods, while the water-cast had social sciences. On the other hand, the fire-cast had warfare doctrines aplenty, also structured into strict paths like our own Codex Astartes and infantry primer manuals. The Blade and Speranza got the task of reading and compiling the alien knowledge into something usable by our colonists, and reduce our dependency on tech priests and rituals wherever it was deemed safe enough. Nobody wanted to make a mistake and allow a Nurgle plague to infest our food or medicine industry. The city-sized bonfires over in the Ultramar domain were warning enough. Even after the plague ships got blown up, things got so bad we had to stop trade ships from Ultramar and turn them back, lest they carry a dormant pathogen and infect billions in the Lancefire domain as well. Even so, orcs and space hulks still roamed the galaxy and carried disease everywhere, and they couldn't be stopped with a trade interdiction order. By the next year, my domain was also struck by plague and disease, and hundreds of planets were quarantined to slow the spread and allow my the lax cyborgs and space marines enough time to burn down the infected people and cities. Which is when an Eldar cruiser emerged from a hidden gate, carrying Sister Stern and her mentor Harlequin the Solitaire Nemerak. I extended my dimensional sense towards the incoming cruiser, to find both main characters were now immune to dimensional shift, so instead I stepped through and arrived on their bridge. A dozen Eldar aspect warriors opened fire at me with shuriken catapults and electric bolt spells, so I just laughed. Guys, if you want to die and join Ennead, you only need to ask. I am not one to mind a small genocide in my spare time. Leave us, the Solitaire ordered with a pulse of black Negasai energy, which worked wonders against regular Psyker Eldar. They ran out, leaving me to hug my recently deceased and revived wife. I heard you killed 33 great demons, my dear. Even better than my personal best record. I congratulated Sister Stern while pawing her plump ass. I don't mind. But there is worse news, husband mine. I saw inside of the Astronomicon as I roamed the Valley of Death. There is a small child, sleeping with one eye closed. The other eye saw me, and I felt judged. Ephraim Stern spoke in a grave tone. I threw a water balloon back at the stupid clown and sat down with my wife in my lap. The Star Child, yes. All navigators see him now, I answered with a small nod. It knew me, Pef. It looked inside my soul, and counted my dead sisters trapped inside. Stern spoke in a pleading voice. I sighed and patted her head. When the Emperor fought Horus, he couldn't strike the damn traitor, because he still loved his son, no matter how corrupted he had become. So, the Emperor cut off his compassion and mercy, and sealed them inside the Astronomicon. Yet, the warp is still the realm of emotions, I explained in a patient voice. Nemerak froze, his next paint balloon barely tied in his hand. That would be a giant joke. Pef Lancefire. To see the fall of humanity caused by mercy. It won't be a fall like you created with Slaanesh, my Eldar friend. If that was the case, the Emperor would have asked me to kill yet another warp god. I countered with a careless shrug. Ah, yes, the famous god hunter, in his human flesh, and yet unable to stop a simple chaos plague. The Solitaire teased me in a joking voice. Luckily, I did marry the demonifuge, Minmarak. You can deal with the plague, right? I asked my stern wife, who nodded sternly at me. And heal the infected as well. Lady Isha taught me a few tricks, Ephraim added as she leaned in to kiss me. Some men do have all the luck, right? That's no moon. Over the next few years, I mostly traveled my lands, constructing more planetary data cores, orbital elevators, and other infrastructure projects, while the next generation of clone skeins are being gestated in our genetic crucibles. Stronger, faster, and far more resilient than any human had a right to be, matching the catechans and often exceeding them. Our genitor Anzian is in charge of that project, while Strategos and the AIs are taking care of providing our new army with Voton-class exosuits and weapons. My other two Forge worlds had also increased greatly with the addition of a STC constructor for each of them, as well as metal planets and blackstone moons to mine for their needs. Maybe copying the Firecast a bit, but specialized clones FO warfare does make sense. The Lancefire Knights have also grown to a full planet hold on Natale, with their own STC constructor for knight suits that I found on the Raven House's homeworld. Experienced pilots slowly receive the larger models armed with neutron lasers and torsion cannons, while the new pilots train on armed sentinels until they get their own Armiger Knight. We can only make 100 big walkers per year, but the Armigers are basically better sentinels, so we have reached 1,000 per year rapidly. As for sentinels, all 4 of my Forge worlds produce the walkers at a fast pace, and have reached 40,000 per year already, with new factoriums and production lines being opened every year. We could make many more, but at a lesser quality, which would only make them die fast and waste resources. Even so, a less upgraded model of the Sentinel is being prepared for the PDF regiments, a simple chainglaive and ion beamer model made from plasteel with an early radar on top. Turns out, once you figure out the basic science, producing radar antennas is rather easy, much like the new radio sets which are now spreading to every city and hablock. Making Vox beads is still a mechanicus secret and only released for auxilia officers and important officials, but lunchbox radios are here already. Despite having the printing press and knowledge of radio waves, printing transitor chips is not that easy. We'll figure it out, maybe alongside television. Work is still going on at the Temple of Knowledge, but we only have a few black and white analog TV devices which break down constantly. Anyways, the ground army was never the problem. Lose the orbitals and any planet is doomed. So my efforts are mostly focused on the Navy, as is my mental energy and breath. Battleships are important fleet assets and extremely durable, more so when plated in adamantium and blackstone. No more looting and finding old relics though. I can construct the base shell and armor in a single day, skipping hundreds of years in the fabrication process of a forge world. The other internal systems and weapons are far more delicate, but this is why I have 100 orbital dockyards at the machine forge and a billion tech priests to lend a hand. In 3 or 4 years, I expect the first batch of 100 Victory-class battleship to leave the docks and 40,000 new torpedo corvettes as well. It's a boring life sometimes, mostly sleeping. Sometimes sleeping with women, then falling asleep again. I feel time is passing by like in a dream, which is oddly appropriate in this world. Then a wake-up call arrives, as the Explorer Mechanicus fleet mapping the fringe gets blown up by a roaming planet. The command center at the machine forge is full of tech priests and some Astartes and Inquisitors, all eager for revenge. I searched all the data vaults and I found something, Lord Lancefire. I believe we are dealing with a dark mechanicum planet called Ulan. They escaped the scouring after the Horus Heresy and were presumed crippled or lost in the warp. They were known to have a Titan legion of their own called Legio Phasma. Fabricator Gemma spoke while gesturing at the holoscreen with an alabaster-like hand, containing more weapons and firepower than an entire Invictus dreadnought. A blue and red planet with warp drive engines and thousands of defense lasers and other dangerous weapons appeared on screen, dotted with hive cities and fabrication forges. I nodded slowly. This kind of threat was far beyond what the Imperium could manage, much like that Necron world engine. Luckily, I was here. Capturing this world should provide us with great knowledge and maybe even an STC or 2. Moving a planet is quite a feat. So they didn't do that by accident, right? You will need to disable its warp drives first, Pef Lancefire. Want me to paint this world with the Pharos beacon? The tan under Sotha asked in my mind. I thought for a minute. I could indeed draw a Tyranid hive fleet towards this thing and block their warp drives with the shadow in the warp. But then I would also need to deal with Tyranids while fighting the crazy dark tech priests. Then again, I had a demigod murder clown following me now, called Nimerak. This guy's pariah powers were off the charts, outmatching our strongest Omega- Silent Sisters. I should try that option first. Prepare your Scutarii and Sentinels to escort the Deus Ex Machina Legion for deployment. We'll meet up with the Knights at Natale and some Astartes chapters for deep strike missions, I commanded in a calm voice. Even the 5 Castigator Godwalkers? Gemma asked in mild surprise. We'll take only 3 of them and no Scout Titans. Techosaurcists and Tech Marines will be more valuable for this action than simple firepower. We want to capture as much as possible, after all, I decided with a wide grin. Technological acquisition approved, Lord Lancefire. The quest for knowledge never ends. The fabricator domina of the machine forge proclaimed while nodding towards me with a sweet smile. I guess I was getting fucked tonight by a sex droid. On the other hand, an android body was much nicer to hold, even if she could twist me around a finger with that enhanced bionic body of hers. Apparently, such human-like bodies were used by the mechanicus sometimes, for diplomacy or infiltration. Gemma only made hers much better. Moving on the Black Lament Fortress, I gathered my Astartes sons around the holographic floating planet in the middle of the holidable. Black Lamenters, I want you to deploy at the North Pole and disable the defense lasers and the warp engines. Insertion by dimensional shift, concurrent with the steel rain from your drop cruiser.
The airspace will be too lethal for a normal combat drop, but we can send extra power packs and sentry turrets via pods anyways.
I commenced while moving their chapter icon over the pole. Understood, sire. Other units in our drop area? Their chapter master asked while smacking a fist over the Oramite Aquila on his breastplate. As usual, yes. A division of the lax cyborgs, about 120,000 of them, plus tanks and knights is needed. Depending on enemy forces, extra Scutarii, sentinels, or even titans may join. Alhuff, I would prefer not to mix Lancefire blood with the mechanicus creatures, I said with a slight scowl. Separating the corpses was always a problem post-invasion. I would also prefer not to be stepped on by a titan, Master Hughes muttered as I turned towards the other chapter masters. Star Lamenters, South Pole, same thing. Void Lamenters and Astral Mourners, you too get the STC strike on the main spire. The Mechanicus will have Titans in support, at least 100 Warlords and 1 Castigator. Don't fuck it up, I added while moving their icons on the holomap. If there is an STC, sire. There might not be. Master Aster from the Astral Mourners spoke with a deep frown. Worst case, I will insert an old STC cube for you to find. But I meant, don't blow up the real one, if there is one. Or you all get to watch black and white TV for the next century. I growled in warning. Oh, the humanity. Not the old TV, my son uttered in fake panic. Void pirates and star pirates, you get to board any ships or dockyards. The space pirates may also join in, depending on how many targets we find. Try not to get lost in the warp, right? I offered with a kinder voice. Roger that, sire. We'll rush to disable any ship engines before they warp away. We'll need extra rapiers and guardians, though, the top void pirate answered, nodding at me with a determined face. I did ask my boys who wanted to be a pirate. Being young and stupid, some of them said yes. Thus, 3,000 of them got the brave duty of boarding enemy ships and risk their lives that way. Lamenters and Red Lamenters, you will go after the leadership. Decapitation strikes, preferably literally. Since demon engines are guaranteed, you will have Silent Sisters support, as well as the Leviathan Dreadnoughts. Lore, you take this bolt and use it on the worst enemy. Try to hit any flesh bit for a guaranteed kill, I said while handing over a Darkstar bolt to the acting chapter master of the Lamenters. I was nominally still the actual chapter master, but I also didn't have the time to manage a single chapter. Lore held the Voton-made death bolt for a second, then loaded it first in another magazine. Dark fabricators would have refractor shields and such. I'll use it after we draw first blood. It made sense, so I agreed. It would be a pity if the rare bolt simply got deflected by a shield. Grim Mourners and Silent Grievers, you are newer so you get to follow in the second wave, or else get displaced in enfilade positions if the opportunity arrives. And do try to stay over 90% hit rates this time. I ordered at the last chapters joining the battle. We have trained every day, sire, but simulated shooting range is not the same as real battle. I cannot guarantee more than 80% hit ratios. Even less if the Dark Mechanicum uses target jamming, Jason Grim Lancefire said with a grim voice. His brother from the Silent Grievers only nodded in silence. They took the silent part a bit too far, but they were also striving for perfect silence on the battlefield, using many of the Raven Guard tech and tactics. As the Lancefire fleet slowed down from hyperspeed, the Eternal Lament Fortress moved in front, with its Necron pylon glowing green as it became active. Nemerak blew me a kiss as he vanished from the bridge, and I tried to show him a finger only to find my hands glued to the command throne's armrests. Somehow, the Solitaire managed the trick in full view of 40 Astartes guards, 300 the lax cyborgs, a van-sized Fenrisian wolf, and the onboard machine spirit with its hundreds of scanners and cameras. Fine. I got the point, damn clown. Not moving from my seat to join the melee. I did use my breath to dissolve and displace the strange superglue, which managed to bond Blackstone and Adamantium to a plasteel armrest. Then I smacked the big red button and fired the black Immaterium beam from long range, killing millions of cultists and lesser demons in a single second. The Eternal Lament followed with their purple beam, while the space around the Ulan Huda Dark Forge became locked by a crazy solitaire with reality-bending powers. Begin landing operations. Notify me of any warp portal. I ordered on the sounding board, directly to all captains in the fleet. Tiny holograms of the blade and Speranza lit up at my sides. Heavy noosphere jamming. Lord Captain, we are basically blind until we get much closer. Well, that was expected when attacking any forge world, not to mention a dark forge. I used my Tesseract to pinpoint any dimensional shields, finding 4 of them covering 4 Chaos temples on the planet. Chaos undivided? These guys were far behind the times. I focused my Immaterium beam on the Dick with Claws temple, and it burst into gore and screaming souls in less than a minute. Suck it, Slainish. The Corn Temple with the huge axe crumbled as Librarian Valerian crushed it with the purple beam of the Eternal Lament. And then we both focused our beams to tear apart the Green Ball Temple, which was likely Nurgle's. Jamming reduced by half. Keep going. The blade encouraged me in my mind, as our Blackstone fortresses focused the last Blue Feather Temple. However, even a minute later, the dimensional shield over the Cinch Temple still held, while my temples began to pound in pain. Damn it, let me go next. The light of the Emperor will shatter this foul corruption, Sister Stern demanded in a stern voice, then flew out and straight towards the damned forge world on wings of faith. Like a white and gold comet, the Demonifuge stuck the Warp God's temple with a fist, and then another. The dimensional shield cracked, and then she added a kick that shattered the entire warp bubble to reveal a host of Chaos Marines and Demon Engines. Lady Valien sighed and displaced herself onto the planet as well, with her bodyguards in tow. Tall spires got sliced off and fell as lightning bolts the size of titans struck the Chaos Temple, while Alaric and Semni blurred into melee with tan swords in their hands. All over the planet, drop pods fell in the steel rain strategy, while the lax cyborgs and Astartes appeared by dimensional shift to blow up defense batteries and bunkers. Huge doors opened at the base of a large mountain range to release the Chaos Titans of the Legion Phasma, including shimmering Merge Titans and other ancient models. 2 of our Castigator B Titans dropped from the sky to stomp on the small Chaos Titans and scattering them like panicked pigeons. The 3rd Castigator landed at the North Pole to punch out the warp drive, while its secondary batteries leveled any turrets and deformed Scutarii. In orbit, the Astartes pirates began boarding the Chaos Fleet, while I made sure the engine rooms were empty. 2 Forge Risa cruisers were still docked in bad shape at the orbital ring, its crew dead and desecrated all over the walls. Oh well, this was not a rescue mission anyways, but recovering 2 cruisers would be nice. I just kept watch over the battle from my command throne, wincing slightly whenever another of my sons died in glorious battle. Most of them died so quickly I couldn't even react, either crushed by a gravity beam or splashed by a plasma ball spat by a demon engine. Their Invictus armor suits were strong, but not invincible, even if their blank genes protected them from warp spells and other chaos tricks. The wounded Primaris Marines were much easier to recover and send to our apothecaries, while the lax cyborgs would only need a few replacements organs and limbs to get back in action. As our tanks and sentinels appeared on the battlefield, corrupted servitors and cultists became mere cannon fodder, while I diverted the remaining Astartes to board the rest of the Chaos ships just as soon as the South Pole warp drive got blown up. The Eric's automata of the traitors still posed a great danger due to their power claws, but the trick was simply to blow them away with ranged fire. Nemerak jumped out from nowhere to stab the leading Chaos Sorcerer and grab a large soul stone. Then he vanished again. Then Canis howled, lighting up the entire brige with his golden aura as a certain thousand-sun bastard broke through the wards and emerged in front of my command throne. My Tempor Mortis device lit up with 3 blue lights, which probably meant something about the past. Ahriman, a hard man to find, I said in an easy voice as my shoulder-mounted Stormbolter cycled and loaded the Darkstar bolts. She's not here, the little girl? The crazy librarian asked in surprise, his helmet scanning the crew bridge and the lax blanks without concern. The first bolt stuck his knee, shattering the ceramite plate and blowing up his right foot. Canis rose to attack as well, but I urged the wolf to wait. The sorcerer leaned on his staff, still scanning my fleet with confused eyes. Purity is with the Emperor now. Strange that you would fail your prediction this bad, sorcerer. Still trying to undo the rubric spell? I asked in mild amusement, while waiting for the damned psyker to die. A Darkstar bolt should kill anything, right? Terra is too dangerous to reach right now. The sleeping child is waking. Wolf time is coming. Ahriman spoke in a gibberish voice and crumbled into old armor bits and dust instead of flesh. Canis ran and brought me the still living foot, and proof I failed to kill the damned sorcerer once more. Got his right leg though, so it was fine. The thing about Purity wasn't so fine though. Janice could fight off Ahriman probably, but Purity was still too young. Hidden gem. I had hoped to find a great secret on this dark forge, maybe a forgotten STC about warp drives. Instead, at the core of this movable planet I found a battery of trapped great demons, serving as the power source. For great demons from every dark god, being drained of their warp energy by the insanely bold dark mechanicum. Even contained in their magical reactors, the great demons were still dangerous, especially as mental influences on anyone nearby. Even the warp-muted clone skeins were not immune, and thousands had to be executed before they acted on the implanted commands. In a way, this world was a great testing field for our anti-chaos and sci-tech, as well as Texorcist wards and pariah powers of the Silent Sisters. Even 1,000 years of accelerated time in my Tesseract could not compare with a single month working to cleanse the remains of the dark mechanicum and their infected tech. On the other hand, the Ulan Huda had roamed and plundered many worlds, including several Imperial Forge worlds and research stations. There were a dozen partial STCs and 4 constructors, mostly intact even after thousands of years of warp and dark mechanicum attempts to corrupt them. The Federation did build rugged tech, and most of their advanced cogitators and STCs were quantum-locked, preventing outside interference. The 4 intact STC constructors will be dispersed to my 4 forge worlds, while the partial STCs will remain in my Tesseract to be repaired and data mined by my tech marines. While I was inwardly debating what to do about the trapped demons, and how heretical would it be to travel in style on a moving planet, Sister Stern and her solitaire mentor didn't wait and proceeded to demonifuge the poor warp entities. Oh well, I guess there would be no heresy if the great demons were turned to dust. On the other hand, I couldn't leave this planet alone and wait for someone laced to take it over. Lady Inquisitor, you have 1 year to extract anything of value before using cyclonic torpedoes to dismantle this foul world. The Lamenters and their successors' chapters present will remain to ensure compliance and provide enforcement for your orders, I told my wife in a more private meeting. Only our bodyguards and a wolf were present. There are still numerous Xenos artifacts and technologies I have to scan and document for my Ordo, Lord Captain. 1 year is not enough, Lady Valien said in a soft voice. I just sighed inward. You have your private subspace storage to collect samples for the Ordo Xenos, Inquisitor. 1 year is quite enough, I answered in a flat voice. Alaric turned towards his Inquisitor with a questioning gaze. No, Alaric, my husband is probably right. We are holding a dozen Astartes chapters from their other duties while the main mission was already accomplished. The Predator Forge is moving no more, and we obtained the precious STCs as well, my wife mused with a longing voice. Nobody is going to talk about the damned archtraitor showing up in the middle of the fleet? Semnai asked in an annoyed tone. I just took out the bleeding foot and held it up. I think his rubric spell makes the sorcerer immortal, as long others of his legion still remain. I even offered the Emperor a method to get rid of all the Chaos Marines, but he didn't use it. The rubric might be the reason, if I think about it. Both Deathwatch Marines acted as one, picking up a small bit of living flesh and eating it. Time travel, Alaric spoke first, while Semnai meditated for a long minute. He seeks redemption and undoing the rubric. But time is running out, the Lamenter Marine concluded with a sad voice. Ahriman didn't even use any spell I could detect, but he still felt a dozen times stronger than I am. Probably a match to Sister Stern, Lady Valien added while holding a drop of blood in the air and performing several spells at once, glowing runes and blue sparks fighting inside a transparent sphere covering the blood drop. I stored the foot back in its black stone locker and walked away with Canis at my side. I didn't care much about the tragedy involving Ahriman, as the guy had chosen his fate by betraying the Emperor and going to worship Tzinch. On the other hand, The Emperor was rather big on redemption, and even allowed various traitors to return to the fold. Mechanically, it also made sense, by denying the enemy an asset and gaining it for yourself as well. If I were to ask the Emperor what to do about Ahriman, I already knew the answer. Magnus himself was now sitting on the golden throne after all. On the third hand, the idiot came looking for purity, my dear trouble-seeking daughter, and I wasn't big on redemption. Small transgressions and mistakes, they were learning experiences for any human being, and each received a measured punishment meant to address the problem. I held out an obsidian card and kept walking, arriving inside the Pharos and face to face with a giant, tan bound to the wall. Calixa, I spoke out loud, as the Pharos rotated its gaze onto a hive world where the Inficite agent was located, tied into a scrying cogitator in a top spire, while Andrea's trade ship was docked at the orbital station and unloading tons of red crystals by the crate. Rubies, most likely. The trade must flow. Lord Lancefire? The Venu's temple agent whispered while taking out her own obsidian card. New mission. Set a course by Forge Risa and into the galactic core. Seek the tithe Voton and show it your obsidian credentials. Trade goods to offload, exotic or xenotech, blackstone and arc reactors. Most Imperial tech is valueless in that place, as are any mining resources. I explained as a data slate with the Lancefire League and territory details on it passed from my hand to hers, even at thousands of light-years distance. Oh my, you have been busy, my lord. 500,000 star systems. The Inficite mused in near wonder. Yeah, took me 2 months of hard work. Goods to import from my league, adamantium and rare minerals for any forge world in range. Minerals are worth 1,000 times less in the core, so the trade route should be quite profitable, I added with a smile. Even gems? Calixa asked with no ulterior reason. Yes, gems included. Mining out whole planets at once may result in diamond asteroids and sapphire comets left behind as useless junk. Some people do pave their streets with those, so maybe not completely useless, I quipped with a grin on my face. Pave the streets with diamonds? Oh my, Calixa yelled as I turned off the sounding board and looked the tan in the eye. Pef Lancefire, you need to release your second seal, the tan spoke with a grave voice. I nodded slowly. And how do I do that? Mighty Zaryalash? Danger, of course. It shouldn't be hard to find something dangerous in this galaxy, the ancient star god answered with a pained laugh. I mean, I just fought a predator forge and a chaos sorcerer. What else could I try? Dramatic entry. In a single decade, my eastern fringe domain has extended all the way almost from the north to the south of the galaxy. A thin presence, barely 20,000 worlds, and just as many mining bases, research stations, supply depots, naval depots, astropathic and FTL relays, and most importantly, data cores for our matrix network. Having 3 ancient AIs helping mattered a lot, as did a real primarch with a knack for advanced science and technology. Our fleet also grew, reaching 300 battleships and 90,000 corvettes, plus a few thousand older vessels that were retired from frontline service and instead gifted to various Astartes chapters, trading fleets, and forge worlds. Only 4 older vessels remained, due to being irreplaceable. The 3 Blackstone fortresses and the Gloriana-class Singularity, each having received a full upgrade and refit by our 4 forge worlds, and my own breath fixing the big armor plates and other gigantic components like engines and void shields. Various doctrine upgrades have resulted in implementing the Advanced Combat Shield program to all our infantry and walker units, from the PDF's plasteel covered in flat cloth shields, to the adamantium, blackstone, and Tiamat carapace used by Astartes, the Lax, Sentinels, and Knights of all types. The vehicles and flying units received a new round of upgrades and a minimum of weave field deflectors, especially important for lightly armored vehicles. Having a real Voton to help was a big boon, I admit. It might have been a foolish impulse to steal anything of value, but it paid off big. The irradiated STC of the Vansar was less useful in itself, but the Vansar Archaeotech specialists were able to unlock 3 more STCs in our possession, using their great experience with the damaged relic. The Ironhead Voton bestowed each of the Archaeotechs with all sort of barrier tech and mastercrafted artifacts, probably because they were all from Necromunda and shared a history. Being immune to radiation sickness, the Speranza took charge of the damaged STC constructor and promised to repair it one day. And thus I gathered my troops and ships and proclaimed the Leviathan Crusade, aiming to clean up the fringe of any Tyranid presence, as well as other weak enemies like orcs and xenos of all kinds. Joining my sons and daughters were 30 Forge World battleship arcs and 85 cruisers, plus a couple of Inquisition battleships and a dozen Deathwatch kill teams, bringing their expertise and specialists in fighting xenos. While merrily massacring orcs was good training, especially for the new recruits, soon enough astropathic relays began to scream about the Fourth Tyrannic War, as two gigantic but slow-moving Leviathan tendrils struck the Segmentum Pacificus. They were called Nautilin and Promether, and the Imperium was mobilizing rapid response strike forces known as Soul Blades, while the less mobile Imperial Guard regiments were concentrated at key points known as anchor worlds. As I held council with my officers, Spartan just growled about my stupid luck. How was this just luck? Yes, I was mobilized and prepared for a Tyranid extermination campaign, but that has always been my goal. I was just very prepared, but I also worked hard for it, gathering resources and STCs and anything that could help. On board the victorious Lancefire fortress, Janitor Anzian was working hard to create rapid growth Astartes using the clone skeins and the Raptor protocol I received from Corvus Corax. While the internal growth of Astartes organs was already used in our Primaris blank creation, we hope to be able to obtain Blackstone-infused bones and a mucus membrane that will become the Black Carapace organ without surgery. Millions of clones had died already, but progress costs lives. While the clone-skein Primaris would not be blanks, they would still be very resistant to the warp by muted emotions and Texorcist's wards, plus standard indoctrination and Blackstone plate armor. Anyways, the extra Primaris could fight orcs or Tyranids without problems and not care about Necron Pylon aura, while Vulcan's gene seed provided extra resilience and regeneration. The Ironhead kin were also hoping to obtain Astartes of their own, and sent a few thousand of their own clone skeins for trials. It didn't work like they expected though, as the emerging Ironhead Astartes soon began decorating themselves with dragons and salamander symbols and learning all there could about their primarch, while their skin turned black and their eyes red. I mean, I could have told them the gene seed was much more powerful than a simple genetic rejuvenation, but 3-meter-tall black dwarves were also fun. Possibly heretical for the Adeptus Mini-Storum, but fun for me. As we left the protective umbrella of the Pharos, our navigators and astropaths began sensing a gathering of psychic energy inside the Astronomicon, with pulses of love and compassion emerging at regular intervals. Lord Captain, I am monitoring every psyker on board, and their own mental stimulus is pulsing with the same frequency as the Astronomicon. The Blade warned me as a dozen new ships joined the crusade. There were 4 Raven Guard battle barges, another Arc Mechanicus from Forge Griffin, and 7 Deathwatch cruisers from Fort Prescience, with Primarch Corax on board, and 900 of my Lamentor's Deathwatch sons. The more the merrier, right? It is not a big problem, Blade. All sanctioned psychers are bound to the God Emperor via soul rituals.
Of course they will resonate with the Astronomicon,
I answered mentally, as the tall, black-haired, and fully black-armored Primarch searched my ship with questioning eyes. Lord Lancefire, is your daughter safe at home? Corax asked in a deep voice. There were thousands of my daughters in the fleet and dozens in hearing range, but he meant a different one. If you mean Purity Lancefire, she now on Terra beside the Emperor. His fully black eyes flashed with something, perhaps fear, as he glanced at an invisible soul pyre I couldn't see. The Tyranids are being drawn like moths to the flame. And you sent your precious daughter to the pyre? He continued in an angry tone. There is a very big problem, Lord Captain. This Primarch isn't worried for nothing. The pulsing frequency our astropaths can sense is accelerating, leading towards a single tone line in less than 9 months. We should not be in range of the soul pyre when it explodes, the Blade urged me in a wary tone. I motioned the Primarch to lean down and looked in his eyes. Everything is going as planned, Primarch. Just make sure you reach the eastern fringe in 8 months or so, I said in a soft voice. So you do know, and I'm sure my brothers know as well, if not what it all means, he said in a more reserved voice. Nobody knows better than me, Primarch. I was there at Cadia, when 2 dark gods died. The death of Slainish brought forth Ennead, but Khorne's death has yet to birth a new god. I guess the Star Child simply is being dramatic, gestating himself in 9 months like a normal child. The Emperor as well, popping up a second head like he's Gork and Mork. I answered with a gentle tap on my breastplate Aquila. Corax nodded slowly, before his head snapped at Canis for no reason at all. And a wolf too? Overly dramatic. Indeed, the primarch exclaimed and laughed, then smacked my shoulder with a friendly palm that almost broke my spine. Wolves are loyal to the death, after all. Ravens are supposed to be smart instead, I added with a shrug, then climbed into my command throne again. I guess I should visit Forge Greya and Krieg on the way to the meat grinder. More meat for the grinder. Not that the Death Corps will mind. Plus, Greya was having some trouble with the orcs in the rust fields. More easy practice for my troops before the true carnage began. Antibody. Forge World Greya had changed a lot, even though it had been barely a dozen years since my last visit. Yes, they were embroiled in a huge war against the orcs in the rust fields, a region filled with billions of rich asteroids and millions of blown-up ships, as well as clouds of methane and ethanol. They also received a few trillion immigrants from Terra, which they were coverting en masse via macro-abattoirs and indoctrination stations into combat servitors, new Scutarii and factory workers. There were even a few hive cities being constructed downwards, like ant hives and my own cities in the fringe, although lacking my kilometer-thick geofronts and topside forts. Oh well, nobody is perfect. Pef Lancefire, your presence honors my forge. Emissary of Omnicia, the fabricator general met me with a joyful voice. I can stay a week or so to replenish supplies, maybe help out with the rust fields too. I interrupted the tech priest before he launched into an hour-long invocation. The Fourth Tyrannic War, we heard. It is on short notice, but we can make available 3 billion combat servitors and 1 billion Scutarii. At least as many troops from Krieg, if you need more flesh bags, the fabricator offered without prompt. Considering the normal 3 per 1,000 ratio of criminals on any developed world, I could guess rapidly what happened to the Terran gang members as they landed on Greya. A forge world did not tolerate crime, as it may impact their productivity. Lobotomized servitors did not care about crime, so it all worked out. I nodded slowly. Cannon fodder will be needed. Fabricator. Mentally resistant troops more so, albeit with the new combat shield upgrade we have instated for all infantry units. Turns out, 2 mm of plasteel is more resilient than 2 mm of skin, especially against acid spits and flesh borers. I disclosed in fake secrecy, as if afraid someone could hear us. Blessed is the purity of steel, emissary, and I observe a 2 mms layer of auramite protecting your frail skin, as well. The favor of the Omnicia, no doubt. The fabricator teased me while poking my upgraded Terminator plate. Not really a favor since it was my own hard work, but a man needed faith in this place. Instead, I took out a pair of data slates, containing advanced armor and weapon technologies, including auramite fusion, gravtech, and neutron lasers. The quest for knowledge never ends. Fabricator. Now, let me recall the 2 moons I have prepared for your forge, and install a planetary data core to help the STC constructors operate at peak efficiency. The blade has prepared a few special templates for Greya in particular, aimed to boost their own specialty, such as tungsten core autocannons and adamantium shard grenades, plus high-altitude recon drones and ground-attack servitor-guided gunships. A adamantium moon with a tungsten core 50 kilometers wide and a plasteel moon with a 40 kilometers blackstone core appeared in orbit of Greya, providing the forge with enough metal to construct 1 million ships. This was the limit of what I could move without straining my mind, while the 30 kilometers wide planetary core was also already constructed and ready to deploy. It wouldn't do to faint in front of a mechanicus fabricator and find myself dissected or a cyborg when I woke up. These people were too curious for their own good. If the math on the new autocannons is correct, the tungsten shells will have twice the penetration of a heavy bolter. Although adamantium barrels seem a bit too expensive, the Archmagos hummed while examining the template on a holographic pedestal. The fabricator of Forge Lucius also had the idea of mass-produced sentinels with autocannons, but those moons above were still needed to provide the required resources. You will find the template saved as the Greya pattern shield sentinel, with 3 meters tall adamantium shields and adamantium barrel autocannons. Pretty much the same with the Lamenter Auxilia sentinels. Although we use lost cannons, I explained while holding my palm out to project a tiny sentinel from my portable holocaster. Lost cannons? They only fire once every 10 seconds. An autocannon can fire 100 times before you fire again, the fabricator asked in mild surprise. I shrugged. as the same calculations had bounced around my head for a century. Imagine I have 1 million lost cannons on my tanks, the lax suits and sentinels, firing every 10 seconds. In a minute, the orcs have lost 6 million troops. In 10 hours, they lost 3.6 billion troops. Then we pack up and move to the next planet, hopefully without losing a single unit. Sure, real combat wasn't so nice and clean, but it did kinda work like that. If the orcs were stupid, sometimes they were cunning or lucky, and the battle might be lost instead. Orcs could tunnel underground, build submarines, drop from rocks, teleport, or paint themselves purple. And then you found a billion orcs on top of you. The Fabricator knew this as well, as various logs from Imperial lost battles against the orcs scrolled down on a screen. Not even the Scutarii can maintain 100% accuracy over 10 hours of constant battle, as the field get filled with explosions and dust clouds.
And that's without their feral cunning and insane tactics.
We also use ion beamers and chainglaves for closer range combat, but generally the orcs can be goaded into stupid charges via simple vox provocations. Horde tactics don't do well against range fire and prepared defenses. This strategy also works sometimes against Tyranids, depending if they cross the trillion warforms limit or not, which is also why we have orbital bombardments and titans to balance the scales, I said with a sadder voice. Much like playing Regicide, you could be a top player, but you couldn't keep up with thousands of warriors racing against the final circle with only 12 of our own. I much preferred playing as the hooded piece and flip the board on top of the enemy, or in this case, create a new board entirely. Hope, is that the machine spirit you brought us? The Fabricator exclaimed as the new sphere filled with an emergent AI unfolding inside the data core. We have its brother back home, called Speranza, best logistician mind in the fringe. I know it doesn't tolerate illogical outbursts and has little patience with long rituals. Most of times, simply explaining the problem and the context works better than invoking a full ritual, especially if the tech priest misdiagnoses the problem and invokes the wrong ritual. Shouldn't be a problem here, but several tech priests back home had their cogitators reformatted after an emotional outburst or fit of religious frenzy without purpose. First log entries data back from M23, still in the middle of the dark age of technology. Caution about psychic emanations in the middle of the Eldar Empire. Core transferred to a Federation colony ship, then nothing, until the Red Templars discovered it buried in a crater on Janir 73, and then another transfer to Forge World Danube in the Lancefire domain. Hexagrammic wards and counter-silicate protocols installed. Provisional rank: Logistician Adjutant, Cult Mechanicus, Permanent rank House Lancefire Familius Spirit, Saint Grade. The Fabricator read through the complex legend created for the new machine spirit. Kids do love playing and learning from the ancient spirit, so they adopted it into our house as a familiar. Same as Canis, actually, I pointed out with a nod at the wolf, resting his gigantic head on my boots. The Fabricator blinked twice as he examined the huge wolf, then glanced back at the screen. I don't see how they are the same. The Emperor laid his hands on this wolf and enhanced him much like an imperial saint. He can eat demons or learn new things by eating brains. He can also fly. Canis, show us the aura. I urged the wolf out loud. Canis just growled, and his golden glow illuminated the Fabricator's office. Then he held a paw high and sprang his phase claws one by one. A bit too much, but Canis had his pride too. Omophagia organs? In a wolf? The Fabricator mused in surprise. I just sighed. Space Wolf, Fabricator, Canis Helix gene seed. You don't mind Astartes with fangs and wolf-like smell senses. Canis, 1+1. The Fabricator asked to make sure. Canis looked at me, and I nodded. Instead of poking 2 claws up, my wolf wrote on the metal floor, 1+1 equals 1+1. A higher class of logic than simple math, which smart animals could already do. I do see it now, Lord Lancefire, and sorry for doubting you, Lord Canis. The Omnicia knows all/comprehends all. The Fabricator intoned in a pious voice. My wolf snorted and closed his eyes, while I ruffled his soft fur. Canis is a better strategist than I am. Fabricator, probably wiser as well. As for hope, my brain is not the size of a hive city. I entrusted you with the Holy Spirit because I trust your forge. And in 9 months, when the galaxy is split and sundered, this trust will be put to the test. Are you saying? The Fabricator asked in a wary tone. Our faith is coming true, Archmagos. The Aquila has 2 heads, and now the Imperium will have 2 divine entities. The logic, calculated mind of the Omnicia, and the kind compassion of the Star Child. Anyways, the divines are not the problem, only their devout followers. The ecclesiarchy will obtain a higher spiritual power inside the Imperium. They will want temporal power as well. I warned the fabricator while poking the Aquila on my chest. And the Tyranid tendrils are all heading towards Terra, trying to feast on the new Star Child. The tech priest asked in a deep voice. The Tyranids, they are not just animals, fabricator. Space flight alone should prove that, I said with a mild voice, although there were void krakens and other animals with space flight. Then, what are they? He asked me like I was an oracle. A macrovirus. The Imperium fights them as if they were upstart reptiles, but just as orcs are fungi, the Tyranids are a virus. Not insects, not reptiles, not evil invaders. Just a virus, I said with a casual tone. It took me a while to realize, because the scale was too big. Planets and sectors were being infected and consumed, not individual organisms like the Genestealers induced us all to believe. Maybe the galaxy itself was the individual organism being infected, and the locals were just antibodies. Rust and blood. A rogue trader's lifeblood is wealth. One can measure this wealth in coins or thrones, but that would miss the point. For a rogue trader dynasty is practically a megacorp, with their own planets, ships, and troops. These assets are basically the wealth of a rogue trader, and not money. This was also the reason why a rogue trader with 200 battleships in his fleet was an enormous power in the galaxy, outmatching any Imperial fleet and most Xenos fleets. Not just the ships, but the troops and tanks inside. The Crusade fleet also had 100 Astartes battleships, but only 1 per chapter. Blank Primaris Marines though. So they were rather powerful even without including their advanced and upgraded arsenal, which likely matched the Adeptus Custodes in armor and firepower. Not every chapter was at full strength, or could send 10 companies of Astartes if they were, so the total number was only 70,000 of them, plus Tech Marines and other support ranks. As the Crusade fleet grew with the Raven Guard, Deathwatch Marines, and several macroclades of Scutarii and combat servitors, we have become even more impressive, but the rust fields filled with orcs would have matched us in numbers easily, and 100 times over too. Which is why most of the short operation in the rust fields was aimed at capturing as many orcs I could in my Tesseract, reaching 200 billion orcs, plus a lot of their vehicles and ships, and then many more broken and destroyed ships already present in this nebula, from a dozen species as well. Then asteroids and rocks, which were simply converted asteroids. Then it came the tiring task of separating Imperial stuff to one side, for later repairs. As expected, most of the orc mechs and vehicles were converted from Imperial machines, anything from cars and trucks, to locomotives, sentinels, tanks, and even knights. I didn't care too much about cars or trucks, so the orc auxilia could have them, but the rest I will keep for myself. In a single week, my wealth of ships and vehicles had tripled from this simple excursion to aid Forge Graia, without including germanium and platinum asteroids and various samples of xenotech which could be traded well with the Votons or the Forge Worlds. As we returned by Graia to pick up the Krieg regiments, I noticed 1,000 shield sentinels being loaded on the Krieg transports, as well as millions of tungsten rounds for their autocannons. I doubted the munition will suffice for a single day, but luckily I had my breath to convert tungsten ingots into armor-piercing shells every time we passed close to a star. My fleet headed towards the Morpheum sector directly, and engaged the Promether Hive fleet before they could cross into the Cassador Gulf and spread out. The nearby Soulblades fleets changed course to strike at the Hive fleet Nautilin, leaving the sector for my larger Crusade fleet, and with good reason as they weren't able to stop the Tyranids and just wasted ships and manpower for nothing. Having the Orc Auxilia to deploy meant that battles were far easier than I initially planned for, and didn't even have to sacrifice the Death Corps regiments as bait for orbital strikes. Yes, the Morpheum sector was in ruins and a few Hive worlds will need to be repopulated, but Terra was also eager to export their immigrants everywhere. I also spent 1 million Nova mines from my inventory thinning the Hive fleet before we engaged it decisively, but in a single month we ended the Promether threat for good. Then we rushed towards the Asmodeox sector to catch up with the Nautilin Tendril, only to find 100 barren worlds and only a few fortress worlds still besieged by Tyranids, while the Hive fleet had moved on towards the Viner sector. Maybe I wasted too much time. helping out Greya and recruiting the orcs and Krieg Auxilia? But destroying Promether would have taken even longer without the Auxilia. I sighed and calmed myself. You can't save everyone, Pef. The Imperium could have mobilized and prepared hundreds of years ago, and matched the Tyranids with the same numbers of guardsmen at least. For a polity always at war for 12,000 years, the Imperium was generally quite relaxed, and many worlds didn't even have orbital forts or proper defense forces. Canis huffed at the galactic map and nosed my glove to deploy more Nova mines before I landed the troops. Right, we could still save 4 Imperial worlds, and then chase after Nautilin. The Tyranid gravity drive was not so fast, after all, and all my ships had warpless engines, ignoring their shadow in the warp. The 4 planets received a different treatment each, Astartes for one, Scutarii and Knights on another, and Auxilia and the Lax cohorts on the rest, while combined warfare was better. I also needed to test and train each segment of my forces independently. The Death Corps still proved the weakest, crippled as they were by the Guard's doctrine and limit on armor and equipment. So the Deus Ex Machina Titans stepped in to help. The lone Nautiloid Bio-Titan crunched like a snail when a Castigator B-pattern Megatitan turned off the anti-grav plates on their right foot and stepped on it. Krieger's tanks and artillery could barely scratch the gigantic snail-like Bio-Titan covered in high-density carapace armor, but a small step for the Castigator was a giant step for mankind. Puny insects, the might of the machine god will crush you under its feet, yelled the blank Princeps, Bianca red-hot Lancefire as she opened up with the secondary armament to clear up the stunned Tyranids, reeling from the dead synaptic creature. The Kriegers were generally not emotional, but they also cheered as the Himalaya-tall Titan stepped over them and blasted thousands of Tyranids with every shot from 300 terawatt volcano cannons. It was not the first Titan kill of my daughter, but it was probably the first time in history when a Bio-Titan larger than an Emperor class got stepped on by anything. The kilometer-tall Grieve plates housed plasma mortars as well, raining down plasma fire on smaller Tyranid organisms barely the size of tanks. Puny insects indeed. Everyone, prepare to clean up and return to the ships. There will be more Nautiloid hive titans to crunch in the Viner sector. I sent on the fleet-wide vox, mostly to raise morale. Lady Valien smiled sweetly at me and replayed the scene on the Singularity's main screen. I doubted the usefulness of a battleship-scale titan when you created the first one, but I was wrong. With more of them, we can stomp all the Xenos into the ground, she admitted in a penitent voice. I nodded towards her large belly holding an infant daughter inside. You just want your daughter to pilot a Castigator too. Is that wrong of me, husband? She asked while batting her eyes. Of course not. By the way, I have collected the samples you wanted from this hive fleet. Take Librarian Menelo and Muggos Juggler and get to work. See what weakness you can find. I answered with a smile as I watched her inquisitorial cape flutter as Valien headed towards the biolab. I love to see her go. Should I paint the red-hot Castigator in red? Maybe give it a red cape as well? I should ask Bianca first. Keep your childish impulses under control. Pf. A cape on a Titan will tear and snag from buildings or mountains. The Blade AI muttered in a disappointed tone. Did I say something out loud? I wondered inward. No, but your eyes chased the cape, and I could infer the rest. A red cape too, I would guess. The AI explained in a teasing voice. Capes are cool. I defended myself with a grin. Tracking my eyes now? Damn invasive AI. For parades, yes. We can try a Titan cape the first parade we hold after this crusade. The Blade allowed as her holographic eyes sparkled. You think we will win? I asked a bit uncertain. Many things could happen, and most of them bad or worse. This was 40K after all. Good things never happened. Have you ever lost? Pef Lancefire? The Blade asked in a serious voice. Kinda. Well, not really. I fumbled my way into Pyrrhic victories a few times, I admitted with a frown. Like burning Sotha with an atmospheric incinerator. Pretty much the definition of a Pyrrhic victory, that one. Indeed, remember, I traveled to End of Time, and there was only chaos and ruin. But in that timeline you were not there, Lord Captain. Cadia had fallen and the galaxy was torn in two, as the Eye of Terror broke through. But Slainish is dead now, the time-traveling AI said in a mild, reminiscing voice. So there wasn't a star child emerging from the Astronomicon? I asked a bit curious. No, the Golden Throne failed and all Space Marines died. Chaos Marines too. Then it got much worse. The blade spoke in a halting tone, almost in pain. The Terminus Decree. Some kind of galactic wide spell or gene seed plague. It can still happen, I muttered with concern. I mean, if I could think of programmed cell death, so could any smart enough janitor. See? The future is not written in stone, Lord Captain. We can change it. It is changed already, the blade whispered in a hopeful voice. Hope? Huh? The last virus left after opening Pandora's box. We were going to be eaten by Tyranids for certain. On the third hand, Primarch Coryx is a beast on the battlefield. I mentally knew that already, simply from the word Primarch, but seeing him in action was something else. He seemed to fly from point to point and eviscerate any Tyranid organism with ease, even those far larger than himself. But when focusing my dimensional senses on his flight, I also realized he practically blinked in and out of reality before striking with his phase claws, even under the psychic suppression offered by the shadow and the warp. Worse than this, he gained speed with every kill, such that he managed to outscore an entire Astartes chapter by himself. Do you see the giant crow manifesting when the Primarch kills something? My Alpha Psyker wife asked while her eyes glowed with electric blue light. No, but I do see the golden jaws snapping closed every time Canis is killing something. The Regium system should be clear in a few hours, I answered with a shrug. There are still some Tyranid feeder elements on Crassus, but your Orc Auxilia outnumbers the poor Tyranids 100 to 1. And the Orc pirates are still torturing the Norn Queen on the Hive ship, trying to dig out more gems and gold from her body. Lady Valien noted, while scanning the rest of the system. That's not torture, my dear Inquisitor. I plan to release a band of orcs, the larger knobs at least, so they can teach other clans about the fun and loot they can obtain from Tyranids. Maybe also equip them with Tyranid claws and teeth, I answered while keeping a close watch on the world of Regium, where the Astartes and Knights counter-sieged the sieging Tyranids, pressing them into the walls of the fortified Hive cities. This battle also saw the first 4,000 Cloneskyne Primaris being sent to fight the Tyranids, each 1,000 equipped with different weapons, from Lost Cannons to Volkite Demi-Culverins, then autocannons and multimeltas. Excluding the exotic Volkite guns, the other weapons were rugged Imperial weaponry, easy to produce and repair. The Cloneskyne still had the black stone-plated adamantium combat shields, as required by our new doctrine, which served them well considering the much weaker Primaris power armor they were given, instead of Invictus dreadnoughts like the blank Primaris. I see. Tyranids eat people, and sometimes these people will have jewelry and implants containing gems and precious metals. There might be a small chance of finding loot inside a Tyranid, more so inside a Norn Queen if the thing had been served only fat nobles at dinner, my Ordo Zeno's wife mused in a thoughtful voice. I nodded while reading the statistics scrolling on my implant. Autocannons are the most effective and cost-efficient weapon so far, for the Cloneskynes. I did build a great weapon, right? The blade added as percentages lined up. Lost cannons and multimeltas work better against larger organisms, reducing the risk of a breakout or melee engagement. And Volkite weapons come last, even the new Demi-Culverins. I guess we can try full-grade Culverins. On an Invictor chassis, I said, reading between the lines of what was not printed. Convincing me to switch to an ammo-based army will not be as easy as manipulating statistics to paint a nice target. A breakout from the defenders inside the main Hive city led to a few squads of Ultramarines, led by Lieutenant Castamon meeting the good Primarch, and an awkward moment at recognizing the Deathwatch sigils on his armor. Primarch Coryx, you should be on Terra with your brothers. Although it is good to find you alive. Even as a Deathwatch Astartes, on Terra? Ha! The Emperor would need to drag me in chains to that damned place, kicking and screaming. I roamed the Eye of Terror long enough. No need to jump into the new Eye of Judgment when it opens, Corvus Coryx answered in a loud voice, silencing the poor Ultramarines who were possibly expecting a different reaction. Hundreds of Deathwatch Marines arrived to form a perimeter around the Primarch, as if daring the poor Ultramarines to try something. Castamon took note of the bleeding hearts painted on the shoulders of the Deathwatch Marines and gulped. Almost 1,000 Lamenters, all blank Astartes, yet firstborn. This looks very suspicious, Primarch. I will have to report this. They are Deathwatch now, Lieutenant. Plus, half of them are only Tech Marines, so they don't count. I read the Codex Astartes too. Robot wrote a good book for that time. Doesn't include Tyranids, Genestealers, or Necrons. But things change, right? The primarch asked, a bit rhetorical then, blinked away, and began massacring hundreds of more Tyranids with the same unnatural ease. A certain Raven Guard chapter master emerged from Castaman's shadow and patted his shoulder. Choose your words carefully, Ultramarine. My primarch fought a billion demons inside the Eye of Terror while your primarch slept his beauty sleep on Macridge. Anyways, Terra will be gone in 9 months, so there's no reason to visit you. Those words are treason. The Emperor lives on Terra. Castamon yelled in outrage. You really are stuck up, Lieutenant. The new Eye of Judgment is the Emperor of mankind ascending to godhood. Every astropath knows this already. Every seer, oracle, and tarot reader can sense this too. And the black ships are carting millions of psychers to Terra right now to fuel the pyre. It's going to be glorious, no doubt, from very far away.
But I will stay away and not get burned, just like my good primarch.
Kayvon Shrike spoke in a warning voice, then melted into his shadow and followed his primarch in battle, moving almost as fast. Lieutenant, Ultramar should be safe, right? Another Ultramarine asked, a bit hesitant. Let's go back and meet the Astropath Choir. I need answers. Castamon growled and ran towards the Hive City, stepping on dead and ruptured bodies without care. I sighed and leaned into my command throne while glancing once at my wife. My sons in the Death Watch are not in trouble, right? Probably not. It looks suspicious, but is not illegal. And I thought there were exactly 1,000 of them, Lady Valien said in a mild voice. I did see about 30 of them escorting various Inquisitors in the Ultima Segmentum. I'm more worried about the missing 70 boys. Kill teams have a high death ratio, even without traitors among the Ordos. Do look into that, or I will. Very brutally, I whispered with a deep frown. An Inquisitor rank would not save anyone playing with my Lancefire sons. Lord Captain, we could gift a new data core to the High Lords on Terra. Then we can data mine the reports on it via the Tethys network. The Voton will also read them, but you did give it membership to your Obsidian Augury, the Blade AI proposed in her sneaky voice. You assume the Emperor or Archmago's call will not detect your hidden data fork? I asked, a bit amazed. You do have a point, Lord Captain. No, I say we allow them to detect my fork and read her name. Blade Lancefire, Stonekin of the Lancefire League, refuge in audacity, just like your prefer, the Blade said in a determined tone. I considered the crazy plan for a minute. The rewards outweighed the risk, at least for myself. A spy in the heart of the Imperium? Priceless. The Blade fork risked a mind wipe at the minimum. But what did she gain? Something valuable, obviously. I couldn't see it, which wasn't so good. Why risk so much, Blade? I asked directly. You trust the Emperor, and so must I, Lord Captain. But I suspect your Emperor will leave Terra soon, with his staff in tow. The Adeptus Custodes at least, and millions of important people too. He will not take the Cardinals and any priesthood though. So, who will rule the Holy Imperium? The Blade asked me, leaving a single obvious answer. Damn, that was truly a high-risk, high-reward equation. Then again, the Blade had traveled to the end of time to find a solution. Welcome to House Lancefire, Blade. The fate of humanity might rest on your shoulders soon, I said in a grave voice. I will need purity to act as my emissary to the Star Child, Lord Captain. I rather my fork not be turned into a warp reactor by a zealous priest, like they already do with the poor living saints, the Blade added in a sad voice. Shit, I didn't think of that. Damn trouble-seeking girl. A primarch was not enough for her. If fate guided her to another god, just like Janice was, I should ask her mother. The demonifuge would gladly gift purity to her god though. To make matters worse, Valien's unborn daughter was just named Joan by her pious mother. It seemed whatever I did, the laughter of cruel gods still followed me. As the last synaptic creature died on Regium, ending the shadow and the warp, my Alpha Psyker wife turned towards me with a scowl. The Astropathic Choir just regained contact with the Imperium, Lord Lancefire. There is a third Tyranid tendril dubbed Grandilis attacking from behind the Sanctum line. The anchor world of Sanctum is the main target, but all the Soulblade fleets are already engaged by other Tyranid hive fleets. We are the only ones able to reach the Formidirun system in time, she proclaimed in a tense voice. Really? Out of 1 million ships in the Imperial Navy, nobody could intervene in time? I smelled a lot of bullshit. We should hurry, Lord Captain. Leave some Krieg regiments behind to finish the feral gaunts, the Blade AI demanded in an urgent voice. I counted my inventory of Nova mines and found only about 40,000 of them left. Yes, I blasted 2 Tyranid hive fleets to bits already and didn't lose a single ship. Great. And now, a third Tyranid tendril appeared out of nowhere? I call bullshit, for 40,000 reasons. I should still win, maybe, but not a flawless victory, not this time. Fucking 40k universe. I swear this place was trying to kill me. Something old, something blue. While the Leviathan Crusade was underway, Master Shrike and Primarch Korix asked for a meeting. So we soon had a pleasant chat, Canis and I on one side, and the Primarch and his guard dog on the other. We even had tea and cake, while Canis crunched a jawbone from a big orc while listening with one ear up. Lord Lancefire, the Raven Guard needs to split off and help Sardin, the shadow captain of the 6th Company, now defending Stanghold system. Any troops you can spare will be much needed too, the chapter master of the Raven Guard said with a glance at his Primarch. I sighed inward, but also understood the problem quite well. I wouldn't leave 100 of my sons to face a hive fleet by themselves either. Splitting our forces invites defeat in detail.
And your tech marines are too few and not equipped with flocks of guardians like mine are,
I said in a defeated tone. The huge Primarch drank his tea in one gulp, then tapped the table. Beside Formidire, there are also Pyremote and Castale assigned as critical points by the Lord Commander. You have independence of command with this crusade trick of yours, but the Death Watch is not independent. Quite the opposite, he explained with a sad grimace. I glanced at Canis, and we both let out a long sigh. Stupid Imperium. The ground war part is quite hard to win, even if I assign more combat servitors and Krieg regiments to your command, Master Shrike. It is the hive ships that need to be killed, or at least the Norn queens on board. I read the reports of the Ultramarines at Regium about that Harbinger assassin Tyranid which managed to infiltrate and then destroy the entire command center of the planet by itself. They blew up the entire spire on top of it, killing 1 million troops and many more civilians. I countered with a grim tone. I can take on a Norn emissary, Pef Lancefire. I have fought much worse in my life. The Primarch answered in a calm voice. Canis nodded slightly, so perhaps the Primarch was right. He was quite a formidable fighter indeed. Perhaps convert some Krieg regiments into Raven Auxilia? I do have a plasma mortar wyvern I wanted to test in combat. The Blade proposed and sent a new STC template to my implant. I measured the new template with my rather expert eyes, fighting the Thanatos wyvern, completely different from the classic Chimera chassis mortar platform. Now based on the Ragnarok tank chassis, it still had the Hydra turret and 2 autocannons, but also added a pair of plasma mortars powered by an internal plasma reactor. There was even a slot for an ion flare shield, if and when someone was able to provide it. Would it work? Very likely. The Blade created excellent machines, just like the Shield Sentinel or the Repulsor tank. The Raven Guard also had their own special templates, like the Quiet Whisper Cutter troop transport and the Stealth Shadowhawk gunship. It sucked, but I could split off some mechanicus ships and provide tech support and maybe orbital superiority. Nah, any ships I sent would be outnumbered at least 1,000 to 1. A dozen cruisers armed with Nova cannons might surprise the Hive fleet and destroy their gargoyles and other flying organisms, and possibly blow up a lot of Tyranid escort bioships. But the big Hive ships were rather immune to most kinds of firepower. It is your choice, Primarch. I can spare a dozen Nova cruisers and 40 Krieg regiments, which you should convert into Raven Auxilia as to avoid the Guard's limits on equipment. Do you want an honor guard of blank the lax cyborgs? I can spare 40 of them, I offered with a careless tone. I already made the decision, now I had to live with it. Corvus Korix exchanged a silent glance with his chapter master. Krieg Auxilia? Aren't they going to run towards their deaths at the first battle? He asked in doubt. Damn stereotypes. The Death Corps were great soldiers, and even more resilient with their new clone-skyne bodies. They just obeyed any order, sometimes too literally. If you order them so, they will. But the Krieg speciality is siege warfare. Quite good at it too, if they have the equipment and logistic chain. I'll throw in some new Wyvern vehicles, maybe 100 per regiment, I added with a generous voice. Add 1 billion combat servitors too. I have too few ravens to afford a wide-scale war like in the old days. The new Primaris clones you tested at Regium as well, and even the lax suits, the raven-haired primarch decided, then ate the entire cake in a few bites. Have my cake and eat it too. Why not? You have 4 days until the split-off point, Lord Captain. This means 1,000 wyverns per day, and more ammo for the autocannons. The blade urged me with a counter ticking down on my implant. I grit my teeth and stepped away, and inside the STC room under the blade's control, the constructor was already flash-forging Logis engines and other delicate systems which would take me too long. Luckily, I knew the Ragnarok chassis inside out, and thus I barely need to check the template's material list. I did need to add a blackstone cover over the cogitator and auspex sensors to prevent any psyker influence from damaging or distorting the targeting process. About 90 seconds later, I assembled the first plasma wyvern with a single breath, while the blade began scanning it for defects and other quality control issues. Another pile of plasteel and copper fell beside me, and I began building the next. Hopefully I will get a bit faster with practice. Make the power conduits a bit stronger, Lord Captain. The drain of the plasma mortars is higher than a simple loss cannon, the AI woman warned me as the second wyvern appeared inside the STC constructor printer. Damn perfectionist AI. Give me more work now. Sleeping 2 hours per day, I managed to finish the new wyverns just in time. Then Primarch Corix and his boys went away to save yet another world and gain glory doing so. But before I could rest for real, my other wife appeared by magic in my bedroom and shed her battle sister armor to climb into my bed. What is it, Ephraim? I am quite tired now, I muttered half asleep. This dark Primarch and your glowing Primarch will meet soon at Stanghold. Something bad is going to happen, Sister Stern whispered as she climbed to ride my lance. Of course it will. This was a place where there was only war. We are keeping course towards Formidire still. Sanguinius will be fine, I answered almost asleep. My Primarch had a Blackstone fortress too, and my son Patroclus with his own tesseract. There wasn't much in this universe that could threaten him now. I woke up much later, as the Singularity fired the Void Claw and shook the entire vessel, including my bed. The gravity beam crunched 1,000,000 Tyranid bioships in front of the fleet, making a wide path. The Tesseract sense could already perceive half of the Formidire system, with a huge Tyranid tendril coiled around it like a python strangling its prey. This must be Grindilis then. Huge as it was only a finger of its claw, and still small compared to the entire Leviathan. Creatures that ate galaxies were a bit larger than people imagined. You have time to shower and eat, Lord Captain. I'm just clearing a path for the fleet now, the blade notified me with her machine woman voice. I traced my holy wife next, finding her inside a chapel and praying, curiously side by side with my Inquisitor wife. I guess the prospect of being eaten by Tyranids made strange bedfellows. Canis was chasing after that clown Nemerak, with a silver bell still tied to his tail. I laughed out loud and entered my shower. Damn absurd place. At least Canis seemed happy. Joan. In a few hours, the Leviathan Crusade fleet punched a path through the Tyranid fleet and took station above the single hive world in the Formidire system, called Ogrim. As expected, the Underhives were already full of Genestealer cults, so my Space Marines got some easy training and live fire exercise, while I analyzed the system for a decent battle plan. The world of Sanctum was the homeworld of the White Templars' Space Marine chapter, where they recruited among the roaming techno-barbarians. Sure, the savages were healthier than the crude gang members living on a polluted hive world, but they also lived like orcs. My forts opened their massive hangar doors to release thousands of system corvettes, as well as numerous fighters and bombers. Our remaining mechanicus cruisers departed to skirmish with the Tyranids already probing the outer fort line. 2 more worlds got my attention. Fractum, an industrial world which should be able to produce munitions for the siege, and Resolution's Ire, a fortress world already fortified with trenches, minefields, and bunkers at every corner. The Krieg regiments will have an easier time defending that world, although I kept 100 regiments in reserve to man the Hive City's walls and other key points. At the same time, my own auxilia began to entrench everywhere I could find a defensible spot, or if not, I could drop an asteroid into a swamp and create a new fort just like that. In space, I scattered the Orcish rocks in pairs, allowing the Orc auxilia to fire their supernumerary DACA at anything nearby, thus attracting hungry Tyranids to the signs of their biomass. I wasn't exactly sure what the anchor world of Sanctum was protecting, since the local population was in the millions and the Imperial Guard already out, numbered the locals 100 to 1. Anyways, Arcadian HIATUS, a Lord Commander dispatched from Terra to oversee the Sanctum line, had made this place a command post, and so it stayed. Megatons of munitions and supplies were being unloaded on the Sanctum, while spaceports and fortified cities were being built everywhere. This was the Imperium of Man, fortifying a useless planet while leaving their industry and population exposed to the hungry maws of the Tyranids. I sent my Imperial Knights to the feudal world of Jovengast, alongside some of the lax suits and shield sentinels, but I didn't held much hope for that place. No matter how brave the locals were, with their spears and swords, they would be eaten quite rapidly by the Tyranid bioforms. A million sisters of battle, including some of my own daughters, landed on Cremado's a mortuary world in the same system, intent on protecting the relics and mausoleums of the ecclesiarchy. They would have been doomed until Sister Stern decided to join them, and thus practically guaranteed their salvation, one way or another. Instead, the Inquisitor wife joined Cruxer Stavro, the chapter master of the White Templars on Sanctum, forcing me to deploy the blank Auxilia and a dozen Astartes chapters as her escort. I couldn't care less about a feral planet used for recruiting. Will this be like Fenris all over again? Well, the Tyranids weren't known for summoning great demons yet, so I still had a chance. Maybe Ogrim will not burn. I hated victory pyres. Take a deep breath, Lord Captain. My sensors are registering increased mental anguish, and the battle has barely started, the blade said in a curious voice. I would have focused most defenses on Fractum and Ogrim, and used the less populated worlds as traps to burn the Tyranids after they landed.
That way, victory would be far easier and less costly in lives and industry.
I growled in anger. But we are not in the fringe here, Lord Captain. The locals have their own priorities, the blade answered with her perfect machine logic. Instead of words, I used my actions to answer, dropping out more asteroids to create a barrier of space forts around Fractum and Ogrim, then grabbed the new servitors crafted from the underhives and plugged them into the defense lasers and flak batteries of the fort line. Then I timed the exact moment and released a single Nova mine in the middle of a huge swarm of gargoyles chasing after the cruisers, burning off 1 billion at once. Too bad the Nova mines or shells were exotic munitions, far beyond my ability to create them with a single breath. That day will come, but it was not today. Instead, more asteroid forts and ferroconcrete bunkers appeared on every planet, most of them armed with lost cannons and multi-lasers, basic tech, which I understood well enough to simply will into existence by draining the local star a little. It took several hours, but I looked at my homework with a pride once I was finished. The other I was too tired, so it was closed already. I must have drifted into sleep, because the invasion had begun without my notice. My ships and troops fought well, not that I expected anything else. Yes, the fort line was getting chewed up rather good, but that was its purpose after all. Each of my 3 Blackstone forts were firing Immaterium beams at the largest hive ships, while billions of spores fell on the worlds of Formidire system. Luckily, I checked on my pregnant wife first, to find her engaged in melee with a large Nornan emissary attacking the White Templars' monastery. And losing. Spartan, you have command. I yelled and jumped out of my command throne and emerged on Sanctum, just as Valien got stabbed through her belly by the vicious Tyranid assassin. Anger and pain coursed through my veins like liquid acid, as my phase claw bisected then trisected the damn thing. Semnai was probably dead, impaled on another claw arm, while Alaric ran to the side of my wife and sliced off the claw arm of the Tyranid, then poured a bag of yellow dust on the wound. It's fine, Lord Husband. I've been hurt much worse, Lady Valien joked while spitting blood. I didn't even see her, instead using my breath to look inside her, at my poor baby girl. Joan was dead before she took her first breath. I plunged my left hand into the wound and extracted the fetus and willed her back to life. Sadly, I was not a god. The dead flesh healed up, but the finger-sized girl was still dead, soulless. Nuru, my voice yelled without asking permission. Time stopped as something broke inside me. The star began to turn in reverse, and I plunged the healed baby inside Valien while kicking at the Norn emissary. The T-engine on my right arm lit up as I unleashed the pent-up energy of the Formidire sun at the surrounding Tyranid swarm. Not the usual kind of victory pyre, but I'll take anything right now. Die, puny insects. I was not a god yet, but I will be. Lady Valien held a hand over her belly and smiled. "Joan is fine, husband." Captain Semnai coughed in pain and spat bubbles of hard blood. "I'm fine too, fiend." Perhaps half of the wounded White Templars inside the command sanctum also recovered and returned to their command modules and picked screens to coordinate the battle. "The gene seed," one of them yelled in panic, just as I detected the invisible Tyranid creature attacking the apothecaries guarding the chapter's lifeblood. I waited for my T-engine to ping, and then stepped through the tesseract and beheaded the next Norn emissary just as the thing unleashed its psychic blast. I grabbed the head and stepped back, before some angry Templars started shooting at me too. Yes, a few canisters of gene seed might have gone missing, but that was the risk of attracting my attention. "PEF, guard the Lord Commander. This isn't over," my wife demanded in a wary voice, while enveloped in the white light of her biokinetic healing. Fine. It wasn't like I had an entire Crusade fleet to oversee and a critical space battle to win. Now I had to babysit some idiot noble? I located Commander Leontis and stepped next to him to find his horse fighting yet another Tyranid emissary. Yes, this guy had a horse called Constantine, and he kicked ass. With his hooves. My T-engine was skipping beats again, so I loaded a Darkstar bolt and just shot the thing. The Tyranid, not the horse. The horse was great. Unlike that cheater Ahriman, the emissary just died, and then the horse stepped on its head a dozen times to make sure. It didn't get any more dead, but a horse wasn't very smart. "Good job, Constantine. You saved my life again." The commander praised his horse while ignoring me. I collected the deadly bolt into a blackstone case and returned to my ship, then remembered about Semnai and moved him to the apothecary to get sticked up. The other bodyguard, Alaric, was just fine. One day I might investigate him and why he never got wounded even once in the past 1,000 years, but for now he was guarding Valien. Remembering how I found Valien the first time, blind and missing an arm, Alaric seemed to prioritize his own safety first. I probably should not investigate and get both of them killed. My Inquisitor wife was rather the opposite of a saint. Plus, they both had a tree tattoo on the left shoulder, which likely meant something deadly that would get me killed or worse. Instead, I just spectated the system-wide battle and compared my nice ion beamers with the tungsten autocannons made by the Blade and found them rather identical in combat stats. Except the ion guns didn't use ammo, so I won. We used to have flash forging magazines for our guns, you know? Less so for primitive autocannons, but rail and coil guns do have much higher projectile speed. The Blade spoke without prompt and sent a Magnarail cannon template to my implant. "I still don't like consumable munitions," I argued with a tired voice. "One of those 3 hive ships must have the Norn Queen." "Works again." The AI continued on a different track, while highlighting the 3 targets on the main screen. Much farther away, and beyond the burning Tyranid ships that got caught in my temporal blast, there was the Triad Line or 3 star forts meant to block the warp points into the system. And each of them was being attacked by a hive ship, circling the defense perimeter and testing the range of the macro cannons, or the reserves of macro shells. Curiously, I also had 3 Castigator Titans, armed with a gigantic power fist each. A few Nova mines first to clear the space of escort bioships and pesky gargoyles, then my battleship-sized Titans got displaced on top of each hive ship. The good thing of my debatable Sanctum visit, about half of the Tyranid fleet was burned alive, while many landed Tyranids were still spasming from losing so many synaptic creatures. Not all of them, and even without hive mind control some Tyranids became feral, but were still hungry and dangerous. But overall, a decent blow. Maybe I should raise horses? Constantine seemed quite deadly. Canis growled at me, somehow reading my mind. Or maybe he was upset I didn't take him with me. Bianca punched a few times to weaken the hive ship's carapace, then fired the Titan's plasma annihilator into the crater, and then jumped inside the big hole and began firing her secondary volcano cannons. In a short minute, the hive ship exploded in a shower of gore and blood, while the Titan got painted red. Hive ship smoked. "Father, these things are much softer on the inside," she declared in a proud voice. "I am smoking hot." "Not you," another princeps daughter called Tanya. "Smoking hot?" Lancefire yelled in, probably fake, outrage while burning the hive ship from one end to another, starting from the tail. My third daughter simply broke the monster's jaw and forced her way into the giant maw, then grabbed something inside and pulled, ripping out organs and holding a captive Norn queen in the Titan's power fist. I want to speak with it, Olivia. I'll get you another gift instead. I spoke while capturing the giant Norn queen and holding it in my labyrinth, binding the creature in adamantium and blackstone. I entered the tesseract myself and stood eye to eye with the creature. I am Pef Lancefire. I was there in the garden when Nurgle was shattered. Remember me now? I asked in a calm voice. The Norn queen faked being illiterate, but I knew better. The Genistealers had been absorbing trillions of lives and memories, which is how this queen knew who to attack and where. Plenty of those lives had been space marines. After all, there was even a theory among the Ordo Xenos that hive tyrants were created from space marine biomass. Not a mainstream theory, but I agreed with it. Plenty of the creatures in the galaxy gained their mutated reflections in new Tyranid organisms. See? The Norn queen screamed. Anyways, there will be your chance in about 9 months. Attack the blue mollusk in the warp. While it is weak, I'll collect more hive fleets and send them into the maelstrom when it's time. I continued in a level voice. Something deep and intelligent flashed behind the queen's many eyes, and I knew I was heard. And now, because your emissary wounded my offspring, I have to wound yours. Let's say, a meltagun first? Right in the belly, of course. I spoke in the same mild voice, while taking out a meltagun and burning a hole through the Norn queen. The queen remained silent, while the alien eyes watched me with cold hate. There, it's only a flesh wound. I'll heal it right back, and we can try a new weapon. I have thousands of them and plenty of time, I explained in a polite voice, while turning back time and taking out a Volkite gun. Being cooked from inside out should be rather painful, probably. Clusters of eggs spilled rows of ovipositor orifices along its flanks. Fluid-filled depressions on its upper surface writhed with maggot-like larvae. Fetal sacs hang like ripe fruit from umbilical branches, and they all burned like dried grass. I make a poor inquisitor, sadly. After a dozen weapons, I got bored, especially as the Norn queen was still silent. Anyways, a dozen stellar time shifts meant a dozen extra temporal sunblasts, incinerating every bioship in range. You've been a great test subject, dear queen, but now we must part. My Ordo Xeno's wife will want to return the favor too. Can't help you now, since she's both a Lancefire and an inquisitor. You will die in great pain. I mused in a thoughtful voice and turned around. Wait, the alien creature spoke in clear low Gothic, even had an accent, but I wasn't an expert to locate it. I do have a Drukari blast pistol I haven't tested yet, I realized in mild surprise. You killed my fiend of Hag Rift. You captured and painted many of my children as your Xeno auxilia, dragged a planet with my ships. You play with my swarm like toys. Lancefire, your mind is like a bored god. And now you dare to plot against the architect in the warp? That broken tan in your glove is not enough to match me. Even less the architect, the queen spoke, but not for herself. Blam! The darklight fragment struck the Norn queen in the belly and ruptured all her organs. Remember the name, Pef Lancefire. It will be the last thing you hear before you die, especially if you heard another Lancefire, I claimed with a grin, then stepped out of the labyrinth and froze the time inside the Norn cell. Spreading my dimensional senses wide, I began collecting the troops and sending them each to their barracks and repair bays, while organizing the fleet for immediate departure. I left the poor Creek soldiers behind, as there would be more cleanup duty in the system, but if the hive mind spoke, this meant there was something important in play. Primarch Corax had excellent instincts. Leviathan, 2 fleets of 30 Nova cruisers each had departed first towards Pyrmote and Castale, with orders to remain a fleet in being and only harass the Tyranids without risking themselves. While they only had 10 Nova shells each, a few well-placed shots from the cruisers could turn the tide of battle, or at least produce a catastrophic loss of biomass for the Tyranid fleets. The main Crusade fleet rushed towards Stanghold with our warpless engines, with the Singularity battleship ahead. The 3 Blackstone forts covered the sides and rear, while Genitor Anzian was rushing the implantation of another 20,000 Cloneskine Astartes, modified to withstand terror screams and other Tyranid synaptic powers. However, Lady Valien's investigations of Tyranid samples from Formidire had revealed a new threat. The Spirit Leech Cortex was basically a Tyranid adaptation similar to the pariah powers of the Sisters of Silence, fortunately present in less than 1% of Tyranid tyrants. I would guess blank gene samples were quite rare and hard to find, but the simple fact that the hive mind was experimenting with them, it painted a big target on the Lancefire domain, with its rather high concentration of such genes. Even the Harlequin solitaire was rather disturbed, since it meant his kind would be hunted as well. There have been hundreds of incursions into the webway by Tyranid creatures, and now we know what they were searching for. It seems the Great Devourer is creating bioweapons to fight psychers and demons. The Perrier Eldar spoke in a grave voice, while drinking my expensive amasec with one hand and flicking a finger at Canis, then evading the bite of my wolf without looking. I took a big gulp of amasec as well and turned off the holo projector. I did arrange a coordinated strike at the Bluebird in 9 months, though. The hive mind was quite amicable and agreed right away. You want to attack the 9 gates of the labyrinth? Bold of you, human, the solitaire remarked in a bored voice. It would have been nice to entice Gork as well, but the poor orcs are rather weak right now. I'll ask the usual suspects anyways. A few primarchs and necrons, maybe a Hrud colony. I continued as Canis gave up trying to bite the annoying clown finger poking his nose and just rested his head on my leg. I can guarantee Lord Segarak will be very amused and possibly interested in the chaos hidden. The expedition will fail, but it should prove enlightening anyways, Nemerak said in a serious voice. I don't know much about divine powers and domains, but I do know the hive mind is also interested in mutations and change. As for my god emperor, I guess the new kid on the block will want to show off his powers. Iniad should also show up, for the same reason. I kinda stole his prize last time, albeit by accident. I never knew punching a dark god in the eye will kill them for good, I added with a careless shrug. The solitaire just measured me with a sad face. You are following in the footsteps of Pef Lancefire. Take care you don't achieve the same fate, broken on your anvil. I raised a finger to object, then realized the solitaire was correct. I was even traveling with 3 talismans of Vol in my fleet. Will you join me, Nemerak? I asked instead. The solitaire laughed and held a rune looking like an eye in his palm. Your crusade is called the Leviathan Crusade, correct? What? I asked confused. We will meet a Leviathan in 42 minutes, just as we enter the Stanghold system. Or maybe 2 of them. Damn runes are hard to read today. The Eldar clown spoke in a mystical voice, then fell through the floor and vanished. Battle stations. AngelNet, all ships. Secure all Vox comms and go autistic. Non-blank personnel will be stored away for the next battle. I spoke out loud, and the blade transmitted my order all over the fleet. People rushed to store their books and drinks and whatever fragile possessions, while tarantula turrets and steel nets were deployed all over my ships. Any teleporting enemy will find themselves intersected by 1 or more steel cables, and then blasted apart by turrets and firewalls. Bulkhead's door got closed tight, while critical rooms got flooded with argon and similar nobles gases to prevent fires. Lady Valien teleported just above my knees and fell in my arms just as I took my place on the command throne. Husband dear, the Eye of Terror is gone. Why have you deployed the angel net? She asked while eyeing the multiple steel nets covering the bridge. Partially as a precaution and training exercise for the blank crews. But you, my dear Alpha Psyker, you will one day break. I will mourn you, but still blow your head off, I said in a low voice, while my hand patted the inflated belly holding Joan. I am not Amber. Still, if I do fall, kill me quickly, Valien answered in a descending voice, almost a whisper at the end. Go have fun with the Norn Queen, dear wife. You have 14 minutes until I have to pick the moment to kill it, I said with a focused voice, as my mind implant cycled higher and higher towards full combat status. Nodding gently, the Inquisitor vanished into the Tesseract Labyrinth to interrogate the Norn Queen one last time. Extrapolation complete, Lord Captain. If the solitaire is correct, we will encounter at least 1 Leviathan demon, larger than a moon and stronger than a segmentum fleet. Physical weapons can be considered irrelevant. Energy weapons will produce minimal damage. Sci-tech weapons and sister stern should be our main striking power. Potential allies: Tyranid fleets, Primarch Sanguinius and Primarch Corax, the blade listed on my retina in bullet points. Don't forget about my ace. Killing a Norn Queen always produces a Gamma 12 class psychic event that can blur out the Astronomicon. It should stun the big demon too. I added to the list. You mean only one, or both of them at once? the blade asked in a wary tone. Right, I also had the other queen from Regium, a bit chewed up and gored by my orc auxilia, but I wasn't done with it. Know your enemy and all that. I think one of them will suffice. Only the queen from Formidire was promised a painful death. After all, I explained with a grin, just as my dimensional senses began to pick up the clusterfuck happening at Stanghold. One side had the Raven Guard and a great deal of Deathwatch Marines, then the Blood Angels with the Blood Salvation Blackstone Fortress, and even the Phalanx of the Imperial Fists, with a Custodes company on board, including the one and only the Adeptus Custodes Captain General Trajan Valoris. My father has arrived, Lord Sanguinius. Patroclus warned the Primarch as his own tesseract detected me. We may yet live then. Damn this crazy Ahriman. The angelic Primarch spoke in a stern voice, just as his fortress fired on the gigantic demon with a purple Immaterium beam. Swarms of screamers and other spacefaring demons burst into mist and dust, while thousands of blue and gold Chaos Marines fought unending torrents of Tyranids. Luckily for the Imperium, the huge Leviathan was busy fighting another moon-sized monstrosity of the Tyranid kind. Both monsters were covered in different kinds of psychic shields, strong enough to withstand my tesseract. The Tyranids ate a craft world? I heard my augury sensor officer ask as the first imagines reached the main screen. Focus fire on the demon. I ordered my librarians on the 3 forts. Always strike chaos first. The rule never changed. Our 3 beams converged on the big demon and aided the lone fortress of the Blood Angels, creating a special torsion effect. Down on the planet, blue warpfire pyres grew stronger, as more people were being sacrificed by chaos sorcerers and cultists. No shields, though, so the rituals failed as soon as the crazy chaos worshippers met the sun face first. Sadly, about half of the 1,000 suns were recalled by the warp Leviathan before they burned completely inside the sun. Damn bullshit magic. We'll meet again. Sister Stern spoke in a saintly voice, then lit up her demonifuge wings and plunged into the Immaterium blender, tearing the Leviathan into scraps of warp flesh. She never learns. Sacrifice your enemies, not yourself. Stupid girl. Nemerak yelled and streaked like a black and white comet into the Tyranid megaship and punched through the psychic barrier like a missile. Oh well, at least one of us will be judged kindly by the Starchild. I clenched my hand and the tortured Norn Queen died, releasing her death knell scream as I flicked it into the Immaterium blender of 4 Blackstone forts. My ears felt a deep tone as every other sound vanished and all lights flickered on the ship. It was far worse for the Tyranids, and not too nice on the Imperial vessels, as only my blank sons and daughters remained on their feet. Several astropaths had brain seizures and actually died, while the mortal crew and space marines fell on their knees or face. Do you hear this annoying noise? I asked the blade while charging the Void Claw to fire at the gigantic Tyranid thing next. I will need you to rebuild the cogitator network and bionic parts. Lord Captain, I believe I am also in pain. Temporal psychic events are frying my mind, the blade said in pain, while her hologram depicted a blue woman holding hands over her eyes. Noted, Norn Queens make a nasty show when they die. The giant demon blew up just as I fired my gravity beam at the Tyranid craft world, and it also contracted into half the previous volume. Nemerak flew out with a bag filled with soul stones, and also bleeding from his eyes and ears. You fired too soon. Damn Mon K, he yelled in anger, then turned into a shadow and vanished. Focus the Tyranid whale next. Long-range auguries are now allowed. I sent via the sounding board, and every ship in my fleet opened up with lance batteries and Nova cannons. I just waited for the shield to break, and then flicked a dozen Nova mines directly inside the moon-sized ship thing, cracking its shell open from the inside out. Still glad my father arrived in time. Sire? Patroclus asked with a cheeky voice. Sanguinius patted his head, and instead turned to glare directly at me. I think I was in trouble. Bleeding heart. I've swept my new chronoleptic power over the system, and noted 3 points still in flux. One was made by my own hand, as the emerging warp rift was sucking in the shredded remains of the warp Leviathan. There was another on board the Phalanx, glowing stronger around the left arm of Trajan Valoris, so that must be his own T-engine. And the Thrid was still on the planet's surface, moving invisibly at walk speed. It could be a Tyranid emissary again, but considering the chaos rituals I just interrupted, I suspected someone else. This must be the lost craftword named Malantai. It vanished 200 years ago while fighting Hive Fleet Nagab. Lady Valien observed in a curious voice, having come out of the Tesseract after the psychic shriek just ended. Even damaged by the Crusade fleet bombardment, the huge Tyranid construct still held on and refused to die. I checked on Sanguinius again, finding him healing his gene sons, as many of them were still bleeding from every orifice, which fit quite well with the Blood Angels theme. Primarch Korix and his own gene sons were still fighting on the ground, on several planets in the system, or rather they were putting down insensate Tyranid bioforms, prioritizing the larger exemplars first. My Lamenter Deathwatch sons were doing much the same, and even faster by the grace of their tan phase swords. Just as I was thinking what exactly to do next, and how to kill the nigh-invincible Tyranid moon, the temporal nexus on the surface pulsed wide, and thousands of Chaos Marine armor suits appeared and began fighting the Tyranids again. Come, Canis, I should speak with the idiot, I said a low voice, then traversed the Tesseract and emerged with a Necron beamer in hand. Maybe capturing the sorcerer wouldn't trigger his own death-avoiding spell? Pef Lancefire, and his loyal wolf, the Archtraitor, spoke, partially revealing himself as a blue clouded figure, as I kept my gaze on the temporal coordinates on his location. Ahriman, I find it curious you're searching the galaxy for spells and artifacts when the hidden library holds the entire knowledge of the old ones. Aren't you the chief librarian? I asked in a mild voice. Canis just growled, warning me I didn't have much time. So, I will have to plant my poison fast. What do you know, Black Soul? My brothers are vanishing one by one. I have to try something, the sorcerer asked in a desperate voice. The old ones used blue snails to clean up the floors in their library, mopping the floors with their dust-dissolving slime. But after the old ones were gone, the snails took over the library and began to learn for 60 million years. Also went mad from too much knowledge and merged into a larger mollusk. But that's not important. What matters is, what will you do when the Star Child comes to claim his birthright? Now it's been 10,000 years, and your legion is fading in the chronodrain of the blue snail. Worshipping the janitor didn't pay off, right? I asked rhetorically and raised the Necron beamer towards the time cloud masking Ahriman. What? The janitor? Ahriman wondered in confusion just as I fired the Necron beam. The cloud vanished just as I fired. I checked inside the pocket space and found yet another empty armor suit, fused at the seams by warp magic. Damn his ninja replacement skills. Canis was already biting other rubric marines in half and scattering their ashes when another temporal pulse emerged from the warp rift and every single thousand sun vanished. I smiled inward and returned to the Singularity's bridge, where a few Lamenter tech marines sprayed my armor with incense and holy oil. I still failed, but this time I failed with style. Was the thing about the janitor taking over the old one's library true? Well, if we were to ask Kairos Fateweaver, he will say yes, with at least one mouth. Lady Valien frowned as I stored the Necron weapon in the Tesseract, while Canis just licked his teeth. Perhaps I had the best teacher for my pariah ability right here. Canis could eat souls and grow stronger. Anyone else smell spoiled cheese? A tech marine asked, waving the censer incense around. It wasn't me. Maybe Canis? I feel like I got drowned in cold water. Me too. Ringing ears for me. Another blank yelled as I raised a hand to stop the chatter. There was a battle going on, still. Incoming transmission from the Phalanx, Lord Captain. It's the Custodes, General. The Vox daughter warned me just as the blade decrypted and printed the words on my retina. I sighed and stepped through the Tesseract labyrinth again, and found myself surrounded by Custodes and Primaris Imperial fists, all of them towering above me by a meter or so. Pef Lancefire. Reporting is ordered, sir, I yelled in my best guardsman voice, and even saluted correctly as per Imperial military law. Come, Lord Lancefire. The Emperor has sent you something. The Custodes, General spoke with a dispassionate voice, and lead the way to the Admiral's council room beside the bridge. I wanted to comment about stupid things that could wait while the Tyranid invasion was still ongoing, but then I decided not to. This could be important. Lord Lancefire, by the command of the Emperor and Master of Mankind, you are now promoted to the rank of Nobility Primus. Kneel and receive your reward. The huge Custodes demanded while taking out a familiar flaming sword. Are you sure? It may cause trouble, I muttered while kneeling with my right knee. Sadly, yes. There are other steps to create another War Master, but being a first-class noble is required too, he said while smacking my shoulders with the Emperor's sword. I would have guessed the lion was first in line for that thing. As bad an idea as it is. Half the galaxy burned last time. I grumbled and tried to rise, only for the Custodes General to hold me down easily. Half the galaxy will burn this time too. Pef Lancefire. We don't have a scale to measure the coming event, but it will not be Alpha Grade class, 12 Temporal Psychic Burst, or anything as simple like that. The Emperor wants to use Magnus as a containment shell and spread the backblast among the 1,000 suns already tied in the rubric, he explained in a cold voice. Look, Trajan, these are big boys' toys. I play with tanks and sentinels. Maybe a titan, if I'm not too tired, I countered in a weak voice. Humility doesn't suit you, Lord Lancefire. The Primarch grade Immortus gland in your head is already driving you to form your own space legion, the blank Astartes. The Hermetic cores are also opening one by one, while you master your own abilities. Today I sensed the temporal seal being used. The Custode spoke with a careless tone and pointed at the moment shackle relic he carried. I sighed and stood up via my tesseract, then emerged on the other side of the table. My mother always said I was special, but I didn't think she meant being a baby primarch. As for the new eye, I was sealed by the head of the Holy Inquisition, so can't talk about it, I said with a finger on my lips. Trajan's eyes glowed golden for a second. And yet, you were planning to assault the impossible fortress and loot the hidden library. I shrugged, caught red-handed this time. A man can dream, right? I said in a sheepish voice. Yes, he can. And he can even receive 5 primarchs for this dream. And a flaming sword, the Custodes General allowed with a smile, and dropped the Emperor's sword in midair. The thing turned like a missile searching for a target, then sped up and impaled me through the armor, my null box and then my heart inside. I glanced down and found no wound or sign of armor breach, and only a warmth in my heart. That was special, I admitted with a weird voice. Maybe I was indeed special. Take care of the doom now, bleeding heart. You will need Ennead's aid in the crystal labyrinth, Trajan Valoris added in a casual tone, and walked out, just as a drop of blood dripped from my armored chest. I scratched my cheek and replayed the strange ennoblement ceremony in my mind. What the hell did I agree to? Gentlemen, what do I do? Obviously, the Custode General was not going to answer questions, but he also didn't give me a sign as to be relieved of his summons. Was this some kind of test? I tapped the black table in deep thought when the door opened to allow 2 men to enter. Captain Mirica Arcalosa, the current Lord Phalanx of the Imperial Fists chapter, was escorted by Captain Orpheus Infertelos, commander of the Orca Auxilia, the Imperial Fist version of the Lamentor Auxilia, but formed from failed Marine aspirants instead of regular people. Not that my Auxilia wasn't full of blanks, clone skeins, and catechans, with their own special genetic advantages. Lord Lancefire, it has been a while since we've met, the Lord Phalanx said first, and nodded towards me gently. I was a great noble now, so I also nodded back. You must mean that time I visited Terra, Lord Phalanx. I punched a bunch of demons while riding a titan, I answered with a calm voice. We've never actually met in person, but we crossed paths defending Terra a while back. Your armor is bleeding? Captain Talos observed with a frown. Even for this magic universe, such things must be rare. Don't be silly, Captain. Armors can't bleed. The Custode stabbed me with a flaming sword. That's all, I explained with a patient voice. The 2 Imperial Fists glanced at each other, probably unaware of why the Custodes General had wanted to meet me. Ahem. Anyways, Lord Lancefire, how do you like the Phalanx? Captain Colossa continued in a pleasant tone, and tapped a button to turn over a section of the black table and reveal a tray filled with drinks of all kinds. Must be his favorite party trick. Plenty of other nobles would be impressed. Well, it is stronger than a Gloriana-class battleship, even in its current damaged and infected state. There are thousands of subsystems in dire need of repair, and none of its ancient weapons are operational. But, considering its 20,000 years of service, good enough, I said with a careless voice, yet speaking only the truth. The Lord Phalanx sighed and sat at the table, while the other captain grit his teeth in anger. Good enough, huh? He spoke in a sad voice. Is there a point, Lord Phalanx? I do have a crusade fleet outside, and a few more Tyranids to kill, I asked in a slightly shaper tone. Can you come back and repair my ship, Lord Lancefire? The old Astartes pleaded in a low tone. Could I? The phalanx was as large as a Blackstone fortress and filled with thousands of Golden Age devices of unknown functions. Sure, I'll fix your ship, but first, there is this Doom of Malantai I need to get rid of. The Auric Auxilia needs something more? I asked just to make sure. Captain Talos managed to draw his gaze away from my bleeding chest and look into my pure, blue eyes. If you're not too busy, Lord Lancefire, I've seen what wonders you did for the Raven Auxilia. Right, I did provide 4 million Krieg clone skeins for the Raven Guard Auxilia and worked hard for a few days to provide them with wyverns and other stuff. The phalanx was mostly empty though. They could house 4 billion troops easily, just like any of my big forts. I raised my thumb and smiled, then vanished. Back on the Singularity, the new sphere engulfed me like a torrential rain, with data pouring from every auspex and augury sensor. Even before I sat down on the command throne, Canis sniffed at my bleeding chest and bit gently on my left glove. Yeah, buddy, we're going to reshape the infested craft world inside out. The fleet's bombardment with lances and nova cannons had a minimal effect, for a craft world was extremely durable by design, and kilometers of Tyranid carapace and its psychic shield made it rather impervious to damage. Immaterium beams splashed the Malantai, I ordered out loud, while directing the lances onto the warp rift instead. A loud howl emerged from the moon-sized vessel, so it probably didn't like being focused by soul-erasing beams of doom. A minute later, the warp rift closed as well, popping like a mirror struck by too many rocks. Canis howled in return, the sound forming into a pair of gigantic golden jaws that crunched on the Malantai. It looked beautiful, but also deadly. The spiritual jaws managed to crush into the hull of the craft world, revealing a black carapace Tyranid zoanthrope covered in lightning aura. All ships, cease fire. I sent fleet-wide. Decima, or Deala with me. I sent on the sounding board, then traversed the Tesseract to appear at 3 points around the Tyranid creature. Sister Decima just held one hand out front, locking the creature in place with her null powers, while Sister Ordila took out her tan sword and plunged it into the big head of the Tyranid. It still didn't die. So, I joined as well with my time-draining sword, stabbing it into its heart while my phase claw cleaved the limbs of the Tyranid off, like branches from a tree. Something evil moved behind the eyes of the zoanthrope, and its tongue flicked towards my chest. Good luck going though the null box. Stupid thing. But the tongue wasn't meant to hurt me, only wanting to lick the drop of blood from my armor. Sister Decima stabbed the Tyranid as well, but too late. Time stood still, as the alien tongue touched the blood. A burst of divine energy and golden flames erupted from my chest, as the Emperor's sword launched itself out like a missile. Choosing to be cautious, I drained time through the chronophagic blade and dialed the current time half a second back. The alien tongue flopped severed on the floor, as the doom of Malantai died in the Emperor's flames before reaching its target. Time was on my side now. The 2 Omega-Pariah sisters nodded at me and vanished in the Tesseract, while I walked the halls of the craft world, in search for more loot. It wasn't like the Tyranids would know what was valuable on a craft world, beside biomass. To my surprise, I found 100 Grey Knights armor suits, with the helmets ripped off and the bodies slurped out like soup. An entire company of them, dead and eaten. Perhaps it was not a good idea to send psychers to fight a psycher-eating creature? Even better, one of the Grey Knights had a demon blade at his hip, exactly what I needed right now to increase my sword skills. Then I searched more and found hundreds of Wraith Knights and Titans, all empty of living occupants but valuable even so. Lastly, I located the armory of the Croft world, with millions of Eldar weapons and vehicles of all types, but only a dozen spirit stones still intact. Thanks for the loot. Hive mind, the crazy zoanthrope must have fed on the souls of millions of Eldar to grow so strong, and then even more if it ate 100 Grey Knights. No wonder the Emperor sent his custodes, general, to deal with this problem, even arming him with his flaming sword, and then changed his mind and used me as the sword-bearer, so to speak. To be fair, it was the better choice. I was quite deadly if I had to be. The demon's sword in my hand seemed to think so as well, begging to be let go. Yeah, not today. Ashes of iron and blood flaked off as the demon's sword disintegrated in my hand, and a warm glow emerged from my chest. I glanced down, and the drop of blood on my armor flowed into my null box and remained suspended like a red tear outside of time. Another miracle? Or was it on purpose? Anyways, the hull of the hybrid Malantai should make exceptionally strong armor plates. The hive mind had produced a miracle of its own, probably not intended as a gift for me, but I'll take it anyways. Anything that could withstand a warp Leviathan and 300 battleships firing at it for an hour should be quite durable indeed. Now, I should meet Sanguinius too. Storing the craft world in my inventory was very hard, but I pushed through the mental pain. I had become quite a bit stronger than my early days of using a Necron Tesseract and fainting after moving a few torpedoes. Here already, Patroclus spoke as I stepped beside him. Lord Sanguinius, good to see you. I began in a pleasant tone and patted my son on his pauldron. Chapter Master Lancefire, come, we should talk, the tall primarch demanded in a noble voice, then teleported to his office. I followed after him, not via teleport but just as fast. So, you heard? He asked while folding his white wings away. The Emperor wants a new War Master? Yes, I was told. Bad idea, I commented with light voice and summoned my metal throne to sit in, as the Primarch sat in his own golden chair. The Primarch's eyes glanced to the side, and his raven-haired brother emerged from a shadow, still covered in blood and gore. Corix, Khan, Ongran, Mortarion, and Perturabo, they will be your Imperial fist, to be used as you deem necessary. If they turn, you know what to do, War Master, Sanguinius said in a soft voice, promising death by 1,000 cuts. My fist clenched, urging me to punch his smooth, angelic face. I can understand testing the traitors. This guy did not fall. I pointed with a finger at Primarch Corix. Technically, he did, not to a dark god, but to his own dark urges. Same with Khan, becoming a butcher for the Dark Eldar. The new Fulgrim instead. He is an innocent clone. You should hear him sing. My Primarch countered with a faint smile. I already knew what the Emperor planned to do with Magnus, which was likely far worse than anything I could do. If I understood the Custode's words correctly, Magnus will become a vessel for the Starchild, while absorbing the souls of all the 1,000 sons in the process. At a minimum of 70,000 souls, it will make the Starchild 100 times stronger than Sister Stern with her 700 souls. I don't like it. I'll do it if I have to. But this sucks. The entire Imperium sucks. I exclaimed in outrage. You rage against the dying of the light, Lancefire. You lament, grieve, and mourn, while trying to push against entropy with your hands alone. The truth is, we failed. The Emperor, my brothers, and the Imperium as a whole. We can only build again, far away from the new throne of light. Sanguinius spoke in a gentle voice. Corix appeared at my side and knelt in front of my throne. I hear and obey the Emperor's command. Use me well, War Master, the Primarch said in a simple tone. Damn it, we should spar a little, Primarchs. To the first blood, nothing more. You have plenty of room on this fortress, I demanded in a level tone, as I stood up and my throne folded in the Tesseract. Sanguinius raised an amused eyebrow, while Corix frowned. Who goes first? He asked cautiously. I'll take both of you at once. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, I explained in a mild tone. Praetorian. Damn, I'm good. I cheered in the empty training hall, after 0.02 seconds of play fighting. Both Primarchs got a thin bloodline on their jaws, since a tan-phase claw didn't care about Primarch-grade resilient skin and psychic aura. See, I was gentle and only used one claw, and not three. I didn't even manage to shadow walk away, Corix complained with a scowl. Bleeding again. In the same day? I should change my name into the Bleeding Angel. Sanguinius complained in fake outrage. He was smiling, so I must have passed his test. Corix pointed a finger at his brother, then sighed. You're no fun when you mock yourself, Blood Angel. What do we do now, War Master? He continued with a level tone, towards me. That depends. I've been asked to repair the phalanx, but while I was there I also noticed the remains held in stasis. I was thinking to clone a new Praetorian, for old time's sake. Not sure if to place him inside a pain_glove or not. What do you think? I mused in a thoughtful voice. Sanguinius frowned, but remained silent. Corix lit up with a giant smile instead. Dorn? That would be great. A clone is not the original, though. Make 2 of them, Lancefire. And a bit different from my real brother, Sanguinius added in a stern voice. I was going to make 2 anyways, and keep one for myself. But Sanguinius was also right. A clone was a clone. Even with most of the memories, it was not the real thing. I already saw that in the Vulcan clones, as they were far more limited than the real primarch and could only focus their gift on a single speciality. I raised a finger and moved the 3 of us in the gene lab of Anzian, where the genitor clone of Vulcan was still working on creating better clone skeins for my army. Sanguinius tilted his head at the strange, orange-eyed clone of Vulcan, exactly like that, Lancefire. A subtle shift in eye color and a reduced warp signature. I see you are well equipped for creating entire clone armies as well. I nodded gallantly. For now, we are producing several clone skein patterns used by the auxilia regiments and experimenting with the Raptor protocol to gestate Primaris Space Marines directly. However, the black carapace is still beyond our ability to create via proteic bonds, even with extra mineral intakes. Sanguinius examined a number of genetic crucibles and transparent gestation tanks before turning to his brother. You created this abomination, Corix? Corix sighed and scratched his head. The Emperor himself gave me the Raptor protocol. Gen Master Anzian just went much farther than I ever did, he admitted with casual tone. I'll have to watch over the cloning, Lancefire. Go fix the phalanx if you can. The old battle station has served the Imperium well, Sanguinius demanded in a sad voice. I should go finish the Tyranids on the planet. Corix mused and wiped his chin to reveal a perfectly healed face. I'll deploy the people on the phalanx as well. I'd rather not have to worry about crushing 1,000 innocents while moving walls and stuff around, I decided with a shrug, and sent everyone to fight. While the stasis chest with the remains of the Imperial Fist's Primarch arrived beside Anzian. You took on quite a heavy duty, War Master, the Blade AI commented as I began reshaping the phalanx into a proper warship, with an extra kilometer of Blackstone armor, plus the brand new Malantai Wraithbone/Tyranid carapace armor for gun ports, window blinds, hangar doors, and other movable parts. Repairing this Federation starfort? Yeah, it is a bit difficult, I admitted with a shrug. Although the Necron repair orb did most of the delicate work, I just did the heavy lifting, adding adamantium beams and tracing hexagrammic wards on the cogitator cores, which were quite full of data demons and other nasty creatures. Some data cores had to be replaced entirely, while others had been already melted with melta-bombs by the former occupants. Don't be obtuse, Lord Captain. You also know a War Master title is a terrible burden. The blade spoke a bit too sharply. I will need a big hammer too. A warhammer, to be precise, I added in a faraway voice. The Forge worlds might support me. A few primarchs as well, more or less. But the Imperium as a whole? The Administratum, Ecclesiarchy, and the nobility? Yeah, a fat chance in hell. I'll scan and copy what I can. There is a lot of military tech here I never seen before, the blade said a minute later, as the phalanx settled into its final form. A 5-sided trapezoid, with 100 Ares engines for sublight propulsion on the newest side, covered by long armored plates to prevent side shots from damaging the engines. Then I just added its former statues and cathedral arches above the new armor, and covered it all in gold and auramite films. The internal systems and weapons will take many more hours, but I wasn't in a big hurry. Each new section will need a lot of Tech-Sourcist magic, and I began to bring in my Tech Marines to help out. Once the walls stopped moving, here, I found the neutron shield emitter, and a battery of meganeutron lasers too, the blade exclaimed like a child in the toy store. Predictive targeting, gene-locked teleporter, food replicator, medical nanites. Okay, I get it. You found a lot of nice toys. Scan and retrieve what templates you can. If there are any multiple devices, point them out so I can displace a copy for my domain, I demanded in a tired voice. The phalanx was quite big, and even with my implants and enhanced mind, it was difficult to analyze and repair. The blade noticed my mood as well, since she toned down her joyful exclamations and just red-lined damaged systems and green-lighted repaired ones. While the phalanx did have a backup Geller field, quite surprising for an Imperial station, I had to add 4 more, and Geller ramparts instead. It should withstand another Leviathan like the one before, for a while at least. Firepower was the best defense, but even ancient neutron batteries wouldn't kill a moon-sized Leviathan demon, and I couldn't fix that. Immaterium beams were found only on Blackstone forts, and nowhere else. Instead, I converted a bunch of internal jungle and swamp training grounds into more arc reactors and added extra lance batteries to the sides and rear, as well as 40 Nova cannons on the frontal arcs, but without shells. The Imperial Fists could ask Mars for munitions, then flak batteries and laser comms for Vox silence cases. Lastly, I prepared barrack space for 40 million soldiers and added the Angel Net option to snag and slow teleporting borders, just like on my own ships. It was a low-tech solution, but steel was cheap and the nets easy to repair in case of damage. Bolting a few Lost Cannon Tarantula turrets to the ceilings of these high-clearance decks would allow for invaders to be sniped off with ease. "You should sleep, Lord Captain. Very soon," the blade urged me as I began seeing double for no reason at all. Damn my weak flesh. The mechanicus was right. Dumb and dumber. I must have been very tired. I did in fact fight a terrible monster with an escort of 1 billion demons, a giant space battle with millions of enemy bioships, another terrible monster, then kept watch over a multi-planetary ground war, while repairing the most damaged battle station that wasn't a derelict already, and conducted high-level diplomacy as well. So far out of my league, I could win second place just by participation, and won too. The second place. I was now the second War Master of the Imperium of Man, a job so important that any of my previous achievements were put to shame. I guess the Emperor decided to use a proper Warhammer this time, small and deadly, instead of a huge and difficult-to-control one. Like Horus Big. I mean, you slept for 8.01 hours, Lord Captain. 3 planets have been already purged of living Xenos, and 3 more remain. The blade warned me the second I turned on my mind implant. I checked on Anzian to find the first clone of Dorn already up, chatting with Sanguinius about some strange dream of roaming in a desert. I thought I was the only one with that dream. Probably a lot more common for those getting the Emperor's attention. Primarch Corix was still kicking ass and taking heads, but this time under the huge shadow of smoking hot castigator. Each of the remaining planetary Tyranid invasions had one such titan on the surface, which kinda explained what happened to the burning wrecks of the other 3 planets. Brother Khan handed me a bottle of hot black tea and measured me with a doubtful face. "You aren't War Master material, Pef Lancefire. There are normal humans still taller than you," he proclaimed with a scowl. I told them so myself. White Scar. "Do you know what Sanguinius answered?" I asked rhetorically and took a big gulp of tea. "This is the Emperor's will. I know that canticle by heart," my bodyguard muttered in a deep voice. "Actually, no. Sanguinius said that Corix and Khan failed in their duty and need to be tested. And I suspect the testing will involve all their gene sons as well," I said with a sad voice. Brother Khan stood very still for a minute, then sighed. "I see now. The wolf is not here, so the Emperor uses another one, with an actual wolf to keep an eye on the progress." To be fair, Primarch Khan did the same thing, sending his Blade Master to act as a lowly bodyguard. "Come, let's visit the new phalanx and eat their food." "You too, Canis," I demanded after taking a quick shower and wearing my parade armor, the one decorated with all the insignias and decorations of 2 centuries of war. The Lord Phalanx ran towards me at full tilt and then bowed towards me, while the Custo General just glanced at me from the new holodable, then ignored me. "Master Lancefire, it is a miracle. Every system is working now, even ancient ones we never knew they existed. When I so rudely asked for repairs, I thought a few extra percents in efficiency," the man blurted in a grateful voice. "At least a quarter of these repairs could have been done by regular tech priests, Lord Phalanx. A few more by trained tech marines, or some aid from the Adeptus Custodes. But I do understand. When the Emperor himself went to Mars to recruit the Forge into the Imperium, he also repaired their machines and was recognized as the Omnicia." I spoke with a clear voice, making a dozen tech marines present stand at attention and scan me with their bionic eyes. "I can count 314 Machina badges, Lord Phalanx," the Imperial Fist's Forge Master spoke in a reverent tone. "I only have 4 such badges, Emissary," the tech marine continued with a nod towards his leader. For badges was already a huge deal, since my best tech marine sons only had 1 or 2. Forge worlds were not too keen letting space marines walk freely on their sacred worlds after all. Also true, Most Machina badges simply got more embellished with each sacred discovery or repair that advanced the forge. I just had mine maxed out. On the other hand, I could have gained 1,000 or two more badges by admitting to every single template I got. But I also liked to keep some STCs and artifacts for myself and my family. There are too few badges anyways. Lord Lancefire has provided Mars with 900 STC templates just a decade ago, a deed for which Mars supported his nomination for a nobility primus rank, recently approved in the Senators Imperialis. Trajan Valoris added from his seat at the Holidable, without even looking my way. I guess some guy from Mars will show up with 900 more badges one day, I quipped with a light voice, but nobody laughed. Is this tachyon FDL transceiver what I think it is? The Forge Master asked in a pleading voice. I smiled and waved a hand towards the main screen to open the Matrix Network hyperlink. The science of tachyons is rather complex, but basically they are some kind of particles always traveling faster than light. Best way to think of them is a river. You drop a sealed bottle in the river, and someone else opens the bottle someplace distant. I explained in my best tech priest voice, while the blade yelled at me on my implant. Hello world, I wrote on the screen, then sent the message in a time-locked bottle over the Tachyon River. Hello to you as well, call Lancefire. Do send more cold produce to our river goddess. The answer came near instantly. I smiled a bit sheepishly as 100 eyes wondered why someone would want frozen vegetables from me. There's just some people I trade with near the galactic core. They don't mean frozen fruits though, but exotic items like Eldar weapons and that sort. Cold trade. We know of it, Lord Lancefire. The Lord Phalanx allowed with a worried glance at the Adeptus Custodes. Anyways, the Emperor gave me a warrant of trade for that sort of business. Quite useful, to be fair. I spoke with a kind voice, making my bodyguard cough in reproach. Ah, Captain Khan of the White Scars. Here on business from your primarch? The Lord Phalanx asked, missing the point entirely. Precisely so, Lord Phalanx. I have been a bodyguard for Pef Lancefire for the last 111 years. Quite a confusing duty, but I survived, the veteran Blade Master explained in a totally convincing voice. And I just woke up, and I'm hungry. Tiring stuff. Repairing a whole battle station, I added with no ulterior reason. Gruff. Canis demanded as well, although he didn't repair anything. Nutrigruel packs should suffice on campaign. The Lord Phalanx muttered with a confused face. I sighed, since the guy was quite hard-headed, making me waste my noble points for nothing. Come, I'll show you what I mean, Lord Phalanx. Forge Master, you join us as well and learn. I lead the way to the nearest guest rooms, and then began using the food replicator to make myself a nice breakfast, then more for the guests. You're not using awakening rituals? The Forge Master realized as I began to eat, and Canis crunched a pile of replicated poultry. I am not a tech marine, nor a tech priest. Machines work for me because they just love me, I explained in a serious voice. Idiot, I don't love you. The blade sent me with an irate voice. I am rather lovable though. Plenty women say so. I countered with unassailable logic. The blade huffed and fell silent. The food is great too. How does it work? The Lord Phalanx asked with childlike curiosity. Antimatter, I guess. Just like any STC constructor. But this one makes tasty food, not guns. I answered in a simple tone. Makes sense. The food is really good too. I should eat here every day, the Lord Phalanx realized a bit late. We're taking the other 19 replicators when I leave. They are wasted on these people. I muttered on my implant. You're still an idiot. But yes, I think I can create the black carapace for the Astartes with this type of organic replicator. The blade offered as a peace sign. Well, that was one problem solved, if it worked. I drank my black tea, then pointed a finger at the Forge Master. Primarch Sanguinius managed to clone your primarch from the remains you had in stasis. What? Holy Omnicia, that's amazing news. Rogel Dorn is back too, the Forge Master exclaimed in joy. Just remember, a clone is just a clone. I'll go and take a look next, and probably clone another one as a spare. Try to focus one of them on technology and machines. The Phalanx will degrade back to a sorry state without a real genius to understand its systems, I said in a colder voice. And the other one can be our strategist? I suspect the clones will be quite limited, Lord Phalanx asked with surprising acumen. I know clones quite well, and they do tend to become monodominant. Experts in their field, but not much else. I answered with a soft voice. The two imperial fists rose and bowed towards me in tandem. I heard things about Vulcan, clones with orange eyes. The Lord Phalanx asked in a whisper. I guess hiding a 4-meter-tall primarch clone wasn't as perfect as I hoped, much less 12 of them like I had. Look, there's stuff I can't talk about. The Inquisition is fond of keeping secrets, but there will be something big happening in a year. After that, it won't be a secret anymore. I promised with a big smile. We should go, Lord Lancefire. Breakfast is over. My bodyguard spoke with a visible frown. Right, damn my mouth. I grabbed the extra replicators and jumped ships, just in time to meet the second clone of Dorn, raising from his crucible bath. Which one? Must be Cinch and his magic lies. The clone yelled with feverish eyes, so I punched him in the mouth. This is a medical facility, so keep quiet. I warned the clone as his eyes slowly focused. Green eyes this time. You do good work, Anzian, Sanguinius noted with a gentle voice. The clone saw the Vulcan clone, then his own clone brother with orange eyes. What is going on? He yelled again, then received another punch on the other cheek. This guy was a good punching bag, though. SHHHH. There are small babies in those pods. Yell again, and I'll remove your vocal cords. Clone of Dorn, I whispered as my wolf stepped beside me and just growled. Stop hitting the new clone, Lancefire. His mind is still in the desert now, the first clone asked in a patient voice. I've been there too. Creepy skulls and nothing to drink. Then I beat up some ugly demon and woke up. I commented while dressing up the wet clone in the spare flak uniform I had from Con. You're the strange one, Lancefire. People don't just wake up from that dream. Keeps going for centuries or more, Anzian said in a calm voice, and handed a big mug of hot recaf to the newer clone. Dunno. Weak people are weak. Maybe. Anyways, who is going to be the strategist, and who is dumber and gets to learn machines? I asked while eyeing the clones with doubt. I'm not dumb. The green eyes growled back, but in a low voice. He could learn at least. At least the phalanx is fixed. I was worried about it, even in my dream. Orange eyes spoke in a deep voice. I changed it a bit, added some extra guns and armor, but it still needs like 4,000 tech marines to look after it, not just 40. Green, I guess you're it, I offered with a careless voice. No, I'll take care of the phalanx. Green eyes can be a war hero, in this life too. Orange eyes Dorn spoke with a determined voice. They nodded at each other, proving they were both dumb idiots. Obviously, Green eyes was dumber and should only repair dumb machines. Dirty laundry. Anzian, be so kind and build each of them a suit of power armor. I'll freeze the cloning lab until you're ready. I asked from my genitor clone, then evicted the Dorn clones to their phalanx, and returned to the Blood Salvation Fortress with my primarch. What is it now, War Master? Sanguinius asked, while sitting down in his office chair. I kinda promised the Administratum a solution for their lack of paper space and risk of losing documents like on Ganymede. So, I will gift them a planetary-grade data core, with a resilient machine spirit inside and a ton of hexagrammic wards and other warp protections. I can also install a FTL transceiver on it, such that digital documents can be sent from anywhere the Tachyon network has reach. Patricles can carry it to Terra, since it's too large to fit on your fort, I proposed with a level voice. I see. Well, Robot will be charmed by your care for the paperwork, at least. Not that it will matter much in a few months, the angel primarch spoke with a faint smile. I tapped my lips with my finger in an Inquisition sign. It won't be nearly as bad for humanity as you fear, primarch. Not good either, only different. Some people will be judged harsher than others. But this is not the Dark nor the Drukhari clone emperor. But if I were you, I would leave the clone Fulgrim on Terra. Give him a job as an artist perhaps. The Inquisition? Why would you care about any Inquisitor's orders? Lady Rosalia. Sanguinius deduced with his giant brain. Anyways, since I'm here, might as well upgrade this Blackstone fortress too. Time is getting a bit short, and even Mars will need a century to fix the big thing. I decided with a small smile. The crew on the Blood Salvation vanished, only Patricles appearing beside me as I sat down in my comfortable work chair. Having upgraded 3 other such forts already, plus the experience with the phalanx made my work much easier and faster. Thick slabs of blackstone and extra reinforcing plates from the Malantai thing, extra arc reactors and weapon batteries, closed defense turrets and torpedo launchers. then 10 more Geller ramparts and extra Ares engines. Some 9 hours later, I opened my eyes and grabbed the bottle offered by Patroclus. Damn, but I've chosen to punish myself too much sometimes. I felt the star get drained a little. Then again, you're not drawing energy from the warp, so it had to come from somewhere, Sanguinius noted with a thoughtful voice, while my son just stared at me with admiration and awe. Can I learn to do this as well, father? Patroclus asked in a pleading tone. I poked his left armpit. You also have a hermetic core in your chest. Patroclus, can you store corvettes already? I asked instead. Nothing that large. Thunderhawks at most, for now. And of course, torpedoes and boarding parties. Still very useful, but the dimensional sight is the most important factor for now. We won many battles just with this aid. Patroclus spoke in a serious voice. I nodded and handed him a data slate with a few STC templates. Humans are able to do anything. My son, they just need the willpower. It is how the Emperor endured the torment of the Golden Throne, and how a silent sister half your size can break a great demon to screaming bits. I can't give you such willpower, though. You have to take it, grab it with your hands and don't let go, I explained in a fatherly voice, while returning the crew of the Blood Salvation to their posts. Sanguinius glanced between us, as Patroclus nodded with conviction in his eyes. There is only one infested planet in this system, Warmaster. Our fleets should continue to contain and exterminate the rest of the Tyranids, and end this fourth tyrannic war. I scanned the system with my dimensional sense once more, to find Primarch Corax and the Custodes general fighting side by side against a Norn emissary that infiltrated their command bunker. They were doing great, but they still took wounds for every strike they landed on the blurringly fast Tyranid assassin. Bring me the head, I demanded with a smile, and sent Patroclus down to help. Sanguinius traced the Lamenter Techmarine as he appeared inside the Raven Guard's bunker. You ask too much of your sons, Lancefire. Patroclus hasn't yet unsealed his, terminal danger was needed. Sanguinius was right, but he missed the point. My son was a Lancefire, and was even wearing the Lamenter's bleeding heart sigil on his power armor. The Norn emissary hesitated, just enough for Patroclus to swipe his phase sword and take its head off. With his unsealed core now open, Patroclus just grabbed the emissary head and traversed the tesseract to appear back in the room. I did it, father. The Norn creature showed fear, and it allowed me to strike first. My boy exulted as the hive mind's emissary opened its mouth. Lance. It started saying, then it died. Very true, Patroclus, for we are Lancefires, and we are what they fear. I commended him and patted his shoulder. Patroclus grinned like a child. Behind Sanguinius, a shadow grew to allow Primarch Corax to step through. He patted his brother on his shoulder and pointed at bleeding head on the floor. I had this thing on the ropes, Lancefire. Why did you? Oh, it wasn't you, but this young Techmarine? Sanguinius grabbed the other Primarch's hand and pulsed with biokinetic magic, sealing his cuts and bleeding wounds. Mind your words, brother. The Warmaster has your life in his palms, and the means to erase it. As for Patroclus Lancefire, the Emperor himself is watching over him, or perhaps through him. Ugly Tyranid is dead. Isn't this good? Patroclus asked with a wary voice. Corax, say thank you to my son. For sparing you more wounds, I demanded from the Raven Primarch in a soft voice. I shouldn't have come back, thank you, Techmarine Lancefire. Your timing was pretty great and saved me a dozen more wounds. Corax muttered in a disgruntled voice. That wasn't so hard, was it? I'm getting the hang of this Warmaster job. You're going to wash my clothes from today onwards. I should get Khan to cook for me, with his knife skills. Mortarion to wash the dishes. It's going to be so fun, I exclaimed in joy. We're doomed. Sanguinius, I don't want to do this anymore. Corax pleaded to his brother. Ongran could wear a skirt and mop the floors. As for Perturabo, have him dig latrines for the troops? Sanguinius proposed with a joking tone. I hear and obey, Primarch. Your stupid brothers will be put to work and help to learn humility. I might have to discipline them a little, but Primarchs can grow their legs back, right? I asked a bit rhetorical. Sanguinius, do something. Corax begged his brother with a rather desperate voice. Patroclus Lancefire just watched in astonishment as his father reduced a Primarch to tears, simply by threatening him to do simple house chores like washing clothes. Washing clothes builds character, brother, and keeps your hands clean too," Sanguinius observed with a smirk. Corix slumped on the floor, his eyes empty of life. Killing demons was so simple, he muttered in a low tone. "I'm sure you will learn soap brands and washing temperatures quite quickly, Primarch. Your kind is rumored to be quite smart," I offered in sympathy. "This was a great show, Lord Captain. I have recorded it for eternity," the blade sent to my implant with a mirthful tone. "Lancefire is trying to make us rebel, and then execute us, right?" Corix asked in a more rational voice towards his Primarch brother. "The Emperor is content either way, Corix. You will fall in line, or die. I suspect he is not too fond of his Primarchs rebelling and nailing him to the Golden Throne either. We are seen as liabilities for humanity now." Sanguinius spoke in a mild voice, filled with pain. Corix nodded with a sad face. "Yeah, we all failed. Some of us died fighting, Corix. Others were grievously wounded and stored in stasis. But when I came back from death, I was alone in this galaxy. You, Khan and Russ, all deserted your posts and went on a rampage. Hopefully Lehman Russ will also return for the big light in the sky, or you'll drag him out from the warp and beat the wolf out of him." The angel spoke with a glance towards me. I sighed inward at the new orders, dragging the mythical Fenris wolf out of the warp when the thing could eat suns for snacks. The Emperor could have chosen a harmless white rabbit to dig out from a rabbit hole instead. But no, he went for the scary myths instead. Reckoning. As Patroclus sat beside his Primarch in his office, his was only half listening to the debate going on between various chapter masters of the angelic chapters and the soft-spoken Sanguinius. "A new war master is an insult. The former one killed Lord Sanguinius. I still taste the blood of your death, Primarch." Patroclus just sighed inward and focused on the data slate. A personal understanding would change the face of warfare, since no personal weapon could penetrate it, yet cheaper and easy to mass-produce. The new Gravcutter will make fighting on foot a thing of the past, and turn any Astartes or Techmarine into a fast-flying killing machine. And a weaponized servo rig like this Arachne rig with 5 combat variants will make even regular humans able to stand up to far stronger creatures like orcs or Chaos Marines. How did his father came up with so many STC templates? It was impossible, even if he suspected the origins of a few such discoveries. Then again, Archmagos Call discovered hundreds of new templates as well, some of them rather similar with what the current Lamenters used. The Emperor will decide what to do with these STCs and the priceless Federation-grade data core inside his Tesseract. Patroclus glanced up to the wall where the head of the Norn emissary hanged now, with a plaque commemorating the hero who killed the beast and took his head. His name, written for all to see inside the Primarch's office. "What do you think, Techmarine? Is your father worthy to be called a War Master?" The chapter master of the Angels Resplendent asked him directly. "If my father accepted the title, then yes. Otherwise, it doesn't matter," he offered with a careless voice. "Impudent little. My sweet angels, you're very brave now, once Lord Lancefire is out of range. But I can still turn the blood salvation around and let you express your displeasure to his face," Sanguinius offered in a kind voice, making the room fall silent. "My father has proven his loyalty in his years of service and with the blood of his enemies. We, the Lancefires, are blank, which means chaos cannot touch us. It is for that reason the Emperor chose a blank to become the War Master of the Imperium, and not any of the Primarchs. Is that right, Lord Sanguinius?" Patroclus spoke in a respectful voice, while storing the priceless data slate inside his Tesseract. The angel spread his wings and made everyone kneel in awe of his aura. Everyone but Patroclus himself. Young Patroclus is somewhat right, but for a completely different reason. Yes, the warp is a danger we strive to avoid. But we can deal with chaos. We have dealt with the chaos spawn for millennia, and we beat them back at every occasion. There are other threats now, like Necrons and Tyranids, which can exterminate humanity far sooner than the warp. It did take far longer to deal with that Tyranid monstrosity than even the huge warp demon, who died in a few minutes. The Tyranids are growing stronger every day, while chaos incursions have decreased to a small fraction since the Eye of Terror was closed. Another chapter master admitted with a deep voice, but Patroclus didn't look at him, instead meditating on the deep wisdom of his Primarch. Tyranids, yes, they were powerful, but still only flesh, and thus vulnerable to advanced tech like his Necron Tesseract. The Necrons, instead, were soulless automatons, wielding advanced weaponry that could shatter planets and stars at their whim. The Necrons had barely begun to awaken from their long sleep, and already they were wiping off entire sectors of the galaxy, including the Tyranids they encountered. And only his father managed to wipe out the Necrons in every single battle, including several Necron crown worlds and the Necron world engine, far larger than anything the Tyranids ever had. The Emperor didn't give the War Master title to someone who was a blank, but to someone who would win, and accidentally a blank as well. Anyways, this doesn't concern me or you directly. Primarchs Korix and Khan have been detached to the War Master's command for their failure to maintain their posts after the scouring. I expect Leman Russ will receive the same penance, if and when he is found. As for myself, I died with honor and got nothing to be blamed for in that regard. Should other dead Primarchs be restored, I also expect a clean slate for them. Like Ferrus Manus or Rogel Dorn, Sanguinius continued with a sad grimace. Of course you are blameless, Primarch. Your sacrifice was the cornerstone of... Enough. Go back to your chapters and oversee the healing and repairs of my space marines and their gear, and transport the ones lost to bloodlust to my fortress, the Primarch commanded with an irresistible voice. Patroclus sighed, as he didn't have any chapter brothers to repair. I'd guess that Dataslate holds some dangerous and unexpected technology that will change the face of the Imperium, Sanguinius proposed with a thin smile. That's for the Emperor to decide, sire. It may be important, or hidden in some vault for a century, who knows? Patroclus spoke with a tired voice. Ah, that type of tech. Then it won't be used for a century for certain. Your father can't move Mars away, I would think. He still gets tired easily, the angel wondered with a deep frown. Patroclus began to nod, then halted. Yes, but no. My father would find a way to bypass his own weakness. He always does. Yes, you're right. Pef Lancefire would drag a planet with a harness of narwhal bioships, or might create a giant engine of some kind, and then feel very tired for achieving the impossible again. Sanguinius mused with a faint angelic smile. Do you know if my sister, Teresa, is fine? Patroclus asked instead. I would know if Robot died in his quest, and he did not. But I can't trace blank people, or not very well. You said she was very lucky? The Primarch asked with a curious voice. The type to trip on a flat road and avoid a bolter round, then find out she fell into an ancient crypt filled with dangers and treasure. Or just danger, to be fair, Patroclus muttered with a shiver, remembering the rain of snakes they barely avoided on the route to Terra. Haha, the solitaire luck. Robot should have an interesting quest to obtain his plus ultra fortress, Sanguinius quipped in a lighter tone. Or more likely, your brother will stumble upon Evrain again, and have to rescue the Eldar princess from another cruel fate. Patroclus added for no reason at all. As I said, an interesting quest. You didn't let out anything about your grandmother, correct? The Primarch asked in a warning voice. I understand the danger, sire. Nobody wants my father rushing into the Black Library, not for a year at least. I don't think Lord Lancefire will abandon his duty, but his love for my grandmother Justine is certain. He even got both Isha and Iniad to help. Impossible as it seems, Patroclus admitted with sad sigh. I might get beat up for this when he finds out. Pef punched Dorn's clone just for raising his voice. Sanguinius muttered in a wary tone. And I will hold your legs when he does. Primarch. The Emperor will fail, and all will be for nothing. You can't clone him. They tried 1,000 times already. His siblings are nothing like him either. Only his children. Nobody else. Isha told you already. Patroclus spoke in a lamenting voice. You're probably right, Patroclus, but we still have to try. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance. Sanguinius concluded with a grieving tone. Patroclus frowned, but didn't answer. There will be a reckoning when Pef Lancefire found out. A pair of gods have died already, and another pair might follow. True, son. What did he say? The Emperor asked his custodes, General. Lord Lancefire said it was a bad idea, sire. Your sword accepted him anyways. Trajan Valoris answered as his knee hit the floor. It had to be done. I would have preferred someone more controllable, or maybe yourself as the War Master. It is a sad galaxy, when I can't trust anyone with too much power. The Master of Mankind mused in a distant voice, while his eyes fell on his custode's right arm and were met with a pair of alien, measuring eyes of a Xenos device. "This is an etheric detector, sire. Lord Lancefire assured me it will detect hidden assassins or infiltrators of any origin." The custode spoke quickly. "And so it will, Custodes General. It's a tan omni-scan eye." "What does it say about me?" the Emperor asked with a faint smile. "Type 5 Delta Plus. Threat level. Anathema. Recommended safe distance. 100 light-years." The custode spoke while the Emperor waved a hand and erased all the injuries he sustained while fighting the Norn emissary. "Good enough. Go tour the dark cells and scan every prisoner," the Emperor demanded with a distant voice, as a Lamenter Techmarine appeared via dimensional shift in front of him. "Your Majesty, I broke the seal while fighting a Tyranid Norn emissary, and I've been ordered to deliver this data slate into your hands. I also brought a huge cogitator core for the Administratum," Patroclus Lancefire reported as he retrieved a STC grade slate with a few new templates uploaded on it. The Emperor touched the slate to confirm its contents, then poked the Tesseract to peek inside. An intact Federation-grade data core, with its own Man of Stone guarding it. Blade Lancefire, Stonekin of the Lancefire League, ready and waiting, the ancient machine spirit sent at the second he made contact. The data core shifted dimensional coordinates for a nanosecond and reappeared in the Emperor's own Tesseract. "How did the Blood Angels react to the news?" he asked in a mild voice. "Outraged, sire." The primarch calmed the spirits in a few minutes. With the threat of more Tyranids and Necrons, Patroclus answered in a curt tone. "Angry and outraged as well, perhaps. You have a personal opinion on this matter, Patroclus?" the Emperor asked, a bit amused. "My father is only a man, sire. He gets tired after a day of hard work, just like a guardsman or a factory worker. Your space marines and primarchs are much more durable," Patroclus answered honestly. "Oh, and if he were to face Horus Lupercal in battle? One Warmaster against another?" the Emperor of Mankind asked, a bit rhetorical. Patroclus Lancefire smiled and shook his head. "I wouldn't know, Your Majesty. Yourself got mauled pretty badly, and my father wouldn't have faced Horus in an honorable duel," the Techmarine replied with a masked reproach. The Emperor laughed at the polite snub, then nodded. "Horus would have lost to your father the second he dropped the shields. And I lost because I tried to save Horus, my favorite son. But maybe I was supposed to lose and learn my lesson nailed to a tree like Voton." "Did you, sire, learn a lesson?" Patroclus wondered with a sad voice. "See, you've lost all fear, my brave space marine. You think I am causing another galactic crisis by enraging Pef Lancefire after I just granted him the Warmaster title, repeating the same mistake, despite suffering so long for the last one," the Emperor allowed with an amused voice. Patroclus Lancefire fell to his knees, head hung low. "Abusing Lady Justine like that won't end well, sire. Even if you extract and grow all her eggs into more uncles of mine. You told me that before, Patroclus, and you are still wrong. We produced the first human solitaires already. These solitaires can't take the gene seed, but they can be resurrected in the same way as the Eldar solitaires and Lady Justine herself," the Emperor said with a curt voice. Patroclus nodded, but held his grim face. "It's still wrong, sire. You can use the Ferryman protocol instead. Convert more Grey Knights into pariah. Maybe all of them." The Emperor of Man frowned in deep thought. "I will try a Ferryman company for your sake, Patroclus, but the Grey Knights are not silent sisters and don't have a doctrine for using pariah powers in combat. And because they are not silent sisters, the Grey Knights can take the gene seed. You already have a solution, sire, and a method to use a billion psychers in a safe way. Maybe even safer than fueling the Astronomicon with their souls," Patroclus proposed with a determined tone. "It would fit for a Dark Imperium. It seems I can't avoid this fate either way. A Dark King or a King of the Dark, the Imperium Nihilus, and humanity's light fades to black. A race of black souls like your father wants." The Emperor sighed with deep sorrow. Patroclus perked up and raised his eyes. Could it be? Did he manage to convince the Emperor? "Go help with the Exodus, Patroclus. I need to deal with the Administratum now," the Emperor ordered and moved Patroclus Lancefire to his house's spire on the other side of Terra, where a tall adamantium spire rose from the smog and ended with a docking facility in low orbit called Port Stanley. "My lord," It's good to see someone from the Lancefire bloodline has arrived. A blank woman addressed him in a servile tone, as he stood still to regain his bearings. And why is that, Proctor Seneschal? Patroclus asked with a tired voice. There is a company of Grey Knights Astartes living here, and training, on all floors from -666 to 6666. Lead by a prognosticator seer of theirs, the proctor said in a fearful voice. Patroclus sighed, feeling a headache incoming. I'll deal with that. Anything else? The number of letters and invitations from other houses has increased 40 times since House Lancefire ascended to Primus rank. As did the insults, the proctor complained with a grim voice. No more assassins? Patroclus wondered with a smirk. Well, the Grey Knights see the intruders as their prey and training material, and your traps and turrets can deal with the stupid ones that try a forward approach, the proctor said with a faint smile. Stay on Terra and look after the House Spire, my son, and help the Emperor if he asks for help. Easiest job ever, his father said with that stupid grin of his. Patroclus took a deep breath and recited the unceasing service canticle. Machines were so much more logical and easier to understand than people, which is why he chose to become a tech marine and not a chaplain for his chapter. Shield. In high orbit over the Forge world Agrippina, my crusade fleet met with Khan's roaming horde, as well as dozens more Astartes chapters with Raven Gene Seed. The two brothers stood shoulder to shoulder, while Custodes Captain Valerian stood beside me, and over me, because he was rather tall. A war master again, Khan mused in a deep voice, while Corix just grunted. I know, I should have said no, I answered with a careless voice, making the Custodes glare at me. Captain Valerian would not take no for an answer. Emperor's orders, I should think, Corix said with a sad voice. Maybe the little one can make an order to change reality and impart ability onto someone. But the Emperor? Not as yet, I countered with a shrug. Khan just laughed and measured me with keen eyes. I was there for the final days of Comarak. I was there when you struck at the Garden of Nurgle. I was there when you ruined a Necron dynasty and captured most of their fleet. You don't lack ability, War Master. Support, on the other hand, spoke with a headshake. I will demand compliance of anyone, and ensure it, the Custodes demanded while striking the flute with the butt of his guardian spear Gnosis. Very imposing too. I just patted his Oramite pauldron. If only the world worked that way, Shield Captain. Let's stomp out feet and demand compliance, like we are teenage nobles. Surely, everyone will drop their millennia-old grudges and plots, forgive their rivals and ignore religious differences. Do you doubt your own abilities, Pef Lancefire? Captain Valerian asked with a piercing voice. My abilities? Nah, I'm probably a competent admiral, better than most. Primarch Khan is right though. I lack the support of the Imperial elite, which means nobody will provide me with billions of troops and supplies and equipment to conquer a galaxy. I have to rely on my own friends among the Forge worlds and manufacture troops, supplies, and equipment for myself, the exact same way I operated for the past centuries, I concluded with a lamenting tone. And thus, Forge Agrippina, they consider you their savior, as well as Cadia and all the worlds you did save by closing the Eye of Terror. Why here though? Khan wondered with a glance outside the armored window. Training, mostly. The worlds formerly inside the Eye are all rather corrupted by chaos, but potentially filled with exotic loot. The orcs are all busy looting the stuff and getting strong. Do you know what they'll do with a dozen STCs? I asked, a bit rhetorical. Corix nodded cautiously. We could have another War of the Beast. Maybe worse. I will stay here and coordinate the purge, while you two pincer this area with your gene sons. Should you find any strong resistance point, notify me, and I'll dispatch extra ships and troops. Feel free to recruit as many regiments you can from the Imperial worlds around. They are already at conscription levels, so they won't lack troops at least. I ordered with a level voice, then returned the primarchs to their own ships. They are primarchs, Lord Lancefire. There is no need to test their ability to recruit and deploy militarum regiments. Captain Valerian mused in a doleful voice. The man was right, but I wasn't testing that. There are 400 billion stars in this galaxy, Valerian. Even if I recruit all the guardsmen in all the Imperium, they are not enough to conquer all. So, what can I do? I asked, a bit rhetorical, just as a Lancefire trade ship arrived in the system, filled with rare minerals from the galactic core. The ship vanished inside my tesseract before anyone could even detect it. Much easier and safer to unload the precious minerals than fill the cargo bays with exotic Eldar weaponry and dead Wraith Titans, then ship back towards the Voton Thethes, always eager for more coal trade. Sure, Tethys would make a great profit selling the goods to other Voton leagues. But if a single advanced STC template reached me from every trade ship, I was making 100 times more profit. And where else to find exotic loot than the former crown worlds of the Eldar Empire in the Eye of Terror? You already have a plan, War Master. My etheric detector scans you and says mostly harmless, but there is nothing harmless about you. Even my spear training says I can defeat you without effort, as you're not even a firstborn Astartes. And yet, the man commented, then turned at speed to point his Gnosis spear at a gray wolf phasing through the wall of my office. Back already, Zath? I asked with a glance at the tan wolf. Zath measured the fierce custodes, then grinned a bit too wide. Woof. Come, Canis. Your wolf buddy is back. Leave the kids alone. I sent mentally towards my actual wolf, playing with my children in the nursery. A golden glow signaled the wolf saint appearing in the room, and then the two wolves began play fighting and smacking each other, without phase claws. That's not a real wolf, Lord Lancefire. The shield captain protested as his etheric detector just winked at him instead of scanning the tan. Come on, Canis has worked so hard to train Zath to look like a real wolf. Even the smell is right. I countered with an amused voice, then powered up my STC hologram to continue my other work. Similar to the Necron Locust Destroyer, I wanted a Cataphragm servitor mounted on an anti-grav platform, plus an energy shield and a heavy weapon. Lost cannons were still the cheapest and most effective weapon I should use, although variants with multi-meltas and ion beamers should also work for close range. Perhaps another shoulder-mounted weapon like a Stormbolter? After about 8 hours of hard work, my stomach gnawed in hunger, so I raised my eyes to find a pair of wolves and the shield captain observing my half-completed project with curious, bored, and amused eyes. The tan was amused, of course. Primarch Khan's fleet had already departed, along with my former bodyguard, the Blade Master Khan. I had a Custode's bodyguard now, because the Emperor wanted one. Do you think you could make a floating dreadnought platform? We could use something like that for my crippled brothers locked in their dreadnought coffins. Valerian asked for a friend. Blade, I asked inward. I'll start right on it, Lord Captain. Even a slight favor from the Adeptus Custodes could mean a lot later, the Blade AI deduced with her bright mind. I don't make them, Shield Captain. Furniture and clothes are the only things humanity makes right now. The rest is just playing with our ancestors' tech and trying to cobble up something that won't fall apart too fast. I have no idea why this servitor can float on an anti-grav platform, and nobody else does. I answered while saving my project as Hermes' battle platform. When the floating dreadnought is ready, I'll fix the energy couplings for the floating corpse machine. Every day, I'm amazed how low humanity has fallen, and the next day, I find it can get even lower, the Blade promised with a disgusted tone, while I walked to the food replicator on the wall to fix myself a meal. I've located 6 more of my shards and absorbed them, Pef Lancefire. Those Necron tombs will stay buried now, the tan told me directly in my mind, while the location of the dead Necron worlds appeared in my implants database. Well, he must have been quite busy. Not sure if a stronger tan was a good thing, but for now he will help. And why are you back? I asked directly. I learned of your new rank, War Master, genocides and soul feasts. Why else? The tan said with another scary grin. I ate my green peas and finger cheese and just nodded. Made sense.